goes by the name of Sagar. Did you pick up anything else from the security there about the other person? Is there any detail that you can share with us, Mr. Tagore?
We all left from there. We left the parliament. We were, because the security officials was requesting us to leave the parliament only because they have to do their duty, because we can't be just obstructing their duty to be done. There is a big breach in the parliament. Therefore, it is very unfortunate that it should not have happened on the day when 22 years it has happened. Now it should not be. We should just look at it and not only customs that we have been secured and we have been Vishwaguru, all these kind of words. We should be responsible now.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Mr. Tagore, for joining us. With those details as to what really happened there today inside Lok Sabha, not just inside, even outside. Now, there are protests that are often held at Vijay Chowk, especially when the parliament sessions are underway. But of the kind that we've seen today, with two people who managed, in fact, to get a visitor's pass, how did they then manage to get in these canisters in their shoes? It's a huge security breach, and they used it. They jumped, in fact, from the visitors' gallery inside the chamber right there, as you can see. We have, in fact, a reaction coming in from Dilip Ghosh. Let's take a listen.
उसके बारे में बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद है बीजेपी सांसद दिलीप घोष जी, जिन्होंने पूरी घटना को दिखाया। दिलीप घोष जी, क्या हुआ, कैसे ये लोग अंदर आए, पास बना, फिर जंप किए, क्योंकि पहले कभी ऐसी घटना सुनने में नहीं आई।
देखिए, 0 आवर खत्म होने वाला था। माननीय सभापति के आसन पर राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी थे उपस्थित लोकसभा में। उसी समय अचानक हम लोग देखिए पीछे गैलरी से किसने गिरा, कूदा, दिखते गए तो दूसरा भी कूद गया। हम सोचे कि कोई गिर जाएगा, लेकिन जब उसको कूद के वो छलांग मार के आगे जाने लगे, तब तक अपने माननीय सांसद सब उसको घेर लिए, पकड़ भी लिए और तुरंत उसने देखा सीट के ऊपर खड़ा होकर जूता निकाला। हम सोचे कोई मारपीट नहीं जाएगा, तो जूता के अंदर से निकाला, जहाँ से स्मोक निकल रहा था वहाँ वो स्लोगन दे रहा था, हम सुन नहीं पाए। तो फिर देखा कि कहाँ सही नहीं चलेगा, सब बोल रहे, सब लोगों ने पकड़ लिया, मारे, और फिर मार्शल के हाथ में हवाले कर दिया। 2 व्यक्ति ही थे, पहले पैंट शर्ट में थे सब, और वो तो बाद में बाहर देखा मैंने, वो नसीब थोड़ा शायद ये सनसनाहट कुछ प्रचार करने के लिए आए थे। बाकी पूछताछ के पता चलेगा कहाँ से आए, क्यों आए।
Rahul Gautam continues, in fact, to be with us. Rahul, you were telling us about the manner in which the protest took place outside Parliament as well. First of all, give us an idea about what do you really see right now. Rahul. We'll go across to Rahul in a moment from now, but what we know is that one man and a woman have been nabbed for the parliamentary security breach that we have seen today. One male and one female. The female, in fact, the one who was at Vijay Chowk, has identified herself as one Neelam, saying that she does not belong to any organization, but her rights are being curbed, is what she told my colleague Amit Bhardwaj. 2 people have been nabbed for the parliamentary security breach. And police are interrogating 2 other people also were detained from Lok Sabha. What we know from the members of parliament that we've spoken with is that one person goes by the name of Sagar, and Neelam is the second person that Amit in fact spoke with. Amit, Neelam was the second woman whom that you spoke with, the second person who has been identified right now. Any more details that you could manage to get in from her when you spoke with her?
Sneha, for our viewers' understanding, 2 separate instances have happened. One, a security breach is inside the Lok Sabha, inside the Parliament complex, and the second one outside the Parliament complex at the very spot where I'm standing. And Neelam and her, fellow protester, there were 2 protesters, 1 woman, 1 man. The women protester was Neelam, who burst firecrackers out here. I did ask her as to what is her motive, which organization she belongs to, and what is her name. When I asked her that question, she responded Neelam. However, she maintained she's not from any specific organization.
But just come back to you, Amit. In fact, the member of parliament who was speaking at that point in time in 0 hour is speaking to our sister channel Aaj Tak. Let's take a listen.
तो बोलना चाहिए, मेरा जो allotted time उसी के अंदर, उसी के टाइम में मैंने मेरा वक्तव्य फिनिश करना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मैं अध्यक्ष जी को तरफ मैंने उसी देख के मैंने वक्तव्य रख रहा था। उसके बाद जब सामने से ही कुछ सांसद ने कुछ यहाँ का जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड वो लोग हल्ला करते शुरू किया, फिर पकड़ो पकड़ो। तो मैं उसके बाद मैं दाहिना तरफ मैंने देखा, ऊपर से फिर दूसरा लोग कूद के पड़ा। उसके बाद दोनों को सिक्योरिटी लोग ने वहां के पकड़ा गया, दोनों को पकड़ लिया। और इतना वो लोग को इसमें जो उसका हाथ में जो एक ऐसा धुआं निकल रहा था, तो इसलिए सारे अब जो हमारे सदन में धुआं से भर गया था, ये मैंने देखा।
लोकसभा के भीतर की तस्वीरें खगेन मुर्मू जी इस वक्त हम दिखा रहे हैं। आपकी जब स्पीच चल रही थी उसी समय इस युवक की ओर से वहां पर कूदा गया। ये किसको निशाने पर ले रहा था, क्या नारेबाजी कर रहा था, अगर इसके बारे में आप जानकारी दें। और सदन के भीतर उस दौरान कुल कितने लोकसभा के सांसद मौजूद थे?
एक्चुअली लोकसभा के सब मान लीजिए बहुत ही सांसद हमारे मौजूद थे। वो उसी टाइम में वो कूद पड़ा, जो लोग कूद के जा रहा था सामने सीधे हमारे जो अध्यक्ष जी बैठे हैं उसी तरफ वो लोग एक्चुअली उधर ही कूद के जा रहा था। मैंने देखा पहले वाला जो कूद के पड़ा, जो वहाँ पे वो नारा लगा रहा था, जो तानाशाही नहीं चलेगा, ये नारा लगा के वो कूद के जा रहा था। और सिक्योरिटी लोग आके उसको पकड़ा गया। उसके बाद सांसद लोग वो सभी लोग मिलके उसको पकड़ा के अभी वो तो लेके चला गया। अभी ऐसी स्थिति
आप ये बता रहे हैं कि सांसदों ने ही पहले इस लड़के को पकड़ा, जिसको इस वक्त टीवी स्क्रीन पर हम देख रहे हैं, और उसके बाद वहां पर जो सुरक्षा बल थे उनके हवाले किया गया। कुल कितने लोग सदन, क्या एक ही ये युवक था सदन के भीतर लोकसभा के अंदर?
नहीं, उसी में जो सांसद लोग जो है ना, सांसद लोग भी वहाँ पे एक लोग एक्चुअली सहयोग किया। और वहाँ का जितना सिक्योरिटी है ना, सभी सिक्योरिटी वहाँ पे जुड़ गया, एक जगह चला आया, उसको पकड़ा गया सभी लोग मिलके।
दो मामले सामने आए हैं, एक लोकसभा के भीतर और एक सदन के बाहर। तो आप लोगों को क्या जानकारी मिली है? दोनों क्या आपस में मिले हुए थे, प्लान करके वहां पर पहुंचे हुए थे, या अलग अलग मामला है? आप लोगों को क्या जानकारी मिली है अब तक?
अभी तक मुझे तो कुछ जानकारी नहीं मिला। एक्चुअली मैं वहां से अभी जो मैं इतना डर लगा ना, इसीलिए मैं इधर आ गया अपने रूम पे।
जी
मैं बोल रहा था, इसीलिए मैं स्पीच दे रहा था उसी टाइम में।
इस लड़के के निशाने पर कौन था? तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी ये नारा लगाते हुए आगे की तरफ जब कूदा, तो क्या किसी सांसद को टारगेट करना चाहता था, या आपकी स्पीच चल रही थी, क्या आपको टारगेट करना चाह रहा? क्या उद्देश्य इसका समझ में आया?
मुझे एक्चुअली अभी तक मुझे पता नहीं क्या टारगेट था उसका, लेकिन कूद के इधर ही जा रहा था। जो ये सिक्योरिटी लोग वो लोग पकड़ने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा था उसको, लेकिन वो लोग बहुत ही जबरदस्त इधर उधर दौड़ के वो कूद रहा था, इसे कर रहा था।
अब ये कहाँ का रहने वाला है, इस बारे में कोई जानकारी मिल पाई है आपको?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं जानकारी नहीं है।
इस बारे में अभी कोई जानकारी नहीं है। आपका बहुत शुक्रिया खगेन मुर्मू जी, आज तक से जुड़ने के लिए। बीजेपी के सांसद को आप सुन रहे थे, उन्हीं की जब Okay, you heard from Khageen Murmu, the member of parliament who was in fact speaking, and he in fact was the MP who then stopped and turned behind to look at what really happened. I will put out that video also. Khageen Murmu was speaking in 0 hour when this chaos started. Then he stops, he has papers in his hands, he turns behind, tries to see what's really going on, given that MPs obviously panicked at that point in time. Remember, this comes on a day that we're commemorating the 22nd anniversary of the horrific parliament attacks on the 13th of December 2001. These are pictures, in fact, that are coming in from Vijay Chowk, where the woman who goes by the name of Neelam, along with another man, was detained. Then also you see pictures of that colorful yellow gas is what most MPs are talking about, how the chamber then got filled with this yellow smoke that we saw. And that video that Sunset TV in fact has put out, and we have details of what really happened there. One man who goes by the name of Sagar has been detained and is being questioned. Now we don't really know just yet what the motive behind this. However, it's a huge breach of security. MPs have in fact given eyewitness accounts as to what they saw. There was chaos, then he jumped from one desk to the other. As you see, MPs try to catch try to get hold of him, catch hold of him, but they can't. Then the security comes in. We have those pictures with us. MP say after that he stopped. In fact, he pulled out something from his shoe, and after which the chamber got filled with yellow gas that we saw. Lok Sabha proceedings in fact have resumed is what we understand.
उस घटना की लोकसभा अपने स्तर पर संपूर्ण जांच कर रही है और इस संबंध में दिल्ली पुलिस को भी आवश्यक निर्देश दे दिए गए हैं। लेकिन जो हम सब की चिंता थी कि वह धुआं क्या था, वह अभी तक प्रारंभिक जांच में जो जांच की उसमें वह साधारण धुआं और सनसनी फैलने वाला धुआं था, इसलिए उस धुएं की कोई ऐसी चिंता का विषय नहीं, उसकी प्रारंभिक ठीक से जांच कर ली गई है। जिन माननीय सदस्यों ने आज नियम 377 के अधीन मामलों को उठाने के एक मिनट सब आप एक मिनट प्लीज नो ओके नहीं एक मिनट प्लीज बालू जी प्लीज अपन सब वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं, सारी घटना की प्रारंभ नहीं दोष नहीं दे रहे, दोष तो अपन दोष किसी को नहीं दे रहे, एक मिनट दोष कोई किसी को नहीं दे रहा, दोष किसी का नहीं, सारी घटना की प्रारंभिक जांच आइए, लेकिन अंतिम जांच आएगी जब मैं सदन को सारी चीज अभी अवगत करा दूंगा, उस समय जो आपकी चिंता है वो पूरे सदन की चिंता है। नो बालू जी आप सीनियर व्यक्ति हैं। हाँ यस, ये जिम्मेदारी मेरी है और मेरी जिम्मेदारी है कौन लोग आए क्या लोग आए। नो आप क्यों डिबेट कर रहे हैं, वो विषय नहीं है। नो देखिए अपन इस विषय को ये एक मिनट प्रेमचंदन जी देखो, एक सेकंड मैं एक मिनट आपको बोलने का मौका दूंगा, एक मिनट मेरी बात सुने आप प्लीज। देखिए प्रेमचंदन जी, जो विषय आप बता रहे हैं वो विषय ऐसा वो वाला विषय नहीं है, ये मैं आपको प्रारंभिक जांच के बाद क्लियर कर दूंगा, क्योंकि सदन के पटल पर जब तक विस्तृत इंक्वायरी नहीं आ जाए जब तक उस पर मेरी तरफ से सदन बोलने, लेकिन प्रारंभिक जांच के अंदर जो प्रारंभिक जांच आए वो दोनों लोग पकड़ लिए गए हैं, उनकी सारी सामग्री को जब्त कर लिया गया है और जो दो लोग बाहर थे उनको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है।
We'll go across to Rahul in a moment from now, but what we know is that one man and a woman have been nabbed for the parliamentary security breach that we have seen today. One male and one female. The female, in fact, the one who was at Vijay Chowk, has identified herself as one Neelam, saying that she does not belong to any organization, but her rights are being curbed, is what she told my colleague Amit Bhardwaj. Two people have been nabbed for the parliamentary security breach, and police are interrogating two other people also were detained from Lok Sabha. What we know from the members of parliament that we've spoken with is that one person goes by the name of Sagar, and Neelam is the second person that Amit in fact spoke with. Amit, Neelam was the second woman that you spoke with, the second person who has been identified right now. Any more details that you could manage to get in from her when you spoke with her?
Sneha, for our viewers' understanding, two separate instances have happened. One, a security breach is inside the Lok Sabha, inside the Parliament complex, and the second one outside the Parliament complex at the very spot where I'm standing. And Neelam and her, a fellow protester, there were two protesters, one woman, one man. The women protester was Neelam, who burst firecrackers out here. I did ask her as to what is her motive, which organization she belongs to, And what is her name? When I asked her that question, she responded Neelam. However, she maintained she's not from any specific organization.
But let's come back to you, Amit. In fact, the member of parliament who was speaking at that point in time in 0 hour is speaking to a sister channel Aaj Tak. Let's take a listen.
मुझे तो बोलना चाहिए, मेरा जो अलॉटेड टाइम उसी के अंदर, उसी के टाइम में मैंने मेरा वक्तव्य फिनिश करना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मैं अध्यक्ष जी को तरफ मैंने उसी देख के मैंने वक्तव्य रख दिया था। उसके बाद जब सामने से ही कुछ सांसद ने, कुछ यहाँ का जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, वो लोग हल्ला करते शुरू किया, फिर पकड़ो पकड़ो। तो मैं उसके बाद मैं दाहिना तरफ मैंने देखा, ऊपर से फिर दूसरा लोग कूद के पड़ा। उसके बाद दोनों को सिक्योरिटी लोग ने वहां के पकड़ा गया, दोनों को पकड़ लिया। और इतना वो लोग इसमें जो उसका हाथ में जो एक ऐसा धुआं निकल रहा था, तो इसलिए सारे अब जो हमारे सदन में धुआं से भर गया था, ये मैंने देखा।
लोकसभा के भीतर की तस्वीरें खगेन मुर्मू जी इस वक्त हम दिखा रहे हैं। आपकी जब स्पीच चल रही थी उसी समय इस युवक की ओर से वहां पर कूदा गया। ये किसको निशाने पर ले रहा था, क्या नारेबाजी कर रहा था, अगर इसके बारे में आप जानकारी दें। और सदन के भीतर उस दौरान कुल कितने लोकसभा के सांसद मौजूद थे?
एक्चुअली लोकसभा के सब मान लीजिए बहुत ही सांसद हमारे मौजूद थे। वो उसी टाइम में वो कूद पड़ा, जो लोग कूद के जा रहा था सामने सीधे हमारे जो अध्यक्ष जी बैठे हैं उसी तरह वो लोग एक्चुअली उधर ही कूद के जा रहा था। मैंने देखा पहले वाला जो कूद के पड़ा, जो वहाँ पे वो नारा लगा रहा था, जो तानाशाही नहीं चलेगा, ये नारा लगा के वो कूद के जा रहा था। और सिक्योरिटी लोग आके उसको पकड़ा गया। उसके बाद सांसद लोग, वो सभी लोग मिलके उसको पकड़ा के अभी वो तो लेके चला गया। अभी ऐसी स्थिति
आप ये बता रहे हैं कि सांसदों ने ही पहले इस लड़के को पकड़ा, जिसको इस वक्त टीवी स्क्रीन पर हम देख रहे हैं, और उसके बाद वहां पर जो सुरक्षा बल थे उनके हवाले किया गया। कुल कितने लोग सदन, क्या एक ही ये युवक था सदन के भीतर लोकसभा के अंदर?
नहीं, उसी में जो सांसद लोग जो है ना, सांसद लोग भी वहाँ पे एक लोग वाले सहयोग किया। और वहाँ का जितना सिक्योरिटी है ना, सभी सिक्योरिटी वहाँ पे जुड़ गया, एक जगह चला आया, उसको पकड़ा गया, सभी लोग मिलके।
दो मामले सामने आए हैं, एक लोकसभा के भीतर और एक सदन के बाहर। तो आप लोगों को क्या जानकारी मिली है? दोनों क्या आपस में मिले हुए थे, प्लान करके वहां पर पहुंचे हुए थे, या अलग अलग मामला है? आप लोगों को क्या जानकारी मिली है अब तक?
अभी तक मुझे तो कुछ जानकारी नहीं मिला। एक्चुअली मैं वहां से अभी जो मैं इतना डर लगा ना, इसीलिए मैं इधर आ गया अपने रूम पे।
जी
मैं बोल रहा था, इसीलिए मैं स्पीच दे रहा था उसी टाइम में।
इस लड़के के निशाने पर कौन था? तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी ये नारा लगाते हुए आगे की तरफ जब कूदा, तो क्या किसी सांसद को टारगेट करना चाहता था, या आपकी स्पीच चल रही थी, क्या आपको टारगेट करना चाह रहा? क्या उद्देश्य इसका समझ में आया?
मुझे एक्चुअली अभी तक मुझे पता नहीं क्या टारगेट था उसका, लेकिन कूद के इधर ही जा रहा था। जो ये सिक्योरिटी लोग, वो लोग पकड़ने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा था उसको, लेकिन वो लोग बहुत ही जबरदस्त इधर उधर दौड़ के वो कूद रहा था, इसे कर रहा था।
अब ये कहाँ का रहने वाला है, इस बारे में कोई जानकारी मिल पाई है आपको?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं, जानकारी नहीं है।
इस बारे में अभी कोई जानकारी नहीं है। आपका बहुत शुक्रिया खगेन मुर्मू जी, आज तक से जुड़ने के लिए। बीजेपी के सांसद को आप सुन रहे थे, उन्हीं की जब
Okay, you heard from Khageen Murmu, is a member of parliament who was in fact speaking, and he in fact was the MP who then stopped and turned behind to look at what really happened. I will put out that video also. Khageen Murmu was speaking in 0 hour when this chaos started. Then he stops, he has papers in his hands, he turns behind, tries to see what's really going on, given that MPs obviously panicked at that point in time. Remember, this comes on a day that we're commemorating the 22nd anniversary of the horrific parliament attacks on the 13th of December 2001. These are pictures, in fact, that are coming in from Vijay Chowk, where the woman who goes by the name of Neelam, along with another man, was detained. Then also you see pictures of that colorful yellow gas is what most MPs are talking about, how the chamber then got filled with this yellow smoke that we saw. And that video that Sunset TV in fact has put out, and we have details of what really happened there. One man who goes by the name of Sagar has been detained and is being questioned. Now, we don't really know just yet what the motive behind this. However, it's a huge breach of security. MPs have in fact given eyewitness accounts as to what they saw. There was chaos, then he jumped from one desk to the other. As you see, MPs try to get hold of him, catch hold of him, but they can't.
अश्विनी जी का अभी ला रहा हूँ, पहले अभी हरदीप पुरी जी का निपटा, अश्विनी जी का भी लाया नहीं है। हाँ, अब हो गया, मैंने कहा।
All right, India today has accessed the visitor pass of the intruder, and what we are learning is as follows. We'll be getting in the details of this in a moment from now, but the visitor's pass is with us. Details of how this visitor's pass was issued, but this essentially is a protocol when any person who wishes in fact to be a visitor in Parliament, wants to visit Parliament, usually gets a signature and has to get a signature from a sitting member of Parliament. This time around we have the pass with us and we'll put that out. Sagar Sharma is the name of the person who's responsible for the breach, and the MP is BJP's Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha. In fact, he had given in his signature to Sagar Sharma's pass.
टूट के पड़े, उसे जकड़ लिया और उसकी पिटाई शुरू करी। तो उधर पीटना शुरू कर रहे थे सारे एमपी, 6-7 मैं भी, और तुरंत एकदम से उसने कोई चीज खोली, चिंगारी सी उठी थी जूते में से निकाल करके, और वो गैस और पूरा धुआं ऐसा हो गया कि जो अंदर भी थे वो मुंह ढक के रुमाल लग करके सब बाहर को भागने लगे। इतने में सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आ गए, पर जब वो कूदा था तो एक लेडी थी सिक्योरिटी की जो डॉक्यूमेंट ले करते हैं टेबल पे, या तो उसके ऊपर कूदा, तो जैसे बाहर को निकल रहे थे तो वो बहुत बुरी तरीके से रो रही थी आंसुओं से, और वो शायद बेहोश हो गई थी। कहती मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं चला, बहुत जोर से रो रही थी वो।
आखिर वो क्या कह रहे थे जब वो जंप किए, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने पकड़ा तो वो क्या कह रहे थे, कुछ बात रख रहे थे, क्या कह रहे थे?
देखिए सिंगल साहब, बात ये है, अभी तो हम सोच रहे हैं, जब तक उस दिमाग में ये था कि आज कैसे बचेंगे, या तो इन्हें मारें या कैसे बचें कैसे, और इन्हें पकड़ लो जिससे वेपन ना चला पाए, तो उस समय तो दिमाग में कुछ आया नहीं, बस केवल तानाशाही सब समझ में आ रही थी, तो तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह से कुछ आ रहा था, और ज्यादा कुछ।
कौन लोग थे, कहाँ से आए थे, किनके थ्रू आए थे, क्या, क्योंकि बड़ी लैप्स है आपने?
तो जब वो बाहर उससे लेके आए सिक्योरिटी वालों को, तो हम भी साथ आए, तो जो उनकी तलाशी ली और तलाशी में जो पास देखा और उनका जो नाम देखा, तो एक का नाम तो सागर था और किसी साउथ के एमपी की रिकमेंडेशन थी उस पे, इतना ही केवल जानकारी में आया। पर सिक्योरिटी वालों ने भी पीटे तो बहुत ही थे, वो हाथ पैर तो पूरी तरह तोड़ ही दिए थे उनके।
बिल्कुल चित्रा, इनसे बात जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन जितेंद्र बहादुर हमारे सहयोगी साथ हैं। चित्रा, मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ, 2001 में, आज 13 दिसंबर की, आज ही के दिन 2001 में पार्लियामेंट पे अटैक हुआ था, हम लोगों ने सब देखा है, कवर किया उस टाइम।
Okay, in fact, there was Maluk Nagar, BSP MP there, talking about what really happened after those men. One has been identified as Sagar Sharma, and you see that visitors pass to Lok Sabha visitors public gallery on your screens right now.
हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहां पे, सर क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ थोड़ा समझाइए, और जो लोग थे, 2 लोग वहां पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जंप किया, जंप करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था, जब पकड़ते पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको, उसके बाद में
जो प्रदर्शनकारी था जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की, तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं, लेकिन राइट साइड में जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद मैं 2 नंबर पे था, हाँ 2 नंबर है ना, 2 नंबर पे था, पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था, उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी वहां से उसने जंप किया था, ये जंप करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो कुछ ऐसे, तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जंप किया वहाँ, फिर दोनों ने 2 लोग थे जंप करने वाले, 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद, ये जब कूदा पानी हंगामा शुरू हुआ?
सब डरा होना चाहिए, तो हो गया था, सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ,
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया।
फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब यह केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदाफानी हुई वहां पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते, आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए। फिर बाकी लोगों को सुबह एक एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बाहर निकलो, फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
तो ये अर्जुन कीड़े थे, ये जो ऑडियंस गैलरी था, जो दर्शक दीर्घा होता है संसद के अंदर, वहां मौजूद थे और बता रहे हैं कि आखिरकार किस तरह से पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ। पहले एक व्यक्ति कूदता है लोकसभा के फ्लोर के अंदर, फिर दूसरा व्यक्ति कूदता है और उसके बाद अफरा तफरी मच जाती है। और खास तौर पे जिस तरह से फ्यूम निकला, उस फ्यूम की वजह से भी कहीं ना कहीं डर का माहौल था। ये खुद अर्जुन बता रहे हैं, जो अंदर मौजूद थे। उनका ये भी दावा है कि किसी ने भी दर्शक दीर्घा से कोशिश नहीं की, गैलरी से कोशिश नहीं की कि इन दो जो अभी तक जिनके बारे में प्रोटेस्टर कहा जा रहा है उनको रोकने की कोशिश की जाए। नीचे जब वो फ्लोर पे पहुंचे तो जो सांसद थे उन्होंने इनको पकड़ा था। अहम बात ये है कि पूरे हंगामा, जब ये पूरा हंगामा अंदर संसद के अंदर हो रहा था तो उसी वक्त संसद के ठीक बाहर दो और प्रदर्शनकारी उसी रूपरेखा का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, मॉडस ऑपरेंडी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए आते हैं, पटाखा फोड़ते हैं और उससे फ्यूम निकलता है, पीले कलर का फ्यूम निकलता है और उसका निशान अभी भी आपको दिखाई देगा। ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन के ठीक सामने इस तरह का निशान आपको दिखाई देगा। तो यानी कि संसद के अंदर और संसद के ठीक बाहर सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला 22वीं सालगिरह है जो पार्लियामेंट पे अटैक हुआ था उस पे। और आप समझिए कि कितनी बड़ी सुरक्षा में चूक है। ये वही दरवाजा है असल में ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन का जहां से सांसद आमतौर पे अंदर जाते हैं, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जाते हैं, सिक्योरिटी चेक इन होती है और वहां पे इस तरह का हंगामा हुआ। अंदर के बाहर एक ही समय पे
We'll just in fact go back to Amit in a moment from now, going straight to Himanshu Mishra who's joining us on the Parliament Street Police Station right now. Himanshu, क्या details है आपके पास? जिन्हें अरेस्ट किया गया है उन्हें पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट पुलिस स्टेशन ले आया गया है?
बिल्कुल, अनमोल और नीलम दोनों लोगों को आप देखिए, ये जो पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन आप देख रहे हैं इसका गेट अब बंद कर दिया गया है, बाहर बैरिकेडिंग कर दी गई है दोनों को यहीं पर। क्योंकि देखिए दो इंसिडेंट था, एक पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और एक पार्लियामेंट के बाहर। जो बाहर अनमोल और नीलम मौजूद थे जिन्होंने होली में जो यूज करते हैं कलर वाला पटाखा आप जिसे कहते हैं, हालांकि इसमें आवाज नहीं होती लेकिन इसमें कलर इसमें से धुआं निकलता है। तो ऐसे कंडीशन में आदमी परेशान हो जाता है, चौंक जाता है कि आखिर इसमें से है क्या। तो दो इंसिडेंट हुए थे, जो बाहर हुआ था वहां से अनमोल और नीलम उन्हें डिटेन किया गया है, अंदर आईबी की टीम मौजूद है जिनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। और दूसरा जो दो लोग अंदर जो दर्शक दीर्घा से पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जो कूदे थे उनके साथ अंदर ही पूछताछ की जा रही है। आगे अरविंद अब क्या रूट लिया जाएगा, कैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ाएगी?
देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं बता दूं कि ये जो नीलम है ये हरियाणा हिसार की रहने वाली है और दूसरा अमोल शिंदे है, ये महाराष्ट्र का रहने वाला है। दोनों अलग अलग स्टेट के रहने वाले हैं। जाहिर सी बात है ये किसी चीज के लिए काम करते होंगे तभी डिफरेंट स्टेट से एक साथ ये एसोसिएट है। नंबर एक, अभी पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट में अंदर उनसे पूछताछ करी है लोकल पुलिस और आईबी की टीम, उसके अलावा स्पेशल सेल की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंच रही है। अंदर की अगर बात करें तो अंदर भी जो इंसिडेंट में शामिल है, ऐसा लगता है कि अंदर और बाहर वाले जो लोग हैं वो एक ही लोग हैं। एक ही
नारे भी एक थे, कलर भी एक,
नारा भी एक है, कलर भी एक है। अंदर की बात की जाए तो अंदर जो लोग हैं वो अभी फिलहाल अंदर ही हैं, लोकल पुलिस के हवाले उनको नहीं किया गया है। स्पेशल सेल की टीम वहां अंदर है, इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो की टीम है, इसके अलावा सेंट्रल एजेंसीज की टीम भी अंदर है। लेकिन सिक्योरिटी ब्रिज काफी बड़ा है। जिस भी सहारे जिसको भी अंदर दाखिल करना है, हंगामा करना है, वो तो कोई ना कोई एक जरिया अपनाएंगे, चाहे किसी एमपी का पास ले या किसी का ही पास ले। लेकिन जो सुरक्षा कर्मी है वो क्या कर रहे थे, क्योंकि आपको ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि आज 13 दिसंबर है और 13 दिसंबर 2001 को ही सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच करते हुए पार्लियामेंट में बड़ा आतंकी हमला हुआ था। तो सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच जरूर है, इस पे आने वाले दिनों में इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी। लेकिन फिलहाल जो एजेंसीज है उनका पूरा फोकस इस बात पर है कि ये लोग कौन है। बाहर वालों को तो हिरासत में लिया गया है, जो अंदर लोग मौजूद हैं उनको अंदर ही हिरासत में लिया गया। एजेंसी उनसे पूछताछ करेगी। बहुत मुमकिन है कि जो केस है वो एंटी टेरर यूनिट स्पेशल सेल के लिए हवाले किया जाए। लेकिन बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच तो ये जरूर है हिमांशु।
बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच, क्योंकि देखिए जिस तरीके के अंदर जो सांसद थे उनका कहना था कि जो शख्स दर्शक दीर्घा से कूदा था उसने अपने जूते के अंदर से जो वो कलर होली में जो इस्तेमाल होता है जो कलर का पटाखा वो उसने निकाला, और चूंकि जिस जगह पर उसने उसका इस्तेमाल किया अचानक से जब कलर उसमें से निकलने लगा तो लोगों को ये समझ में नहीं आया कि ये क्या है, कहीं इसमें कोई केमिकल तो नहीं है, आखिर किस तरीके की चीज इसके पास है, और ये वजह थी घबराहट की। अब देखिए दोनों की टाइमिंग एक थी। अब सबसे पहले तो ये जो चारों लोग हैं, जो 2 अंदर डिटेन है और 2 जो यहाँ डिटेन है, इनके आपस में रिलेशन क्या है, किसी संगठन से जुड़े हुए हैं, नंबर 1 ये जानने की कोशिश की जाएगी। और दूसरी चीज, जो इनके नारे थे जो अब तक जो बाहर लगे थे वो जनरिक से थे, इनका अपना उद्देश्य क्या था, क्यों इस तरीके की घटना इन्होंने की, ये समझने की कोशिश लगातार एजेंसीज जो तमाम हैं, जो एलीट एजेंसीज हैं, वो लगातार इन चारों से समझने की और पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। जी
तो और जो बाकी जो 2 लोग हैं, जैसे कि अरविंद ने कहा कि एक हरियाणा से है और ये जाहिर है कि ये 2 अलग स्टेट से है, ये कोई संगठन के साथ शायद जुड़े हुए हैं, और कोई डिटेल्स बता सकते हैं? सागर शर्मा जिसका नाम आइडेंटिफाई, वो पास भी हमारे पास है, ये विजिटर्स पास है जिसमें बीजेपी एमपी मैसूरू से जो है प्रताप सिम्हा उनका सिग्नेचर है, इनके बारे में कोई डिटेल्स कुछ भी शेयर कर सकते हैं? हिमांशु बने रहिए हमारे साथ। इनफैक्ट वी आर गोइंग टू गो ब्रीफली टू आवर सिस्टर चैनल आज तक। इनफैक्ट डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला इज स्पीकिंग टू आज तक। लेट्स टेक अ लिसन।
होम मिनिस्ट्री को पूरा इसकी तरफ देखना चाहिए जल्दी से जल्द, क्योंकि इसमें हर एक को खतरा है और खासकर प्रधानमंत्री को भी खतरा है
जी,
और इसको बहुत गंभीर तरीके से देखना पड़ेगा।
आपने
मैं तो
अपनी
अपनी तरफ
आंखों
से
से क्या
अपील करता
देखा?
हूँ कि ये होना नहीं चाहिए।
बिल्कुल,
कैसे हुआ?
बिल्कुल
कैसे हुआ? नई पार्लियामेंट है सारा, और इतना वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी है, ये कैसे हुआ ये देखना जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है।
आपने अपनी आंखों से क्या देखा? सुरक्षा में चूक का बहुत बड़ा मामला आप बता रहे हैं इसको।
बहुत साहब ये मत पूछिए, बस ये बात लिखिए कि ये देखिए कि साहब नई पार्लियामेंट में ऐसा हो, ये बहुत गंभीर है। बस
आज ही संसद पर आतंकी हमले की 12वीं बरसी भी है, और उस समय अगर
Okay, there was Dr. Farooq Abdullah talking about the security lapse. Then on your screen, you see the visitors pass of Sagar Sharma, who is in fact that man wearing that jacket who jumped from one desk to the other before he was detained by the security right there, before he was nabbed instantly almost, is what MPs are telling us, by the security right there. That approval for his pass, essentially, as protocol comes from members of parliament, and this one was from BJP's Pratap Simha. Himanshu, in fact, continues to be with us on the Parliament Street Police Station, where the 2 accused, one male and a female, in fact, that lady who goes by the name of Neelam Kaur, has been detained and has been taken to the Parliament Street Police Station. हिमांशु, आपसे पूछ रही थी कि सागर के अलावा जो एक दूसरा व्यक्ति अरेस्ट हो गया है, डिटेन हो गया है, जो कि लोकसभा के भीतर था, उसकी आइडेंटिटी के बारे में क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए लगातार पूछताछ कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब दो घटनाएं हुई जो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर हुई, जहां पे जो एमपी के पास पे उन्होंने बकायदा विजिटर गैलरी में वो एंट्री करके गए हुए थे, तो पूरा जो सिक्योरिटी है वो पूरा सीसीटीवी चेन निकाला गया। अब इस सीसीटीवी के जरिए उन्हें सबसे पहले तो ये पता लगा कि किस गेट से गए, तो वहां पर एंट्री भी होती है, मैनुअल एंट्री भी कुछ जगहों पर होती है, तो सॉरी, तो वहां से पूरा डिटेल निकाला गया, तब इनका डिटेल निकला। अब इसे वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है, जो भी जानकारी, क्योंकि जो भी पार्लियामेंट में विजिटर गैलरी तक भी जाता है तो उसके जो आधार कार्ड की डिटेल है, ये सारी चीजें भी उनको देनी पड़ती हैं, तो वो सारी चीजें अब इनके पास है। अब सबसे पहली जो चीज है
हिमांशु, इनफैक्ट बने रहिए हमारे साथ। We'll just keep coming back to you for more on that. Himanshu Mishra reporting relentlessly on that story that continues to be our top focus. This is a huge security breach to Parliament, essentially intruded by 2 people. Inside Parliament, these are pictures from Lok Sabha. There was chaos outside as well, where the protesters, 2 of them who've been detained, were at outside Parliament at Vijay Chowk, and where they used these colorful gas as is being described. Big questions remain. How did this breach really happen? What was the security doing? That's a top focus story right here, which continues on the other side.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards from Best English News Channel India Today TV to Best Hindi News Channel Aaj Tak and the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti Exemplary Leadership.
ये गर्व का मौका है कि मेरे नारी शक्ति के समर्थन और संकल्प को इस मंच ने और ताकत दी है। लंबे वक्त से बहुत से लोग ये बताते रहे कि एक आदमी की सफलता के पीछे एक औरत का हाथ होता है। अब वक्त बदला है। हर सफलता खुद हासिल करने के लिए हम सब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की नींव आत्मनिर्भर नारी शक्ति ही बनेगी। एक नई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इस सम्मान के साथ मुझे मिली है। मैं इसे अपनी पूरी कमिटमेंट से निभाऊंगी।
Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
Says the visitor part of the Intruder. And what we are learning is as follows. We'll be getting into the details of this in a moment from now. But the visitor's pass is with us. Details of how this visitor's pass is issued, but this essentially is a protocol when any person who wishes in fact to be a visitor in Parliament, wants to visit Parliament, usually gets a signature and has to get a signature from a sitting member of Parliament. This time around we have the pass with us and we'll put that out. Sagar Sharma is the name of the person who's responsible for the breach, and the MP is BJP's Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha. In fact, he had given him his signature to Sagar Sharma's pass.
टूट के पड़े उसे जकड़ लिया और उसकी पिटाई शुरू करी। तो उधर पीटना शुरू कर रहे थे सारे एमपी 6-7, मैं भी, और तुरंत एकदम से उसने कोई चीज खोली, चिंगारी सी उठी थी जूते में से निकाल करके, और वो गैस और पूरा धुआं ऐसा हो गया कि जो अंदर भी थे वो मुंह ढक के रुमाल लग करके सब बाहर को भागने लगे। इतने में सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आ गए। और जब वो कूदा था तो एक लेडी थी सिक्योरिटी की जो डॉक्यूमेंट ले करते हैं टेबल पर, या तो उसके ऊपर कूदा, तो जैसे बाहर को निकल रहे थे तो वो बहुत बुरी तरीके से रो रही थी आंसुओं से, वो शायद बेहोश हो गई थी, क्योंकि मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं चला, बहुत जोर जोर से रो रही थी।
क्या कह रहे थे जब वो जंप किए, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने पकड़ा तो क्या कह रहे थे, कुछ बात रख रहे थे, क्या कह रहे थे?
ये सिविल साहब बात ये है, अभी तो हम सोच रहे हैं जब तक उस दिमाग में ये था कि आज कैसे बचेंगे, या तो इन्हें मारे या कैसे बचें, कैसे और इन्हें पकड़ लो जिससे वेपन ना चला पाए। तो उस समय तो दिमाग में कुछ आया नहीं, बस केवल तानाशाही सब समझ में आ रही थी, तो तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह से कुछ आ रहा था। और ज्यादा
कौन लोग थे, कहाँ से आए थे, किनके थ्रू आए थे, क्या बड़ी लैप्स है?
तो जब वो बाहर उससे लेके आए सिक्योरिटी वालों को, तो हम भी साथ आए, तो जो उनकी तलाशी ली और तलाशी में जो पास देखा और उनका जो नाम देखा, तो एक का नाम तो सागर था और किसी साउथ के एमपी की रिकमेंडेशन थी उस पे, इतना ही केवल जानकारी में आया। और सिक्योरिटी वालों ने भी पीटे तो बहुत ही थे, तो हाथ पैर तो पूरी तरह तोड़ ही दिए थे।
चित्रा, इनसे बात जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन जितेंद्र बहादुर हमारे सहयोगी साथ हैं। चित्रा, मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ, 2001 में, आज 13 दिसंबर की, आज ही के दिन 2001 में पार्लियामेंट पे अटैक हुआ था, हम लोगों ने सब देखा।
मुझे बहुत बड़ी
before he became part of Madhya Pradesh government with Shivraj Singh Chauhan as Chief Minister. To Lok Sabha
At the turn of the century, Dr. Mohan Yadav gradually became a regular feature in different capacities in Madhya Pradesh BJP.
rising from local politics,
जो
Philly got
गैलरी
his
में
first
खड़े थे
ticket
वहाँ
to
पे सर,
contest from
क्या
Ujjain
घटनाक्रम
South
हुआ
in
थोड़ा सा बताइए,
2013.
और जो लोग थे,
Till
दो
date,
लोग
he
वहाँ पे
remains the
प्रोटेस्टर थे,
undefeated
किस तरह की
MLA
नारेबाजी
from his
एक्चुअली
constituency.
नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जम किया, जम करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था। जब पकड़ते पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको। उसके बाद में
प्रदर्शनकारी था, जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं, लेकिन राइट साइड में जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद में 2 नंबर पे था, 2 नंबर पे था, तो पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था। उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी, वहां से उसने जंप किया था। ये जंप करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो कुछ ऐसे, तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जंप किया हुआ। फिर दोनों ने, 2 लोग थे जंप करने वाले, 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद? ये जब
सब डरावना चाहिए तो हो गया था, सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ।
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया।
फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब ये केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदाफानी हुई वहां पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते? आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए। फिर बाकी लोगों को सुबह एक एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बाहर निकलो, फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
तो ये अर्जुन कीड़े थे, ये जो ऑडियंस गैलरी था, जो दर्शक दीर्घा होता है संसद के अंदर, वहां मौजूद थे और बता रहे हैं कि आखिरकार किस तरह से पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ। पहले एक व्यक्ति कूदता है लोकसभा के फ्लोर के अंदर, फिर दूसरा व्यक्ति कूदता है और इसके बाद अफरा तफरी मच जाती है। और खास तौर पे जिस तरह से फ्यूम निकला, उस फ्यूम की वजह से भी कहीं ना कहीं डर का माहौल था। ये खुद अर्जुन बता रहे हैं, जो अंदर मौजूद थे। उनका ये भी दावा है कि किसी ने भी दर्शक दीर्घा से कोशिश नहीं की, गैलरी से कोशिश नहीं की कि इन 2 जो अभी तक जिनके बारे में प्रोटेस्टर कहा जा रहा है, उनको रोकने की कोशिश की जाए। नीचे जब वो फ्लोर पे पहुंचे तो जो सांसद थे उन्होंने इनको पकड़ा था। अहम बात यह है कि पूरे हंगामा, जब ये पूरा हंगामा अंदर संसद के अंदर हो रहा था, तो उसी वक्त संसद के ठीक बाहर 2 और प्रदर्शनकारी उसी रूपरेखा का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, मॉडस ऑपरेंडी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए आते हैं, पटाखा फोड़ते हैं और उससे फ्यूम निकलता है, पीले कलर का फ्यूम निकलता है और उसका निशान अभी भी आपको दिखाई देगा। ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन के ठीक सामने इस तरह का निशान आपको दिखाई देगा। तो यानी कि संसद के अंदर और संसद के ठीक बाहर सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला 22वीं सालगिरह है जो पार्लियामेंट पे अटैक हुआ था उस पे। और आप समझिए कि कितनी बड़ी सुरक्षा में चूक है। ये वही दरवाजा है असल में ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन का, जहां से सांसद आमतौर पे अंदर जाते हैं, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जाते हैं, सिक्योरिटी चेक इन होती है और वहां पे इस तरह का हंगामा हुआ। सबके अंदर, सबके बाहर एक ही समय पे
We'll just in fact go back to Amit in a moment from now, going straight to Himanshu Mishra, who's joining us on the Parliament Street Police Station right now. Himanshu, क्या details है आपके पास? जिन्हें अरेस्ट किया गया है उन्हें पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट पुलिस स्टेशन ले आया गया है?
बिल्कुल, अनमोल और नीलम दोनों लोगों को आप देखिए, ये जो पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन आप देख रहे हैं, इसका गेट अब बंद कर दिया गया है, बाहर बैरिकेटिंग कर दी गई है दोनों को यहीं पर। क्योंकि देखिए 2 इंसिडेंट था, एक पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और एक पार्लियामेंट के बाहर। जो बाहर अनमोल और नीलम मौजूद थे, जिन्होंने होली में जो यूज करते हैं कलर वाला पटाखा आप जिसे कहते हैं, हालांकि इसमें आवाज नहीं होती लेकिन इसमें कलर इसमें से धुआं निकलता है। तो ऐसे कंडीशन में आदमी परेशान हो जाता है, चौंक जाता है कि आखिर इसमें से है क्या। तो 2 इंसिडेंट हुए थे, जो बाहर हुआ था वहां से अनमोल और नीलम उन्हें डिटेन किया गया है। अंदर आईबी की टीम मौजूद है जिनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। और दूसरा, जो 2 लोग अंदर जो दर्शक दीर्घा से पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जो कूदे थे, उनके साथ अंदर ही पूछताछ की जा रही है। आगे अरविंद अब क्या रूट लिया जाएगा, कैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ाएगी?
देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं बता दूं कि ये जो नीलम है ये हरियाणा हिसार की रहने वाली है। और दूसरा,
There's been a massive security breach in Parliament and a security breach outside Parliament, and we're showing you images. This happens on a day when Pakistani terrorists had attacked the Indian Parliament in 2001 on the 13th of December. Now that anniversary was being observed, and yet, despite a threat to Indian Parliament, a threat that was issued by Khalistani terrorists and terror supporters. There was a massive security breach. The information that we have at this point of time: 2 men jumped from the visitors gallery, jumped into the well of the house. The intruders then jumped from bench to bench. Watch those images. This is the temple of Indian democracy that's being desecrated. This is how the temple of Indian democracy was desecrated. And these men then pulled out smoke canisters. How did they manage to take smoke canisters inside the parliament building? If you and I go there, we are frisked. We are repeatedly frisked and checked. There are metal detectors. Apart from metal detectors, there is physical scanning that takes place. Physical frisking takes place, and yet these men managed to enter that parliament with smoke canisters. Watch, one of these intruders wearing a dark blue shirt. Then he leans across these desks. This is where our honorable lawmakers sit. This is where the destiny of our country is actually decided. Laws are made, laws are debated, and this is where these 2 men went from table to table before they were finally overpowered. Now, and they kept spraying some yellow-colored smoke. Watch those images. Finally, they were overpowered by the lawmakers and, of course, the security detail there, the watch and ward staff of the parliament. They were detained after this chaos in parliament. India Today, of course, has managed to access one of these intruders. His name there, watch that on your television screen very carefully. His name is Sagar Sharma. You see his entry pass, and this shows that this entry pass was issued by BJP MP Pratap Simha. Lok Sabha, of course, has resumed. Speaker Om Birla, he's pledged that this matter would be investigated and all lawmakers on the floor of the House will be told what exactly transpired. The nation will be briefed. Opposition MPs say initially they thought that somebody had fallen from the visitors gallery, only to realize that this was an attack in a way. Look at this desecration of the temple of Indian democracy. This is one instance. There are images that we are showing you of what happened inside parliament. We're also showing you images of what happened outside the parliament building, which means there was coordination. It was planned. The smoke canisters that the 2 men were carrying inside, similar smoke canisters were used by 2 people who've now been detained even outside. I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Amit Bharadwaj joining us for more on the story. Amit, what more do we know of these intruders and their motive?
Gaurav, if you can hear me, I was the only reporter who managed to get these 2 intruders, protesters, if we can call them now, outside the parliament complex. Now, what happened? I was standing right here at the Transport Bhavan, and suddenly what we witnessed on the other side of the Transport Bhavan, from where the MPs enter the parliament complex, 1 woman and 1 man, these 2 started raising slogans, and suddenly they started bursting color crackers, and smog or yellow color and red color, smog started to come out of the crackers which were burst outside the parliament complex. And immediately you had Delhi police personnel rushing to the spot to overpower them. I managed to also speak to Neelam, who was detained by the Delhi police. She spoke on camera. She identified herself as Neelam, and I asked her whether she belonged to a specific organization, to which she said, "No, I don't belong to any organization," but she kept on repeating 3 slogans, Gaurav: Bharat Mata ki Jai, Jai Bhim, as well as Tanashahi Nahi Chalegi. When I asked her what is the motive of this protest, she continued to say that our rights are being curbed in this parliament, and that is why we are protesting. And again, similar line of slogans were being raised by her. Jai Bhim Tanasahi nahi chalegi. What is very important to note out here that while we thought that this is a a standstill protest happening outside the parliament, major security lapse outside the parliament on the 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack, a similar kind of attack, a major security lapse happened even inside the parliament, inside the Lok Sabha, where you had two individuals trying to jump inside the floor of the house, managed to jump inside the floor of the house, and their line of action was similar to which happened outside the parliament as well. So clear major security lapse, Gaurav, on the day of 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack.
What more do we know? Is there any information about this woman Neelam, the man who was with her, and the two men who jumped from table to table and jumped down from the visitors gallery? What more do we know of those intruders? Any word from the BJP or any word from Parliament watch and ward stuff? How did they have a pass cleared in the name of BJP MP Pratap Simha?
Well, Gaurav, all these angles will be investigated properly, thoroughly by the Parliament Committee, by the Speaker's office, as well as along with the security forces who are responsible for security of the Parliament. What usually happens, for our viewers' understanding, anybody who wants to visit the Parliament put in a request with the MP of their constituency, or for that matter, any MP. And after verifying their details, the MPs usually do provide passes for the visitors gallery. But normally what we see is that the member of the Parliament do maintain some sort of check from their side as well. They do check the identity cards, the Aadhaar card, and verify the details which have been submitted by these individuals. And after that, for a matter of fact, as to how strict is the security protocol inside and outside the Parliament when you enter the Parliament. The question is as to how did they manage to, carry those color canisters inside the Parliament, and how did they manage to even jump inside the floor of the House? Gaurav.
Is there any word from the Delhi police? Is there any word from Parliament security? Because when any individual enters the Parliament, there is a metal detector. Then there are those personnel with their detection kits. They actually frisk you, they scan you. Then there is physical frisking of every individual. So there are 3 layers of security checks before you're permitted in. How did these individuals manage to get in? Those smoke spray canisters hidden in their shoe. Who was complicit?
True, but this is a big question, rather the biggest question in front of us right now, and even for the security forces. We know for a matter of fact that even when any individual who carries a valid visitor gallery request or a pass or letter from the MP, what happens is you come to the reception of the Parliament, then your proper security checking is done, and second layer of security checking is done, and eventually if you're going to the visitor gallery, even at that point in time, proper security check-in is done. So after 3 layers of security checking, how did they manage to carry something which is not permissible inside the Parliament complex? Number one. Number two, why there were no efforts being made when these two individuals were trying to jump into the floor of the House? I did speak to an eyewitness as well, Gaurav. He said that, when these two individuals were trying to jump, nobody tried to stop them from the gallery either. And they managed to jump inside the, on the floor of the House, and they were jumping on the desk. And that was at that point in time when the MPs, quickly held them. But the kind of panic which started after those yellow fumes came out is something to note of. And in fact, Gaurav, the Delhi police has also shared initial information about the 2 individuals who were detained outside the Parliament complex. As we were saying, that Neelam is the name of the woman, protester who was detained from outside the Parliament. That identity has been confirmed by Delhi police as well. The second individual is, we are being told, is from Maharashtra. So the motive is being ascertained. The Delhi police will obviously have a thorough questioning.
Stay with me. Stay with me for a moment. So the name of that second individual, we are told, is Anmol Shinde, who's from Latur in Maharashtra. He's supposed to be 25 years old. Now those 3 images that you see on your television screen, multiple images now we are putting out on your television screen, is how the temple of Indian democracy was desecrated by these elements. That's one point. Do keep in mind, 13th of December 2001 is when terrorists had attacked the Indian Parliament. I had covered that Parliament attack. A lot of security was put into place. In fact, honorable lawmakers had studied how parliaments across the world were being secured, and the best possible security, the most expensive security equipment was brought in to secure the temple of Indian democracy. And is this how the temple of Indian democracy is being secured? We are getting a lot of reactions. Let's listen in.
वो कूदा, उसने फिर वो जूता खोलने की कोशिश की, उसमें से कुछ निकाला, एक ने वो पिट करके वो धुआं निकल रहा था उसमें से। इन द मीन टाइम जो हमारे सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं, उन्होंने तत्परता के साथ दोनों को काबू में कर लिया और अब जांच होगी, पता चलेगा क्या फैक्ट्स हैं।
अर्जुन टीडा जी हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहां पे, सर क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ थोड़ा समझाइए, और जो लोग थे, 2 लोग वहां पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ में नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जम किया, जम करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दैट्स कमिंग इन, बोथ द पार्लियामेंट इंट्रूडर्स हैव बीन identified. This is information that's coming in from the Delhi police. Both the parliament intruders have now been positively identified. What we're also being told is that the Deputy Commissioner of Police Special Cell of the Delhi Police, and this is a wing that actually investigates terrorism and counter-terrorism cases, they have also reached the Mandir Marg police station, and DCP Special Cell is there. We are also told that the Special Commissioner will be arriving very shortly. They will be interrogating these 2 individuals, the 2 individuals who've been detained from inside the Parliament building and those detained outside the Parliament building. Was this a coordinated? Is this a protest? Is there a bigger message being sent out? Do remember, 13 December 2001, our Parliament was attacked by Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. After that, a lot of security was put in place. But very recently, you had that Khalistani terrorist in the United States of America, that lawyer and Khalistan terror supporter, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. He's been constantly threatening to target the Indian Parliament. The Indian consulate in San Francisco, there's been an arson attack. Indian missions have been targeted in the United Kingdom. Is there a coordinated attack? These are questions that we are asking at this point of time. Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. Manoranjan is from Mysuru, is an engineering student. That's the information that we have at this point of time. So Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan are the 2 intruders in Parliament. They had Pratap Simha, BJP MP, a pass issued in the name of Pratap Simha. Manoranjan is an engineering student. That's the information that we have at this point of time. These are the 2 individuals who are inside the Parliament. The 2 individuals outside the Parliament have also been identified as Neelam and Anmol Shinde. That's the information that we have so far. So is there a link between Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan and Neelam and Anmol Shinde, the 4 individuals who've now been taken into custody? According to preliminary investigation and information, identical smoke canisters were carried by the 2 individuals inside Parliament and the individuals outside Parliament. Were they procured from the same place? Were they procured by the same people? What was the motive? Neelam apparently was chanting slogans to the effect of Tanashahi nahi chalegi, words to the effect down with dictatorship and Jai Bhim. We're still waiting to know more from the Delhi police. Their initial teams are only getting in there to question. Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan are the 2 individuals who are people who are currently being interrogated. Engineering students in Mysuru. That's the information that is also coming in. And The question that arises here is, how is it that these people were able to breach Parliament security and carry smoke canisters inside the Parliament building? Because you're frisked at every level. You're frisked when you enter the Parliament complex. You're frisked when you get your pass and then move towards the Parliament building. You're once again frisked when you enter the Parliament building. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Arvind Ojha, who joins us from outside the Parliament Street police station. This is where the accused have been taken. Arvind, ये जो चारों accused हैं इस मामले में, इनके बारे में और क्या जानकारी है? कौन है सागर शर्मा, कौन है मनोरंजन, कौन है नीलम, कौन है अनमोल शिंदे? क्या ये इनके असल नाम है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल देखिए, जो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जो हंगामा हुआ है गौरव, उस मामले में जो सागर शर्मा है उसका नाम सामने आ रहा है। दूसरा जो अक्यूज्ड अब जिसको बताया जा रहा है वो मनोरंजन है, जो कि बी कंप्यूटर मैसूर विवेकानंद यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर से पास आउट है। अब देखिए इसमें मैसूर का कनेक्शन भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि ये बताया जा रहा है कि किसी मैसूर के सांसद का पास लेकर वो अंदर दाखिल हुए थे। तो जो अंदर हंगामा जिन्होंने किया उनके नाम सागर शर्मा और मनोरंजन है, जबकि दो जो बाहर जिन्होंने हंगामा किया है, पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन आप देख पा रहे हैं, यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है, जिसमें अमोल एक का नाम है जो महाराष्ट्र का रहने वाला है, नीलम हरियाणा के हिसार के रहने वाली है। स्पेशल सेल के डीसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर के अलावा कई स्पेशल सेल के ऑफिसर और आईबी के लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए पूछताछ की जा रही है लगातार इनसे। लेकिन जिस तरीके का पैटर्न इन्होंने यूज किया है, चाहे बाहर चाहे अंदर, इससे ये साफ लगता है कि ये चारों लोग, चाहे अंदर जो दो डिटेन हुए हैं और चाहे बाहर दो डिटेन हुए हैं, चारों लोग एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है। वजह है बाहर में भी जो कलर वाला जो क्रैकर्स है वो यूज किया गया है, अंदर भी कलर वाला जो क्रैकर है वो यूज किया गया है। अब ये कौन लोग हैं, इनका मकसद क्या है, यही जानने के लिए स्पेशल सेल की टीम जो पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन है, लगातार अगर यहाँ पर देखें तो बाहर भी सिक्योरिटी बढ़ा दी गई है। पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन के बाहर सीआरपीएफ की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर तैनात है, दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम यहाँ पर तैनात है, लेकिन पहले से अलर्ट था। देखिए 13 दिसंबर ये तारीख खास तौर से आपको बहुत अच्छे से याद होगी, उस वक्त आप रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे होंगे, उस वक्त तो मैं रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर रहा था, लेकिन 13 दिसंबर 2001 को पार्लियामेंट में अटैक हुआ था और इसी तरीके से सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच की गई थी। एक चोरी की कार जिसमें पार्लियामेंट का स्टिकर लगा था और उसके जरिए जैश के टेररिस्ट वो अंदर दाखिल हुए थे और यहाँ भी एक सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का बड़ा मामला है। इसलिए भी बड़ा मामला है कि 13 दिसंबर को लेकर वैसे ही सुरक्षा रहती है और पहले से भी इनपुट था। पहले से देखिए यहाँ पर, ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर जो एजेंसीज के लोग हैं अंदर से वो बाहर की तरफ जा रहे हैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के बाद, जिनको लेकर उत्सुकता है कि किस किस अलग अलग सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के लोग हैं, हम ये दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। वो बाकायदा पूछताछ करने के बाद अंदर से।
Stay with me, you're absolutely right. This is very, very serious. You're absolutely right. The temple of Indian democracy has been targeted and desecrated earlier by terrorists. 13 December 2001. I covered the investigations and that parliament attack in 2001. What we are being told right now is Ajay Bhalla, the Union Home Secretary, he has reached the parliament building. The Delhi Police Commissioner is also joining investigations at this stage, supervising investigations at this stage. This just shows this isn't a small matter. This isn't a prank. This is extremely, extremely serious, especially after what's already happened in 2001 and the threat that came from Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, that Khalistani terrorist in the United States of America. We'll track this story very, very closely. A quick break. Back with lots more. Stay with us here on India Today.
माननीय सांसद जो थे तुरंत उन्होंने भी घेरा, उसको पकड़ा। तब तक उन्होंने जूता के अंदर से कुछ निकाल करके वो गैस जो होता है कलरफुल धुआं छोड़ने लगा। तो न्यूज बनने के लिए, कोई दृष्टि आकर्षण करने के लिए उसे किए थे, देखने से लगा। बाकी दोनों को पकड़ के मर्सल ले गए बाहर।
देखिए 0 आवर चल रहा था, हम लोग अपनी बात रख रहे थे। अचानक गैलरी के अंदर से 2 आदमी कूद गया है। कूदने के बाद उन्होंने अपने जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली जिससे पूरी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर गैस फैलना शुरू हो गई। हमें शुबा ये है कि क्या ये कोई टॉक्सिक गैस तो नहीं है, कोई नुकसान तो आगे सांसदों को नहीं होगा, खुदा करे ना हो। लेकिन जितना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स हुआ है आज, जूते में तो कोई छोटा बम भी ला सकता था।
क्या वो विजिटर्स गैलरी में बैठे?
विजिटर
Follows. We'll be getting in the details of this in a moment from now, but the visitors pass is with us. Details of how this visitors pass was issued, but this essentially is a protocol when any person who wishes in fact to be a visitor in Parliament, wants to visit Parliament, usually gets a signature and has to get a signature from a sitting member of Parliament. This time around we have the pass with us and we'll put that out. Sagar Sharma is the name of the person who's responsible for the breach, and the MP is BJP's Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha. In fact, he had given in his signature to Sagar Sharma's pass.
टूट के पड़े, उसे जकड़ लिया और उसकी पिटाई शुरू करी। तो उधर पीटना शुरू कर रहे थे सारे एमपी 6-7, मैं भी, और तुरंत एकदम से उसने कोई चीज खोली, चिंगारी सी उठी थी जूते में से निकाल करके, और वो गैस और पूरा धुआं ऐसा हो गया कि जो अंदर भी थे वो मुंह ढक के रुमाल लग करके सब बाहर को भागने लगे। इतने में सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आ गए, पर जब वो कूदा था तो एक लेडी थी सिक्योरिटी की जो डॉक्यूमेंट ले करते हैं टेबल पे, या तो उसके ऊपर कूदा। तो जैसे बाहर को निकल रहे थे तो वो बहुत बुरी तरीके से रो रही थी आंसुओं से, और वो शायद बेहोश हो गई थी। कहती मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं चला, बहुत जोर से रो रही थी वो।
आखिर वो क्या कह रहे थे जब वो जंप किए, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने पकड़ा तो वो क्या कह रहे थे? कुछ बात रख रहे थे, क्या कह रहे थे?
देखिए सिंगल साहब, बात ये है, अभी तो हम सोच रहे हैं, जब तक उस दिमाग में ये था कि आज कैसे बचेंगे, या तो इन्हें मारें या कैसे बचें कैसे, और इन्हें पकड़ लो जिससे वेपन ना चला पाए। तो उस समय तो दिमाग में कुछ आया नहीं, बस केवल तानाशाही सब समझ में आ रही थी, तो तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह से कुछ आ रहा था, और ज्यादा कुछ।
कौन लोग थे, कहाँ से आए थे, किनके थ्रू आए थे, क्या? क्योंकि बड़ी लैप्स है आपने।
तो जब वो बाहर उससे लेके आए सिक्योरिटी वालों को, तो हम भी साथ आए। तो जो उनकी तलाशी ली और तलाशी में जो पास देखा और उनका जो नाम देखा, तो एक का नाम तो सागर था और किसी साउथ के एमपी की रिकमेंडेशन थी उस पे। इतना ही केवल जानकारी में आया, पर सिक्योरिटी वालों ने भी पीटे तो बहुत ही थे, वो हाथ पैर तो पूरी तरह तोड़ ही दिए थे उनके।
बिल्कुल चित्रा, इनसे बात जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन जितेंद्र बहादुर हमारे सहयोगी साथ हैं। चित्रा, मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ, 2001 में, आज 13 दिसंबर की, आज ही के दिन 2001 में पार्लियामेंट पे अटैक हुआ था। हम लोगों ने सब देखा है, कवर किया उस टाइम।
Okay, in fact, there was Maluk Nagar, BSP MP there, talking about what really happened after those men. One has been identified as Sagar Sharma, and you see that visitors pass to Lok Sabha Visitors Public Gallery on your screens right now.
हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहां पे, सर क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ थोड़ा समझाइए, और जो लोग थे, 2 लोग वहां पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था। लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जंप किया, जंप करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था। जब पकड़ते पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको। उसके बाद में
जो प्रदर्शनकारी था, जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की, तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं, लेकिन राइट साइड में, जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद मैं 2 नंबर पे था।
हाँ, 2 नंबर
है ना, 2 नंबर पे था, पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था। उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी, वहां से उसने जंप किया था। ये जंप करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो, कुछ ऐसे। तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जंप किया वहाँ, फिर दोनों ने, 2 लोग थे जंप करने वाले, 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद, ये जब कूदा पानी हंगामा शुरू हुआ?
सब डरा होना चाहिए, तो हो गया था, सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ।
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया,
अब फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब यह केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदाफानी हुई वहां पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते, आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए। फिर बाकी लोगों को एक एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बाहर निकलो, फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
तो ये अर्जुन कीड़े थे, ये जो ऑडियंस गैलरी था, जो दर्शक दीर्घा होता है संसद के अंदर, वहां मौजूद थे और बता रहे हैं कि आखिरकार किस तरह से पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ। पहले एक व्यक्ति कूदता है लोकसभा के फ्लोर के।
When you entered the parliament complex, you're frisked again. When you enter the parliament building, you're frisked again. And then, when you enter the visitors gallery, then you're asked at that point of time, no mobile phone, nothing that's banned. And these people then entered the visitors gallery and then jumped into the well of the house. When the proceedings were on, you're looking at those images on your television screen. Now, what we can also tell you at this point of time is the Union Home Secretary is in Parliament, the Delhi Police Commissioner is in Parliament. 4 people have since been detained. 4 people, 2 inside Parliament and 2 protesters outside Parliament carrying identical smoke canisters, yellow-colored smoke canisters. They've been taken now to the Parliament Street Police Station, where the Intelligence Bureau has also dispatched a team for questioning these individuals and to know more about their background. Information that's just coming in, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla has banned any activity, any construction activity near the visitors gallery. That's the information that we are getting at this point of time. Delhi Police Commissioner is there inside Parliament, the Home Secretary is there, and they're actually going from place to place. Both Parliament intruders have been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. Manoranjan is from Mysuru. He's a computer engineering student. The Delhi Police Commissioner and the Home Secretary are there. Pratap Simha, and we are waiting for a clarification from the BJP MP Pratap Simha, in whose name a visitor's pass was issued. But I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Arvind Ojha for more on this. Arvind, आज के दिन तो सुरक्षा वैसे भी ज्यादा थी, न केवल इसलिए क्योंकि ये 2001 संसद को जो हमला हुआ था उसकी बरसी है, बल्कि गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू जैसे खालिस्तानी आतंकवादियों ने धमकी दी थी संसद को टारगेट करने की। उसके बावजूद ये कैसे हुआ, क्या प्रारंभिक जानकारी निकल कर आ रही है?
नहीं, देखिए, ये सुरक्षा में चूक का बड़ा मामला है। पहले तो मैं ये क्लियर कर दूं, इसलिए क्लियर कर दूं कि देखिए, आज की जो तारीख है 13 दिसंबर 2000 की, एक इतिहास में दर्ज है, भारत के इतिहास में, क्योंकि संसद भवन पर अटैक हुआ था और वो भी अटैक सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच करते हुए हुआ था। जो आतंकी थे वो बाकायदा एक सफेद कलर की जो एम्बेसडर कार है जिसमें पार्लियामेंट का स्टिकर लगा हुआ था, उसके सहारे वो अंदर दाखिल हुए थे सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच करते हुए। और आज भी सांसद के पास का इस्तेमाल करते हुए 2 लोग अंदर दाखिल होते हैं और काफी हंगामा करते हैं पार्लियामेंट के अंदर। उन दोनों को हिरासत में लिया गया है और जैसे कि आपने बताया कि बाकायदा दोनों के नाम भी आ गए हैं। स्पेशल सेल की टीम उनसे पूछताछ भी कर चुकी है और बाहर जो हंगामा किया था जिन्होंने, उनसे पार्लियामेंट का जो पुलिस स्टेशन है यहाँ पर अलग अलग एजेंसी स्पेशल सेल की कई टीमें, एक नहीं बल्कि कई टीमें जिसमें डीसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर्स हैं, आईबी की टीम है, वो लगातार पूछताछ करी है। जो अंदर संसद भवन के जिन्होंने हंगामा किया उनका नाम, एक का नाम सागर शर्मा है जबकि दूसरे का नाम मनोरंजन है और मनोरंजन इंजीनियरिंग का छात्र है। बेंगलोर से वो इंजीनियरिंग कर रहा है, मैसूर से, और मैसूर कनेक्शन इस मामले में सामने आ रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं जो ये मनोरंजन है जो बेंगलोर मैसूर से इंजीनियरिंग कर रहा है, मैसूर के ही कनेक्शन को लेकर वो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर दाखिल हुआ है। उसके बाद जो कुछ भी हुआ आपने वो देखा। साथ ही साथ सेम पैटर्न पर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी हंगामा हुआ। तो अभी तक जो एजेंसीज है इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये मानकर चल रही है कि जिन्होंने अंदर हंगामा किया और जिन्होंने बाहर हंगामा किया, दोनों कहीं ना कहीं दोनों चारों लोग एक ही साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। फिलहाल सबकी नजर पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन में है, जबकि दो लोग अंदर जिनको हिरासत में लिया गया है, अंदर ही एजेंसीज उनसे पूछताछ कर रही है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पर
बड़ी खबर इस समय आ रही है, और एक मिनट रहिए मेरे साथ। The Delhi police had prior intelligence. The Delhi police had prior intelligence about movement of individuals who may try to create a ruckus inside the parliament, and yet this happened. It just shows that somebody was clearly sleeping on the job or was complicit. ये जो जानकारी अभी निकल कर आ रही है कि दिल्ली पुलिस को इस बारे में जानकारी थी कि कुछ उपद्रवी तत्व अरविंद आ सकते हैं और संसद के पास या संसद के अंदर हंगामा कर सकते हैं। इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट थी, उसके बावजूद ये हो गया। कौन सो रहा था अपने काम पर?
नहीं, बिल्कुल देखिए, न सिर्फ इंटेलिजेंस ये इनपुट दिल्ली पुलिस के पास भी नहीं, बल्कि जो तमाम खुफिया एजेंसीज हैं उनके पास पहले से था कि 13 दिसंबर को खास तौर से संसद भवन के पास कुछ रक्षक हो सकता है, कुछ हंगामा हो सकता है, और बेकायदा स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था, और वो भी स्पेसिफिक इनपुट संसद भवन को लेकर था। ऐसे में न सिर्फ नई दिल्ली इलाके की पुलिस संसद के भवन के आसपास सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दी गई थी, बल्कि एजेंसियां भी अलर्ट थी। बहुत हैरानी की बात है कि क्या इसको हल्के में लिया गया, क्या खास तौर से जो पार्लियामेंट की सुरक्षा में तैनात अलग अलग कई लेयर की सिक्योरिटी होती है, बाकायदा सिक्योरिटी चेकिंग होती है। हैरानी की बात है कि कैसे लोग जो कलर्स वाला क्रैकर है वो कैसे अंदर लेकर अंदर चले गए, अपने आप में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा सवाल है। लेकिन पहले से 13 दिसंबर को लेकर ऑल्दो पहले से अलर्ट होता है, लेकिन कुछ दिनों पहले एक स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था। एक संगठन ने, एक बैंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने बाकायदा ये थ्रेट किया था कि वो पार्लियामेंट के आसपास कुछ करेंगे। तो ऐसे में एजेंसीज के पास इनपुट था। उस वक्त भी मेरी कई एजेंसियों से बात हुई थी। अब इतने स्पेसिफिक इनपुट के बाद अगर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर हंगामा हो जाए, जहां 144 सेक्शन हमेशा इम्पोज रहता है, और तो और पार्लियामेंट के अंदर हंगामा हो जाए, तो जाहिर सी बात है एक बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच इसको कहा जाएगा। और इसी वजह से दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को बुलाया गया है। जाहिर सी बात है जवाबदेही भी तय होगी। और देखिए, अंदर तो जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ, कुछ सेकंड के लिए, कुछ मिनट्स के लिए तो ऐसा लगा कि 13 दिसंबर को जिस तरीके से हड़कंप मच गया था पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, कुछ उसी तरीके का नजारा देखने को मिला, भगदड़ मच गया। हालांकि राहत की बात रही कि जो कलर क्रैकर था वही था, और खुद जो पार्लियामेंट के स्पीकर है ओम बिरला, उन्होंने भी कहा कि कोई घबराने वाली बात नहीं है। लेकिन जहां तक बात की जाए सिक्योरिटी की, तो वो काफी बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच है। इसी वजह से जो पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन जहां सबकी नजरें हैं, यहाँ पर अब से कुछ देर पहले जो डीसीपी स्पेशल सेल राजीव रंजन, उसके अलावा स्पेशल सेल की कई टीमें आई हुई है, आईबी की कई टीमें आई हुई है। यहाँ पर नीलम और जो दूसरा अमोल, नीलम हरियाणा के रहने वाली है।
Sagar, one of the boys who intruded, his father Devraj Gowda has just reacted. Let's quickly listen in.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
So the information that we have at this point of time, this gentleman Devraj Gowda is saying that his son is a very good man. He's a very honest man. He loves to do social work. He's willing to sacrifice himself for the welfare of society. And he was reading Swami Vivekananda's books. I don't know what he got in his mindset and did this. Words to this effect is what Devraj Gowda, Sagar's father, has said. Now, BJP MP Muniswamy, he was the one who caught one of the intruders inside the parliament. Let's listen in to his account.
बंदे ने अचानक से कूदी मार दी और वो बेंचेस के ऊपर से भागने लगा। उसके कोई पता नहीं, आगे वो ऐसे बैठे हुआ बंदा था, उसके एक्शंस भी कुछ नहीं थे, क्योंकि आप जानते हो पार्लियामेंट में गैलरी में किसी को पेन भी नहीं ले जाते।
कर लो तुम, चलो
वो भी निकाल देते हैं।
जबरन का पिया है, कोई मतलब नहीं है। ससुराल तो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर बाइट हो गई है, फिर क्या है। चलो।
That's a very important point that's being made, that you're not even allowed to take a pen inside the Parliament Visitors Gallery. And India Today is now tracking Manoranjan's father. Manoranjan's father has also reacted, saying that his son is a very honest boy, that his son reads the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. And that is why he says that his son actually works for the welfare of people. This is Manoranjan's father who's saying that his son is actually a very good boy. He doesn't know what got into his son. Why did he do this? Of course, a lot will come out in the interrogation. But Amit Bharadwaj stays with me on the story. India Today's Amit Bharadwaj is tracking the story very closely, as is Arvind Ojha. Amit, the big question remains, how could these intruders, irrespective of what they had in their mind, succeed in doing what they were doing? This very clearly indicates somebody in the Delhi police, somebody in the watch and ward staff, somebody in Parliament security is not doing their job. Arvind Ojha was also with me on the story. Very, very clearly, somebody in the security establishment was not doing their job effectively. How could these people create this kind of a ruckus? Now, Manoranjan's father's reaction, let's quickly listen in.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ.
So a good and an honest student who was reading the writings of Swami Vivekananda, indulging in actions like these, something doesn't add up, and very clearly the Delhi police will have to carry out a detailed investigation. The Delhi Police Commissioner is in Parliament, so is the Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla. The question that remains is, on the 22nd anniversary of the Indian Parliament, how could this happen? More reactions that are coming in. Let's listen in.
आवाज़ आ रही थी मेरा कान पर, ये दाहिना तरफ कुछ हो रहा था, तो मेरा ध्यान यह था, मैं अध्यक्ष जी को मेरा जो स्पीच वो मेरा देने के लिए मेरा टाइम पे ख़त्म करना है मेरे शून्य काल में। तो उसके बाद मैंने इससे थोड़ा पीछे मुड़ के देखा, क्या दूसरा एक लोग फिर वहाँ पे कूद पड़ा। उसके बाद दोनों सामने चल रहा था, दो कूद के जा रहा था, तो ये वहाँ पे मैंने देखा। उसके बाद तो एडजर्न हो गया और हमारे सभी वहाँ का जो सिक्योरिटी है और सांसद लोग सब लोग उसको दोनों को पकड़ लिया, पकड़ के हवाले कर दिया सिक्योरिटी को।
तो किस तरीके के स्लोगन्स लगा रहे थे वो, और कैसे वो आपको लगा कि क्या जो है वो स्लोगन्स लगा रहे हैं, और क्या उनके हाथ पे था? कुछ कह रहे हैं गैस भी उन्होंने इस तरीके की।
हाँ, गैस कुछ है, ये स्मोक से इतना धुआं हो रहा था, इसमें लग रहा था उसमें वो एक गैस का कुछ है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्मोक वहाँ से निकल रहा था। वो लोग बोल रहा था दोनों में क्या तानाशाही नहीं।
Understanding as to how big is this security breach, this is the spot where that two protesters managed to burst firecrackers from this particular lane. The MPs enter the Parliament complex, and no sort of protests are allowed near this vicinity of the Parliament, especially when the proceedings are going on. So this is certainly a major security lapse outside the Parliament complex, and another huge security lapse that unfolded inside the Parliament, inside the Lok Sabha. And now Delhi police is on the ground. The FSL team is collecting samples. The forensic testing of these samples will be done to ascertain as to what was inside those color crackers, the fume which came out of the color crackers which was burst outside the Parliament and inside the Parliament as well. With video journalist Lokendra Pandey, this is Amit Bharadwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
Incidents like these very clearly cannot be taken lightly. They had smoke canisters. They could have had poison gas. This is where laws are made in India. The Parliament building, it's the temple of Indian democracy. And this has been targeted earlier and successfully. A lot of lessons were learned. In December 2001, Braves made the supreme sacrifice of their lives, saving parliament from Pakistani terrorists. And it was just fate that those terrorists, those Pakistani terrorists with their assault rifles did not succeed in entering the parliament building. Had they entered the parliament building, L.K. Advani, at that point of time, then Union Home Minister, he had said the apprehension was that these people wanted to take members of parliament hostages. They wanted to take MPs hostage. This is how those people had planned it. But they could not enter the parliament building in 2001. These people did. They entered the parliament building on a visitor's pass. Just how lax is the security? More reactions and sequence of events coming in. Let's listen in.
रहने वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
गिर गया? सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
रहने वाली लोगों के लिए भी है।
गिर गया? सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So, BJP MP Khagyan Murmu, he was asking his question and he said he wanted to finish his question in time, and suddenly he heard this commotion. You hear that commotion and suddenly he's saying, "Kaun hai? Pakdo, pakdo, pakdo." That's where members of parliament lunged towards this man, this intruder who was jumping from table to table. Now, BJP MP Muniswamy, he was the one who caught one of the intruders. He also raised a very pertinent point. When you can't even enter the visitors gallery with a pen, how could these people have the canister? Listen in.
सर, अभी आज आपने पार्लियामेंट में जो देखा है, 2 लोग अंदर सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच करके आए थे सर, उनको आप ही ने पकड़ा था सर, क्या हुआ था सर अंदर?
सर उधर हम बैठे थे, हमारा मंत्री जी, रेलवे मंत्री जी, सब प्रश्नकाल चलता था।
ओके।
तब इन्होंने 2 आदमी गैलरी से जंप करा, तब हमारा सांसद लोगों ने वो चिल्लाया, तब हम सभी भागे। एक तो हमारा नलिन कुमार कटील, उनके साथ में हमारे सांसद लोग 6-5 लोग उनको पकड़ा।
ओके सर।
बाद में और एक लड़का ने हमारा स्पीकर का बेंच करने आने के लिए ऊपर से आता था, उनको जाके हम आड़ा डाल के उधर उसको पकड़ने के जाने का टाइम में वो शू से एक स्मोक निकला।
ओके।
वो एक शू उतार निकाल के उसके अंदर स्मोक उठा लेके उसको ओपन किया सर, तब जाके उसको पकड़ लेके हम अनुमान, बाद में हमारा 2-3-4 लोग एमपी उसको पकड़ लेके सिक्योरिटी के हैंड ओवर किया सर।
ठीक है। और वो क्या बात कर रहा था? कुछ बोल रहा था, कुछ स्लोगन वजन कह रहा था सर?
वो क्या कि सर्वाधिकार ऐसा ऐसा क्या कि बोलता था, हम वो सभी सुना नहीं सर, हमको उनको पकड़ के सिक्योरिटी को देने में वो ज्यादा ध्यान उसी में था।
ओके।
इसलिए ज्यादा गड़बड़ नहीं होना चाहिए, इसलिए उसको पकड़ के हैंड ओवर किया।
So this was a massive security breach inside the parliament building, inside the well of the house, inside the parliament. This is where 2 intruders jumped down from the visitors gallery, and it's a sharp fall. They jumped down from the visitors gallery, jumped from table to table, chair to chair, and they had some kind of a yellow smoke canister. That smoke canister, the information that we are getting right now, okay, Lok Sabha has now been adjourned till 4 p.m. When that ruckus was on, Lok Sabha was adjourned till 2 p.m. Now we are told Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 4 p.m. Foolproof security for our honorable lawmakers has to be ensured. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has also convened an all-party meeting. He is to chair this very crucial all-party meeting. The Delhi Police, the Union Home Secretary, they are to explain this massive security breach that has taken place inside Parliament. The timing is very crucial and critical and curious. This day in 2001, the Temple of Indian Democracy was targeted by Pakistani terrorists. This day, you have Khalistani terrorists who are threatening to target the Parliament. And yet, this happens in Parliament. What were the police doing? What were the security personnel doing? Why was frisking not done? Even on such sensitive days, if they're not frisking an individual and an individual manages to carry a canister inside the visitors gallery, will this remain? Will there be a cover-up? Just suspend some watch and ward staff or some head constable or sub-inspector? Or does the blame go right to the top for this massive breach in security? Because we'll be tracking the story very, very closely. How could something like this happen in Parliament, especially when very crucial lessons had been learned from the 2001 attack? Himanshu Mishra now joins me from outside Parliament. And Himanshu, what are crime teams doing? So you have the Delhi Police Special Cell that's looking at it. You have the Intelligence Bureau looking at it. You have the local police looking at it. And it seems everybody failed today.
बिल्कुल देखिए, क्योंकि जब से लाया गया है यहाँ पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट थाने में, क्योंकि जो दो बाहर थे अमोल और नीलम, उन दोनों को यहाँ पर लेके आया गया है और यहाँ पर लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर लोकल पुलिस पकड़ के ले आई, उसके बाद यहाँ पर स्पेशल सेल की टीम पहुंची। स्पेशल सेल की टीम के थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो की टीम पहुंची और पूरी चीजें, जो पूरी घटनाक्रम है उसको समझने की कोशिश की जा रही है। देखिए, सबसे पहले जो अंदर होता है और जो बाहर होता है उनका कनेक्शन पुलिस ये इस्टेब्लिश कर रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो इनका मकसद क्या था, क्योंकि इन्होंने जो किया, जो बाहर जो नारे लगाए, उससे एग्जैक्ट इनका मकसद नहीं, क्योंकि क्या करने ये आए थे यहाँ पर, क्या इनका कोई पर्सनल मकसद था, किसी तरीके की पर्सनल कोई नाराजगी थी, या फिर ये किसी संगठन से जुड़े हैं। तो ये जो भी बयान दे रहे हैं, दो लोगों से पूछताछ हो रही है, मनोरंजन और सागर से पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, वहीं पे डिटेन किया गया है। तमाम एजेंसीज वहां पर हैं जो उनसे पूछताछ कर रही हैं, और 2 अमोल और नीलम, उनसे यहां थाने के अंदर पूछताछ की जा रही है। स्पेशल सेल के भी तमाम अधिकारी यहां अंदर मौजूद हैं जो पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। इस दौरान जो अभी जो जानकारी मिली है कि धारा 144 के तहत, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट के आसपास जब पार्लियामेंट चल रही होती है तो धारा 144 लागू रहती है, तो यहां पर धारा 144 के तहत नीलम और अमोल को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई चल रही है, पूछताछ किया जा रहा है और समझने की कोशिश की जा रही है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, जो इनके पास से जो कलर के जो पटाखे मिले थे, उनको फिलहाल सीज करने के बाद जो फॉरेंसिक टीम आई थी, यहाँ पे पूरी वैन पहुंची हुई थी, वो सीज करके ले गए हैं और उसमें एक एक जो एलिमेंट है, जो केमिकल्स हैं, उन सब की जांच की जाएगी और पता लगाया जाएगा कि क्या क्या इसमें कंपोनेंट हैं और उसके बाद कहां से लिया गया, क्या ये चारों लोग एक साथ दिल्ली पहुंचे, कब ये दिल्ली पहुंचे, कहां रुके। तो पूरी जो पिछले इनके तकरीबन 1 हफ्ते के मूवमेंट है उस पर नजर रखी जा रही है। इस दौरान
इनकी मंशा क्या थी? एक तो ये लोग कौन है, इनकी क्या मंशा थी, और दूसरे जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है सुरक्षा, वो क्या कर रहे थे? Those who are responsible for stopping the enemy at the gates or stopping any threat that comes towards the parliament at the gates, what were those people doing? Why have they been found wanting? That story and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards from Best English News Channel, India Today TV.
Popular English News Channel, the award goes to India Today.
To Best Hindi News Channel, Aaj Tak.
Popular Hindi News Channel, and the award goes to Aaj Tak.
And Best Documentary OTT from Best Talk Show.
Best Chat Show, Rajdeep Sardesai.
To Best Male Anchor.
The award goes to Rahul Kanwal, News Track.
And the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti, exemplary leadership.
It gives me the greatest possible pleasure that Aaj Tak and India Today have once again been judged India's most popular channels at the ITA Awards. As someone who lives and breathes these channels, This honor is a real affirmation. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on us, and the pressure is yours. We always want to be bigger, better, faster, and more for you, our viewer.
Once again, the gold standard wins. Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
पब्लिक गैलरी से दो लोग कूद गए और एकदम से धुआं जो है वो उठने लगा, अफरा तफरी मच गई, लेकिन उन दोनों लोगों को पकड़ लिया गया है। अभी फिलहाल जो पता चला है, कोई एक का नाम जिसका मैंने पास देखा सिक्योरिटी ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, कोई सागर करके है, और वो हमारे जो मैसूर के सांसद है माननीय प्रताप सिम्हा जी, उनके गेस्ट के रूप में हुआ है।
जहाँ मेरी सीट है उसके ऊपर गैलरी की तरफ से पहले एक कूदा, फिर दूसरा कूदा, और जो अंदर चलने की जगह होती है उसके बजाय 20 सीट से सीटों को ऊपर कर कूद के आ रहे थे। तो हम 7-8 MP उसकी तरफ भागे, और जब उसको लगा कि घेर लिए तो एक ने उसमें से एक जूता निकाला और जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, और जैसे ही निकाल के उसने कोई चीज खोली तो धुआं निकलना शुरू हुआ। फिर हम लोगों ने पकड़ के उसकी पिटाई भी की, फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आगे, फिर उठाकर रख के लेके गए हैं। कुछ तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह का कुछ वो बोल रहा था।
हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ही कास्ट सेंसस को अपोज कर रहे हैं, वो भी कर रहे हैं और इन्हों भी कर रहे हैं।
A remark by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Parliament has ended up exposing the divide within his party over the Karnataka caste survey report. Kharge made the comment on Monday when poked by BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi over when the pending report will be made public.
कर्नाटक में कब कास्ट सर्वे की रिपोर्ट सार्वजनिक होने वाली है? अब तो आपकी सरकार बनी,
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर विरोध कर रहे हो।
हाँ, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर साइन किया मेमोरेंडम पर कि कास्ट सर्वे की रिपोर्ट को DK शिव कुमार ने सार्वजनिक न किया जाए।
जोशी साहब ने जो बोला कि हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ही कास्ट सेंसस को अपोज कर रहे हैं, वो भी कर रहे हैं और इन्हों भी कर रहे हैं। जब अपर कास्ट के आप लोग हैं ना, तब सब लोग मिल जाते हैं अंदर से, और दूसरों को ये बोलते हैं आप भी है वो भी है।
Karnataka Deputy CM DK Shivakumar had recently signed a letter to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah by a Vokalika organization demanding a fresh caste survey. Reacting to Kharge's statement, Shivakumar denied opposing caste census.
I have not opposed anywhere. See, it is our party policy and our own government did it in Karnataka. My appreciation is that a lot of our legislators and a lot of our ministers, we all spoke. We want proper, because census has to be done in a very systematic way.
The Congress, embarrassed by the episode, rushed to control damage.
BJP is opposing it. And yes, there are few people in the Congress party who are also opposing it. So there is nothing. But when it comes to accepting the report, as the Deputy Chief Minister, he'll stand beside Mr. Siddaramaiah in accepting it and also releasing it to the public.
The BJP is citing the confusion in the Congress to claim the ruling party is not serious about the caste census exercise.
BJP is not against caste census. But the way this Congress government, more importantly Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, is exploiting, that is a cause of worry. It's not a cause of worry for BJP. This Congress government and Chief Minister, they are trying to exploit the situation.
Caste census and reservation are a political hot potato in Karnataka. Dominant caste groups like Lingayats and Vokaligas are worried that the caste census could hurt their jobs and education prospects. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
So Parliament breach investigations are currently underway, and the shoe in which that intruder was carrying the smoke canister. Now, India Today is showing you that that is where that intruder was carrying the smoke canister. The Member of Parliament of the Bahujan Samaj Party, Kunwar Danish Ali, member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Defence, Danish Ali has posted image of the intruder's shoe. Two men, they breached security at the Parliament from the visitors gallery, jumped into the well of the house. You can see those images there. And Kunwar Danish Ali has just posted a picture of that shoe. He's also asked a very pertinent question. The question Kunwar Danish Ali is asking is, this was a massive security breach. This does pose a threat to lives of lawmakers. He's also asked the question, what was the government doing? Let's quickly cut across and listen into Kunwar Danish Ali.
और मैं फिर कहूंगा कि प्रताप सिम्हा जी का हाल जो है महुआ मोहित्रा जैसा नहीं होना चाहिए, उनको एक्सपेल नहीं करना चाहिए।
के साथ सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हुआ, क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए मैं सीधे
So there are more reactions that are coming in. We'll get to those reactions. So there's a barb that comes from Danish Ali. He says, do not expel Pratap Simha the way Mahua Moitra was expelled, because the visitors pass that the two intruders carried was issued in the name of BJP MP Pratap Simha. Amit Bharadwaj now joins me for more on this. Amit, is there any correlation whatsoever, and was this a coordinated protest outside Parliament and inside Parliament? Any more details that are now emerging?
Gaurav, you know, all these angles are being investigated by the Delhi police as well as the agencies which were responsible for the security of the Parliament complex. But what is also unfolding right now on the ground is that marking of the spots where these major lapses in Parliament security happened. So this particular spot that you're looking at has been marked by the Delhi police's FSL unit. The forensic samples have been collected from the spot. You can read this reads color smoke as well as color smoke residue. So the entire area has been marked. The FSL unit has taken 3 samples from the ground. 3 samples have been already collected. So this is the first spot, Gaurav, where Neelam, the women protester from outside the Parliament complex, she was the one who had burst red color, color crackers, out of which red fumes were coming out. So these samples from this spot has been taken. Now what we are given to understand that the team has gone inside the Parliament complex. They are carrying, the FSL unit is carrying different boxes with them, and the second spot is now being marked. Gaurav, as we speak, the second spot is being marked. I had just told the FSL unit as well that this is the second spot where the 25-year-old Anmol Shinde was seen bursting the yellow color cracker and now the FSL unit has also reached here. They are marking this spot as well, checking the samples. So clearly samples from this spot will be taken by the FSL unit as well. So clearly different teams of Delhi police.
Stay with me for a moment. There's a big input that's coming in. Information according to top sources in the Delhi police, based on initial inquiries, the 4 intruders, they knew each other. This was a planned ruckus created both inside and outside the parliament. The 4 accused know each other. The purpose of the person inside and outside the parliament was the same according to the Delhi police. Now, what we're also being told is there was a lot of coordination and planning that took place through social media. It was on social media platforms that the 4 accused actually met, planned, and very sadly executed this breach in the Indian Parliament building. The images that you see on your television screen. Now, who are these elements? Who are these 4? Sagar Sharma, Manoranjan. Manoranjan is supposed to be an engineering student. B computers from computer engineering from Mysuru University, Vivekanand College, and the 2 other individuals, Neelam Kaur Singh from Hisar and Anmol Shinde from Latur in Maharashtra. The information that we have is Neelam Kaur Singh is 42 years old. She's from Hisar. Anmol Shinde is 25 years old and is from Latur in Maharashtra. Neelam Kaur Singh apparently is this 42-year-old woman that you see who's being whisked away by the Delhi police in these images after these smoke canisters went off both outside and inside the parliament complex. So this was a planned incident. The 4 knew each other. Amit, what more can you tell us? It couldn't be just that 4 random people get together and do this for social media reels. What's the bigger motive? Because this actually makes India's security establishment look rather immature and ill-prepared.
Gaurav, you know, from the very beginning, we were actually indicating at the fact whether these 2, incident major security lapses are connected or not. I did say that at 12:33, what we saw that 2 individuals started raising slogans outside the parliament complex, and look at the trend of these slogans that were raised by them. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, followed by Jai Bhim, followed by Tanashahi Nahi Chalegi. And the views that were coming from inside the Lok Sabha as well, several MPs had confirmed that similar kind of slogans were raised by these protesters who, who actually led to the major security lapse in Lok Sabha. They were also raising slogans such as Jai Bhim, Tanashahi Nahi Chalegi as they jumped inside the floor of the house. So and even their color canisters were used, which Shashi Tharoor, the Congress MP, is now calling color pistols as well. So a similar kind of color crackers used outside the parliament, inside the parliament, same color, in fact, yellow color fume coming out of these color crackers, and the slogans that were being raised, the timing of this particular security lapse on the day as well. Everything looked very coordinated, at the same point in time, security lapse outside the parliament, inside the parliament, same kind of sloganeering, same kind of protest,
yes,
if you can call it one. Done by these 4 individuals.
Amit,
and
stay
now
with me. This is a massive security breach on the 22nd anniversary of the attack on the Indian Parliament. So the 4 people who've been detained have been identified. 2 of them who are inside the Parliament have been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. These are the individuals who jumped from the visitors gallery into the well of the House when BJP MPs were speaking. The intruders jumped from bench to bench, table to table, as you can see in those images. And one of them pulled out a smoke canister. Again, you can see that on your television screen. That's the intruder wearing a blue shirt. He leaned across the desk to evade being caught by the watch and ward staff and also by other members of parliament. They were fortunately controlled and then taken into custody. Sagar and Manoranjan have been detained. They will ultimately be taken to the police station for interrogation and will be remanded to custody. India Today has accessed details of one of the intruders. Sagar Sharma's entry passes on your television screen. Apparently, it shows that his entry was cleared, or was the person, the member of parliament who cleared the entry was BJP MP Pratap Simha. Opposition MPs say initially they thought that somebody had fallen down from the visitors gallery, only to realize that this was a massive breach in parliament security.
वो कूदा, उसने फिर वो जूता खोलने की कोशिश की, उसमें से कुछ निकाला, एक ने वो पिट करके वो धुआं निकल रहा था उसमें से। इन द मीन टाइम जो हमारे सुरक्षा कर्मी हैं, उन्होंने तत्परता के साथ दोनों को काबू में कर लिया, और अब जांच होगी, पता चलेगा क्या फैक्ट्स हैं।
बोलने का टाइम में मैंने देखा मेरा दाहिना तरफ ये मैं सुना, ऐसा सुन रहा था, मेरे एक आवाज़ आ रही थी मेरा कान पर, ये और दाहिना तरफ कुछ हो रहा था। तो उसके बाद मैंने इससे थोड़ा पीछे मुड़ के देखा, क्या दूसरा एक लोग फिर वहाँ पे कूद पड़ा। उसके बाद दोनों सामने चल रहा था, दो कूद के जा रहा था, तो ये वहाँ पे मैंने देखा। उसके बाद तो एडजर्न हो गया, और हमारे सभी वहाँ का जो सिक्योरिटी है और सांसद लोग, सब लोग पकड़ उसको दोनों को पकड़ लिया, पकड़ के हवाले कर दिया सिक्योरिटी को।
अर्जुन टिड़े जी हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहाँ पे, सर क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ थोड़ा समझाइए, और जो लोग थे, दो लोग वहाँ पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जंप किया, जंप करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था, जब पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको, उसके बाद में
जो प्रदर्शनकारी था जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की, तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं, लेकिन राइट साइड में जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद मैं 2 नंबर पे था,
हाँ 2 नंबर,
है ना, 2 नंबर पे था, पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था, उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी, वहां से उसने जंप किया था। ये जंप करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो, कुछ ऐसे, तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जंप किया वहाँ, फिर दोनों ने, 2 लोग थे जंप करने वाले, 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद, ये जब कूदा पानी हंगामा शुरू हुआ?
सब डरा होना चाहिए, तो हो गया था, सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ,
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया।
अब फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब ये केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदाफानी हुई वहाँ पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते, आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए, फिर बाकी लोगों को सुबह एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बाहर निकलो, फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
जहाँ मेरी सीट है उसके ऊपर गैलरी की तरफ से पहले एक कूदा, फिर दूसरा कूदा, और जो अंदर चलने की जगह होती है उसके बजाय 20 सीट से सीटों को ऊपर कर कूद के आ रहे थे, तो हम 7-8 एमपी उसकी तरफ भागे, और जब उसको लगा कि घेर लिए, तो एक ने उसमें से एक जूता निकाला, और जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, और जैसे ही निकाल के उसने कोई चीज खोली तो धुआं निकलना शुरू हुआ, फिर हम लोगों ने पकड़ के उसकी पिटाई भी की, फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आ गए, फिर उठाकर रख के लेके गए हैं। कुछ तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह का कुछ वो बोल रहा था।
On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But 2 people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand, which emitted a yellow smoke.
Any slogans were raised?
I do not know what they were raising in the melee. I didn't follow what they were saying, but they had canisters in their hand, which was emitting yellow smoke.
What were they discussing, sir?
It was zero hour. People were standing up and saying whatever they wanted.
They came rushing to the members.
They jumped from the well into the house and then rushing towards the chair.
पब्लिक गैलरी से 2 लोग कूद गए, और एकदम से धुआं जो है वो उठने लगा, अफरा तफरी मच गई, लेकिन उन दोनों लोगों को पकड़ लिया गया है। अभी फिलहाल जो पता चला है, कोई एक का नाम जिसका मैंने पास देखा सिक्योरिटी ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, कोई सागर करके है, और वो हमारे जो मैसूर के सांसद हैं माननीय प्रताप सिम्हा जी, उनके गेस्ट के रूप में हुआ है।
अचानक 2 व्यक्ति अपने गैलरी से कूद पड़े। कूदे मतलब पहले वो आगे वाले पिलर को लटकते रहे, लटकने के बाद में कूद पड़े, एक के पीछे दूसरा भी कूदा। कूदने के बाद में दोनों ने बेंच के ऊपर से कूदना स्टार्ट कर दिया। एक बीच में आ गया, फिर तो उसने जूते उतारे, जूते उतारे तब तक वो सोच रहा था किधर भागो, तो चारों तरफ से सांसद आ गए, जब पकड़ लिया उसको, दूसरे को भी पकड़ लिया, पीछे को भी। उसके बाद में अचानक गैस आना स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसके जूते में था, कहीं था मालूम नहीं था, येलो कलर का गैस है, थोड़ा सा बर्निंग हो रहा है नाक में उसके। तो वहाँ हम थे तो बाद में पुलिस पकड़ लिया।
जो घटना शून्यकाल के समय घटित हुई थी, उस घटना की लोकसभा अपने स्तर पर संपूर्ण जांच कर रही है और इस संबंध में दिल्ली पुलिस को भी आवश्यक निर्देश दे दिए गए हैं। लेकिन जो हम सबकी चिंता थी कि वह धुआं क्या था, वह अभी तक प्रारंभिक जांच में जो जांच की उसमें वह साधारण धुआं और सनसनी फैलने वाला धुआं था, इसलिए उस धुएं की कोई ऐसी चिंता का विषय नहीं, उसकी प्रारंभिक ठीक से जांच कर ली गई है।
आज ही सुबह आप जानते हैं 2001 साल में 13 दिसंबर हमारे नया पुराने जो पार्लियामेंट हमला हुई थी, आज हमला वर्ष थी, और सुबह हम लोग वो शहादत जो दिए थे हमारे ये पार्लियामेंट भवन को बचाने के लिए, वो शहीदों की स्मृति पे हम पुष्पार्घ्य भी दिए हैं, पुष्पार्पण किए हैं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री से लेके वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आप सब हम थे, मैडम सोनिया गांधी, मल्लिका जी सब थे हम। आज ही सर इत्तेफाक से यहाँ भी हमला हुई, मानते हैं उस समय हमला एक प्रकार की थी, आज हमला दूसरी प्रकार की है। लेकिन बात तो ये है सर कि ये हमले वर्ष में इससे की घटना कैसे घटी, इसमें क्या साबित होता है कि हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं। हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते वो पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर।
That's a very pertinent point that's being raised by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, leader of the Congress in Lok Sabha. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says this is a very serious breach in parliament security. A parliament that was attacked by terrorists in 2001. That time, those armed terrorists did not succeed in entering the parliament building. This time, those who were involved in the breach were successful not just in entering the parliament building, reaching the visitors gallery, jumping into the well of the house and targeting the members of parliament, even if it was smoke canisters, as you can see in those images. There are several members of parliament inside on the floor of the house at that point of time. Imagine if this wasn't a smoke canister, a harmless smoke canister, if this was poison gas. This clearly cannot be taken very lightly. Preliminary investigations, and we're getting some details. Breaking news about details of the preliminary investigations. Neelam and Anmol were not carrying any mobile phones. They were not carrying any bags or any proof of identity. In fact, both of them insist they do not belong to any organization. They claim that they've reached the parliament building entirely on their own. This, of course, is a fact that can very easily be verified. There are multiple CCTV cameras all along that road to Parliament. Of course, the caveat is if those CCTV cameras are working. Delhi police has now formed a special team for not just their interrogation and questioning, but also for investigation. So the basic information that has filtered out, Delhi police teams, Delhi police local teams, special cell teams, intelligence bureau teams, parliament security teams, so the multiple teams are engaged in the task of interrogation and questioning of the accused in this case. Neelam, who's from Hisar, and Anmol, who's from Maharashtra. Neelam is 42, Amol is 25. That's the information that we've been able to gather initially. They were not carrying any mobile phone. Where were their mobile phones? Where were they staying? Where are the belongings? All of that is currently a matter of investigation. They were not carrying any bag. They were carrying absolutely no identity proof, and they claim that they do not belong to any organization. But what was their motive? What's the reason for this attack or this breach in the security of Parliament. That story and lots more coming up on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
कर सदन के अंदर उतर गए और हाथ में कुछ थी, उसे भारी भड़कम मतलब गैस निकलते थे और थोड़ा मतलब सदन के अंदर हमारे सारे एमपी जितने साथी हैं वो पकड़ लिए दोनों को। कोई सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं, सारे एमपी उनको पकड़ लिए। तो उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी फोर्स भी उनको बाहर निकल गए थे, निकाले। लेकिन देखने की बात यह है कि आज सुबह हम सब मिलकर हमारी ये सदन की जो हमला हुई थी 2001 साल में, उन शहीदों को आज हम याद किए, पुष्पार्पण किए और आज ही नया सदन में इस तरीके की हमला हुई। हमला मतलब जो भी हो, लेकिन ये तो मुझे लगता है कि चूक तो है कहीं ना कहीं।
मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या देश के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। बहुत धन्यवाद। उनसे मिलूँ, आपसे प्रणाम करूँ। पीएम साहब को धन्यवाद।
Sabarimala is one of the major pilgrim centers in India, and lakhs of pilgrims are coming from various parts of the world, even from the South Asia. There are large number of pilgrims are coming from the neighboring states and neighboring countries. But unfortunately, this time, the Chief Minister and the ministers are not in Trivandrum. They are in a tour for a political campaign for the continuous 44 days.
Sabarimala, one of the national pilgrim centers in the country, whereby lakhs and lakhs of pilgrims are every year visiting and worshipping that place. But this year, this season, it is quite unfortunate to say that no arrangement has been made by the state government. Such a precarious situation is prevailing there, and 18 to 20 hours, and one girl aged about 8 years have died, standing in the queue and died. But still the state government is not taking any proactive action so as to protect the safety and security of the pilgrims.
We are standing outside the palatial and sprawling residential campus of Congress Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu. The trouble seems to be mounting for him, and it is far from over. The raids, the IT raids that started last Wednesday is still on. Rather, it has intensified. The IT officials have pressed into, last night they pressed into service a geo surveillance system to find out whether any metallic substance, ornament, jewelries are lying beneath the ground or not. Moreover, the managers of Dheeraj Sahu who work at different sites of firms are now facing the hit. They are being quizzed by the IT officials to delve the latent informations. Now, the issue has also snowballed into a big subject as corruption, and the BJP is trying to set it as an agenda for 2024 Lok Sabha polls. The politics has started to roll out, and after the PM said and slammed Congress as heist of money, BJP is all set to rake up this issue for elections 2024. With camera person Rakesh Tiwari, this is Satyajit Kumar in Ranchi for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Gaurav Sawant. There's been a massive breach in Parliament security. That remains our top focus story. 4 people have now been detained and they are being interrogated. Was this a wider plan? And who's responsible for this breach in Parliament security? All that and much more. But first, as always, the headlines. Massive breach in security in Parliament on the anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack. 2 intruders jump into the well of the House and launch smoke canisters.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, कार्यक्रम आरंभ करने के लिए क्या मुझे आपकी अनुमति है? महोदय, नवनियुक्त मुख्यमंत्री श्री विष्णुदेव साय अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं विष्णुदेव साय ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं विष्णुदेव साय ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से ससुनिश्चित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
महोदय, नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री अरुण साव अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं अरुण साव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धा पूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं अरुण साव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
महोदय, नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री विजय शर्मा अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं विजय शर्मा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं विजय शर्मा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब तक के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
राज्यपाल महोदय, आज की कार्यवाही समाप्त घोषित करने के लिए क्या आपकी अनुमति है? महोदय, आज का कार्यक्रम समाप्त हुआ।
राष्ट्रगान के लिए आप सभी अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
So Vishnudev Sai has been sworn in as the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh along with two Deputy Chief Ministers, Arun Sao and Vijay Sharma. But look at the BJP's big muscle flex in these images. BJP's show of strength. Several Chief Ministers including UP CM Yogi Adityanath, Assam CM Hemant Biswa Sarma and Haryana CM Manohar Lal Khattar seen on these images. Several Union Ministers also seen in these images. There you see, and former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, BJP Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh, also seen in those images, and there Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving to the people who'd assembled at the Science College grounds where the swearing-in ceremony took place. JP Nadda also seen in these images. The Chief Ministers of Uttarakhand and Goa also seen in these images. Very, very clear muscle flex by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Big win ahead of 2024 in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh, the Hindi heartland. The BJP took its own sweet time to name the Chief Ministers, to name the Deputy Chief Ministers. But now that process is over, remains to be seen when they hit the ground running in these states. And now we're shifting focus to a very disturbing story, a massive security breach in the parliament. On the anniversary of the parliament attack, on the 22nd anniversary of the attack on the Temple of Indian Democracy in 2001. And there were two incidents, one inside the parliament, on the floor of the house. The other was outside the parliament building. We get you all the top developments. Two intruders have now been detained after they jumped into the Lok Sabha chamber. While the winter session of parliament was underway, they've been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan Devraj. Moments before, a man and a woman identified as Amol Shinde and Neelam were detained for protesting outside the parliament building, carrying similar smoke cans that were emitting yellowish smoke. The Forensic Sciences Laboratory team is on the spot collecting samples after this breach of security at the parliament. The area has been marked. Investigations are underway. The intruders inside the parliament were carrying a visitor's pass issued by BJP MP Pratap Simha. Following the security breach, issuing of visitor's pass in the parliament building has been stopped. An all-party meeting has been called after this serious security breach inside Lok Sabha. Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla also reached the parliament to assess the situation. And every video is being very carefully analyzed by the investigating agencies, and India Today has managed to get hold of one more video. Watch this image very carefully. This is when the intruder jumps into the well of the house, and our honorable lawmakers give him a taste of the medicine inside the floor of the house. Several members of parliament, because this is the temple of Indian democracy that was being desecrated, by these intruders. They've both been identified and they've been taken into custody. There was an apprehension this could be poisonous smoke, but fortunately it wasn't, and the speaker made that very clear. These members of parliament, they then caught hold of the intruder, ensuring that he wouldn't be able to escape. The intruders have been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. Manoranjan is a engineering student studying BE computer engineering at the Vivekanand College in the Mysuru University. So this video has actually gone viral of a dressing down that the intruder gets when he enters the chamber of the lawmakers. He was detained even before the watch and ward staff could get there. The members of parliament caught hold of him and gave him more than just a bit of their mind. He was roughed up a bit before being handed over to the watch and ward staff. Preliminary investigations seem to indicate that there were 4 people who were involved in this. That's a matter of investigation. Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan, and Neelam Kaur Singh from Hisar, and Amol Shinde from Latur in Maharashtra. But this image very clearly shows the angst, the anger of our lawmakers. Remember, the Temple of Indian Democracy has been desecrated by Pakistani terrorists in 2001, where terrorists opened fire outside, of course, the parliament building. Several security personnel, members of the watch and ward staff, a gardener, a journalist made the supreme sacrifice of their lives. But security personnel, they fought back. Fortunately, those Pakistani terrorists could not enter the parliament building. But these individuals, Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan, no less an act of terror. The fact that they reached the visitors gallery is a question that the Delhi police will have to answer and the parliament security will have to answer this question. I once again want to cut across to India Today's Arvind Ojha. Arvind, सांसदों ने भी अपनी नाराजगी और अपना गुस्सा दिखा ही दिया जब ये विजिटर्स गैलरी से नीचे कूदकर लड़के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। अब क्या पता चल पाया है सागर शर्मा और मनोरंजन के बारे में, आखिर क्यों उन्होंने ऐसा किया?
देखिए, मोटिव अभी तक क्लियर नहीं है, लेकिन जिस तरह के नारे समझ में आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह के नारे इन लोगों ने लगाए, पहले चीज तो ये बताऊं कि जो सोर्सेज से हमें जानकारी मिली है इंडिया टुडे को, चाहे वो अंदर जिन्होंने हंगामा किया और जिन्होंने बाहर हंगामा किया, सभी एक दूसरे को जानते हैं और सबसे पहले सोशल मीडिया के जरिए एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट हुए। जहां तक सांसदों के गुस्से की बात है तो देखिए, पहली नजर में गुस्सा जायज भी लगता है, क्योंकि संसद भवन के अंदर देखिए तारीख, कई चीजें ऐसी हैं। 13 दिसंबर की वो तारीख है 2001 को, 22 साल पहले संसद भवन पे हमला हुआ था। तो पहली बार जब संसद में इस तरह का रक्षक हुआ तो सांसदों को भी शुरुआत में समझ में नहीं आया। तो कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि खुद को बचाने के लिए दूसरों पर अटैक करता है, और कमोबेश यही देखने को मिला। जिस तरीके से वो अंदर दाखिल हुए, उसके बाद जो कलर क्रैकर्स है वो जब उन्होंने छोड़ा, उसके बाद वहां पर काफी धुएं का गुबार हो गया। जाहिर सी बात है, पैनिक जैसी सिचुएशन आई होगी, तो ऐसे में जो सांसद थे उन्होंने पकड़कर पिटाई की उसके बाद फिर जो सुरक्षाकर्मी उनके हवाले किया है। अब जो अंदर जिनको हिरासत में लिया गया था, फिलहाल उनको अंदर ही हिरासत में लिया गया है, और वहां स्पेशल सेल की टीम, आईबी की टीम के अलावा कई सेंट्रल एजेंसियां हैं, वो उनसे पूछताछ करिए। बाहर जो लोग हिरासत में लिए गए थे उनसे अभी तक पूछताछ हुई, उन्होंने किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से अपना कनेक्शन होने से इनकार कर दिया। लेकिन इंटरेस्टिंग ये है कि उनके पास किसी तरह का कोई मोबाइल फोन नहीं था। तो अब वो कहाँ गए, कैसे आए, उसके बारे में जानकारी कैसे जुटाएगी एजेंसी, अपने आप में बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो क्या किसी प्लानिंग के तहत ये मोबाइल कैरी करके अपने साथ नहीं ला रहे थे ताकि उनकी लोकेशन एजेंसीज ट्रैक न कर पाए? लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का ये बड़ा मामला सामने आया है, क्योंकि जैसा हम बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 13 दिसंबर को लेकर एक स्पेसिफिक इनपुट पहले से एजेंसियों के पास था।
सही बात है।
बावजूद इसके जो सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हुई, न सिर्फ बाहर बल्कि अंदर, और इस वजह से पैनिक क्रिएट हुआ अंदर।
और जानकारी मिल पाई है कि कहां से इन लोगों के पास ये कैनिस्टर्स आए, कहां से इन्होंने ये स्मोक कैनिस्टर्स खरीदे, इनकी पूरी साजिश कहां रची गई, और ये तो इनको किसने सिखाया कि अपने साथ मोबाइल फोन लेकर मत चलो, मोबाइल फोन ट्रैक हो सकता है, उस सब के बारे में कुछ जानकारी मिल पा रही है?
देखिए, अभी एजेंसीज लगातार पूछताछ कर रही हैं, क्योंकि ये सीधे पार्लियामेंट से जुड़ा मामला है गौरव, और आप बहुत बेहतर जानते होंगे कि पहले भी जो संसद है वो आतंकी हमले का गवाह रहा है। तो ऐसे में जो लोग हैं, चाहे बाहर नीलम या फिर अमोल, 2 डिटेन्ड हुए हैं, उनसे पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन में कई मल्टीपल एजेंसीज के लोग वो पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन है और जो उनके पास से तलाशी के लिए ली गई है, उसमें मोबाइल फोन नहीं मिला है। तो ये एक प्लानिंग का हिस्सा हो सकता है, एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी का हिस्सा हो सकता है, और ये बिल्कुल प्लान के तहत किया गया है। कैसे अंदर दाखिल होना है, कैसे सांसद का विजिटर पास लेना है, उसके बाद अंदर दाखिल होना है, और किस तरह से वो कंसील करके शूज में जो कलर क्रैकर है वो अंदर लेकर जाना है, उसके बाद वहां पर उसको छोड़ना है। तो ये सब कुछ एक प्लानिंग हुई है, और प्लानिंग को ट्रैक नहीं किया जा सके, इस वजह से मोबाइल फोन कैरी नहीं किया गया है, ताकि एजेंसीज बाद में जब इनकी लोकेशन ट्रैक करने लगे तो लोकेशन ट्रैक नहीं कर पाए। लेकिन आईबी की टीम, दिल्ली पुलिस की एंटी टेरर यूनिट, स्पेशल सेल की कई टीमें वो पूछताछ कर रही हैं, और बहुत मुमकिन है कि देर शाम तक इस पूरे साजिश का खुलासा हो जाए गौरव।
और आप इस खबर पर नजर बनाए रखिए, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी चिंता की बात है। संसद पर पहले भी हमला हो चुका है अरविंद, हम लोग उसको रिपोर्ट कर चुके हैं। उसके बाद बहुत से नए कदम उठाए गए थे, उसके बावजूद ऐसा हुआ। तो ये पार्लियामेंट की सुरक्षा की बहुत बड़ी चूक है। इसके बारे में दिल्ली पुलिस का क्या कहना है अरविंद?
नहीं, देखिए, अगर पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी की बात करें तो उसके लिए अलग से अलग एजेंसियां होती हैं। जो बाहर की सुरक्षा होती है वो दिल्ली पुलिस के जिम्मे होती है, लेकिन संसद भवन की सुरक्षा के लिए अलग से यूनिट होती है और कई लेयर की सिक्योरिटी होती है। और जैसा कि आपने बताया, आप खुद गवाह थे, आपने रिपोर्टिंग की थी पार्लियामेंट अटैक की, तो उस दौरान भी जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं अंदर संसद भवन के अंदर दाखिल होने के लिए प्रॉपर तैयारी की थी। व्हाइट कलर की एम्बेसडर कार जो उस वक्त सांसद लेकर अमूमन जाते थे, इस्तेमाल करते थे वो, या फिर पार्लियामेंट का स्टिकर, उसका इस्तेमाल किया था और काफी हद तक वो सिक्योरिटी को ब्रीच करने में कामयाब होते हुए संसद भवन के अंदर दाखिल हुए थे। यहाँ भी जो ये लोग हैं, इनको ये मालूम था कि सांसद का विजिटर पास वो लेकर कैसे अंदर दाखिल होना है। अब सवाल ये है कि जो कलर क्रैकर है वो कैसे कंसील करके अंदर लेके गए, और कई लेयर की सुरक्षा होती है, सुरक्षा जांच होती है, बावजूद इसके अंदर लेकर चले गए। और हैरानी की बात है, कूद कर वहां पर उसको छोड़ भी दिया। अब कई लोग तो ये भी बताते हैं कि जो कलर क्रैकर है इसको छोड़ने के लिए मैच बॉक्स का भी यूज किया जाता है। जिस तरीके से ग्रीन क्रैकर होता है उसी तरीके से इसको यूज किया जाता है। तो कैसे ये सब पूरी प्लानिंग हुई, कैसे इस्तेमाल किया गया, बिल्कुल इसकी जांच एजेंसीज कर रही हैं। जो चारों लोग हैं उनको हिरासत में लिया गया, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। लेकिन जैसा आपने कहा, बिल्कुल सही बात है, ये सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला है। और मैं आपको फिर बता दूं कि 13 दिसंबर को लेकर वैसे ही सुरक्षा चौकस होती है। ऊपर से जब पार्लियामेंट चलता है तो नई दिल्ली इलाके में 144 सेक्शन इम्पोज्ड होता है। ऊपर से कुछ दिन पहले तो एक स्पेसिफिक इनपुट आया था कि पार्लियामेंट के आसपास कुछ रक्षक हो सकता है। उसके बावजूद भी अगर इस तरह का लैप्स होता है तो जवाबदेही जो संसद की सुरक्षा में तैनात एजेंसियां होती हैं, जवाबदेही उनकी होगी और जाहिर सी बात है उनसे इस बारे में जवाब तलब किया भी जाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल एजेंसियों की प्रमुखता वो लोग 4 लोग हैं जिन्होंने पूरा हंगामा खड़ा किया, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है।
एंड द क्वेश्चन रिमेन्स, अरविंद, who were the individuals, who were the people who were behind these 4 individuals? You know, is this some kind of an attack that was just planned by 4 individuals, engineering students, or at least one of them claims to be an engineering student? We spoke to his father. His father says that he was very influenced by the teachings of Swami Vivekanand. He studied in the Vivekanand University. How could he be misled, according to the father? The father says that he was traveling. Sagar and Manoranjan apparently were traveling quite extensively between Mumbai and Delhi. Who were they meeting? That's a big point. Now, various measures are now being put into place, but this also remains a big question, that is this a knee-jerk reaction? What was the watch and ward staff doing? Why were these individuals not frisked at various levels? 2 of them managed to enter the parliament. How did they manage to enter the parliament with smoke canisters? Who carried the smoke canisters in? Who was complicit in this? Who's responsible for the laxity at various levels? You are frisked at the entrance of the parliament building. You frisked again once you get your visitor's pass and enter the parliament building. You frisked for the 3rd time when you enter the visitors gallery. You know, visitors cannot even carry a pen when they go inside the visitors gallery. Only those who go inside the press gallery are permitted to carry a pen. Now, how is it that these people were able to carry, or this individual was able to carry a smoke canister? Who was sleeping on the job, or who provided it to this individual just before he went to the visitors gallery? So this, no doubt, is a very major security breach in Parliament on the 22nd anniversary of the attack on the Temple of Indian Democracy. Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan, they are currently being interrogated by the Delhi police. The intruders jumped from bench to bench. We'll also show you those images before they were caught by our honorable lawmakers and given a bit of their mind by the lawmakers, literally punched and slapped before being handed over to the watch and ward staff. Now, we'll also show you the security pass, the visitor's pass that was issued to Sagar Sharma, and this was cleared by BJP MP Pratap Simha. We are still waiting for a response from the BJP MP. Preliminary investigations indicate that the intruders were in touch, they knew each other, they'd actually traveled to this area, they'd actually roamed around, met each other, and then carried out this attack on Parliament. We're getting a lot of reactions. Let's listen in.
These marks that you are witnessing is actually the marks of major security lapse that unfolded outside the parliament today. The day when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as well as all other opposition leaders as well, paid tribute to the martyrs of those who were martyred during the parliament attack. 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack, and on that very day, a major security lapse has been witnessed not only outside the parliament but also inside the parliament. I was standing right outside in this Transport Bhavan Park when the major security lapse
और बहुजन समाज पार्टी के सांसद मलूक नागर हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। बिजनौर से सांसद है, उत्तर प्रदेश से। नागर साहब, क्या हुआ? आप उस समय संसद में थे। व्हाट कैन यू टेल अस सर, व्हाट हैपेंड?
देखिए, जो ये 0 आवर खत्म होने को था और 5 या 6 मिनट बाकी थी, तो मैं जैसे आगे की तरफ मुंह था स्पीकर साहब की तरफ, तो पीछे से धड़ोम जैसी आवाज आई, जैसे कोई ऊपर से गिर गया हो। तो हमें लगा ये किसी ने धकेल दिया या पैर रपट गया या गिरा है। तो देखा तो दूसरा और कूद रहा था एक। तो तब ये लगा कि ये गिरा नहीं, ये तो अंदर घुसा है। और पिछले साल की तरह जब 13 दिसंबर को जो पिछले 2001 जो घटना घटी है दोबारा घट गई, तो बहुत ज्यादा डर दिमाग में बैठा, डर लगा। और किसी तरह भी ये लगा एकदम भाग के इसको पकड़ लें, ताकि ये वेपन से जिस तरह देखते हैं, सुनने में आया जो पिक्चर में देखते हैं तो गोलियां चला के सब मार दिए, कहीं ऐसी घटना ना घट जाए। तो मैं और उधर से बेनीवाल टूट के पड़े और उसे जाके दबोचा। जैसे ही पकड़ने को थे तो तुरंत उसने जूता निकाला अपना। जूता निकाला तो एक बार को झटके से लगा कि ये जूता फेंकने वाला है, लेकिन उसने जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, उसका कुछ खोला चिंगारी सी हुई, तो उसमें पूरा पीला पीला नीला नीला गैस की तरह एकदम पूरा फैल गया। और वो एकदम ऐसी घटना थी कि ऐसा लग रहा था कि आज तो जान मुश्किल बचेगी। तो उस चक्कर में
फिर भी आप डरे नहीं? आपने फिर भी पकड़ लिया उसको?
हाँ जी,
आप डरे नहीं? जब वो कुछ निकाल रहा था, चिंगारी सी निकली, अब सांसद डर के भागे नहीं? आप उनमें थे कि पकड़ लिया फिर भी इसको?
नहीं, वो तो ज्यादातर तो चारों तरफ से गेट खुल गए थे, सब भाग रहे थे। लेकिन हमने तो ये सोचा भागते हुए को भी कोई फायदा नहीं है, अब तो सामने जो सिचुएशन है उसे फेस करें और कम से कम इसको जकड़ ले, जो इसमें वेपन हो उन्हें चला ना पाए। तो इसलिए उसको पूरा दबोचा और फिर मार पिटाई भी हुई। लेकिन जब तक वो अपने जूते में से वो निकाल के वो सामने ही हमारे वो कर चुका था, उसका पिन निकाल चुका था। फिर दूसरा डर और लगा कि कोई केमिकल गैस वाला इसने कोई बम ना छोड़ दिया हो, कहीं आंख पांख ना चली जाए। तो जैसे ही सिक्योरिटी वालों ने उसे पकड़ के दबोचा, तो फिर दूसरा डर स्टार्ट हो गया। तो पिछले 3-4 मिनट ऐसे बीते कि ऐसा डर से नजदीक से देख के आए सब चीजों को। अब जाकर के चीजें लग रही है, अभी तो बात कर रहे हैं, जब तो लग रहा था आखिरी क्षण चल रही है जिंदगी की।
नहीं, लेकिन ये सोचते हुए भी कि ये आखिरी क्षण है जीवन के, आपने दबोचे रखा उसको, पकड़े रखा उसको, ताकि सबकी जान बची रहे, ये तो बड़ी बात है। उस समय
तो बचपन से जो बेसिक कैरेक्टर है, किसान के घर में जन्म लिया, वो जाट था, बेनीवाल में गुजर हूँ, तो ये चीज तो नॉर्मल सी है हमारे लिए कि इस सिचुएशन को कैसे कंट्रोल करना। वो तो खरी ऊपर वाला साथ था, परमात्मा प्रकृति मदद कर रही थी। बट देश के लिए एक कहीं सुरक्षा में बहुत खामी और बहुत कमी थी कहीं ना कहीं।
यस, बिल्कुल सही आप कह रहे हैं कि देश की सुरक्षा में बड़ी नाकामी। अच्छा, ये कैसे घुस आया होगा? कैसे इसके जूते में कुछ लेकर आ गया संसद के अंदर? आप तो सांसद हैं, किस तरह की सुरक्षा है इस समय नई संसद में?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी भी जो हम पार्लियामेंटेरियन का काम करते हैं, जो हम बिल में अमेंडमेंट करते हैं, जो हम कानून में बदलाव करते हैं सारे लॉ मेकर बैठ के, इस तरह सुरक्षा में भी उसी हिसाब से देखना पड़ेगा कि कहीं ना कहीं कोई चीजें और करनी पड़ेंगी। कि जैसे पर्सनल व्यक्तिगत स्तर पे वहाँ 3-4 लोग लगे रहे जो देखें भाई कौन कैसी बात कर रहा है, कैसी बॉडी लैंग्वेज है, आपस में क्या बात कर रहे हैं, ताकि पकड़ा जा सके। अगर प्लास्टिक का वो गैस बम था या कलर बम था तो उसको कैसे चेक करा जा सकता है, वहाँ भी सुरक्षा में तो इम्प्रूवमेंट करे जा सकते हैं विदेशों की पैटर्न पे और भी ज्यादा। और दूसरा, एमपी जहाँ पे वो आया वहाँ भी कहीं ना कहीं ढील थी। तो पार्लियामेंट के पहले गेट पे गया, वहाँ भी कहीं ना कहीं ढील थी, कैसे लेके चला गया अंदर। जो पार्लियामेंट में घुस रहा था वहाँ भी कहीं ना कहीं ढील थी। चौथे नंबर पे जहाँ जाके वो बैठा उस दर्शक दीर्घा में, वहाँ सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं थे, वहाँ भी ढील थी। जब वो कूदने से क्यों नहीं रोका, वहाँ भी ढील थी। जब वो नीचे हम लोगों के बीच में आ गया जहाँ पे सारे एमपी और मिनिस्टर सब बैठते हैं, वहाँ भी ढील थी सुरक्षा की। और वो वहाँ खास बात ये थी कि वो 3 जंप कर चुका था, जो करीब 15 की करीब की लेयर होती है बेंचेस की बैठने की, तो जिधर स्पीकर और जिधर ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर और होम मिनिस्टर बैठते हैं उधर की तरफ को भागा, आगे की तरफ को वो जब हमले वो पकड़ा था। तो कई जगह 5-6 बैरियर थे जहां सुरक्षा में चूक हुई है, ये तो सच बात है एकदम।
नहीं, और बड़ी चिंता की बात है। अच्छा मलूक नागर जी, आप रहिए मेरे साथ क्योंकि ये चर्चा हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। अरविंद सावंत जी भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, वरिष्ठ सांसद हैं। मिस्टर सावंत, हाउ डू यू लुक एट दिस सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच in parliament? The fact that 2 intruders managed to jump down from the visitors gallery and they had this some kind of a smoke device with them, some colored smoke device, sir.
It was rather shocking, really shocking. When somebody jumped from the gallery, still I could understand that, This incidents have taken place many times in many of the parliament or assemblies. But then the emanation of the smoke, that was really, what was the source of emanation of that smoke? And how could they carry that source with them and bring it inside the house? It's a serious lapse of the security.
Absolutely, and there are multiple levels of security. For the benefit of our viewers, sir, can you tell us how many layers of security did these individuals breach before they could reach our honorable members of parliament in the well of the house?
No, nobody. Generally, the security, I won't directly blame them. We know the security is also very serious in here also. But sometimes it happens, the metal detector is there. The source of the smoke must be in a powder form or maybe in a liquid form. The metal detector may not have noticed it. How could they bring it? That is what the first lapse on the part of our security. How could they bring it? And when they were sitting inside it, then the watch should have been kept on the people who were sitting in the visiting gallery. How come they did not notice that somebody is little bit showing unrest while sitting over there? And particularly the first line, he was sitting in the first line.
Correct.
He was sitting in the first line. And then he jumped from there, hanged himself for a moment. He was hanging, he was to the bar over there, and then jumped inside the house. That shows, I feel when on the very day, it is the day 13th of December 2001, a terrorist attacked the parliament. Our soldiers, some securities have sacrificed their life to protect the parliament. But They could not enter, even having a terrorist, also they could not enter the house. Today it is the other way. They have entered into the house.
Absolutely. Yeah. What do you demand from the government, from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah? Mr. Savant, your response first, and then I'll come to Mr. Malook Nagar. Mr. Savant, go first, sir.
He should reply. Should give a statement of Parliament. Even if the Speaker is the custodian of the House, the security comes under the Home Department, and then Home Department has to take notice of it.
Absolutely. So you want the Home Minister to respond. मलूक नागर जी, आप आज ही के दिन 2001 में संसद पर हमला हुआ था। अरविंद सावंत जी, आज ही के दिन 2001 में संसद पर हमला हुआ था।
तो मैंने अभी बताया ना आपको।
तो did it remind you of that?
हाँ।
Go on, sir.
तो मैंने आपको बोला अभी। हेलो।
जी। Sir, stay with me for a moment. Hanuman Beniwal also joins us, RLP MP. Hanuman Beniwal जी, आपने भी पकड़ा था इस इंट्रूडर को, तो उस समय आप लोग के मन में वो डर नहीं था कि कोई गैस निकल रही है, कोई केमिकल निकल रहा है, और उसके बावजूद आपने और मलूक नागर जी ने पकड़ लिया?
देखिए, डरने वाले लोग नहीं हम। जब शून्यकाल चल रहा था और पीछे जब ये एक व्यक्ति लटका हुआ था और एक ये उछल कूद करता हुआ आगे बढ़ रहा था, तो इसको हमने दबोच लिया और दबोच के इसका बढ़िया धुनाई भी करी इसकी। और अगर हम लोग इसको नहीं रोकते तो निश्चित रूप से ये रक्षा मंत्री जी बैठे थे और लोकसभा अध्यक्ष भी चैम्बर में थे, राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी थे। इसका मकसद आगे बढ़ने का था, आगे बढ़ रहा था, और इसके पीछे जरूर किसी बड़ी ताकतों का हाथ है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा दुस्साहस है। और उसके बाद जिस तरह स्प्रे किया, ये बहुत ट्रेंड लोग थे, ट्रेंड, और एक महिला और एक व्यक्ति जो और था इनके साथ ऊपर, जो चिल्ला रहे थे, नारे लगा रहे थे, ये इससे बड़ी सुरक्षा में चूक नहीं हो सकती। इसके अंदर पार्लियामेंट सिक्योरिटी, पार्लियामेंट सेक्रेटरी, सारे दोषी, मैं कह रहा हूँ इन सबको इस बात का मंथन करना चाहिए कि दोबारा ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति। जो करोड़ों रुपए लगा के जो पार्लियामेंट बनाया, नया भवन बनाया है, इसके कसीदे पटे गए और आज इसके अंदर इस तरह लोग एंट्री कर जाए। अगर इसके बाद जहरीली गैस होती और वो छोड़ देता तो निश्चित रूप से बहुत बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था, चाकू छुरा होता, मार सकता था। हमने प्रयास किया और बाकी सांसदों ने भी अपनी तरफ से जो प्रयास कर, सब लोगों ने प्रयास करके और इनको दबोच लिया। सिक्योरिटी गार्ड आने से पहले हम लोगों ने इनको दबोच लिया था।
और क्या आपको इस समय याद है कि किस तरह के नारे लगा रहा था ये आदमी?
नारे हमने नहीं सुने था, मैंने नारे नहीं, वो ये कह रहा था मुझे मारो, मतलब प्रोटेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, प्रोटेस्ट, पता नहीं किस चीज का प्रोटेस्ट कर रहा था, और कह रहा था मैं लखनऊ का रहने वाला हूँ, लखनऊ का। हाँ,
अच्छा, कह रहा था मैं लखनऊ का रहने वाला हूँ।
आगे वाला जो पहले था, और दूसरा पीछे स्प्रे कर रहा था इसका। उसने पहले स्प्रे चालू कर दिया था, वो पहला पकड़ा गया ना, उसने स्प्रे चालू कर दिया और बहुत ही धुआं हो गया था पार्लियामेंट के अंदर। उस समय महिला सांसद भी बैठी थी कई, और कई और सांसद थे। एक हड़कंप मच गया, बहुत बड़ा दुस्साहस इन लोगों ने किया है, और ये सीधी सिक्योरिटी का फेलियर है। इसमें बड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। एसएम और पीएम को खुद जवाब देना चाहिए इस मामले के अंदर।
आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, सुरक्षा में बड़ी चूक। जी,
धड़ल्ले से कई लोग आ जाते, 50 गेस्ट आ जाते कई लोगों के, 30 गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, 20 आ रहे हैं, मजाक थोड़े पार्लियामेंट को, ये तो मजाक बना के रख दिया पार्लियामेंट को पूरा।
बिल्कुल सही। मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का, और उस मंदिर में इस तरह की इन लोगों ने कारस्तानी की। लेकिन जब ये केमिकल निकल रहा था या वो गैस निकल रही थी, कुछ सांसद तो दूसरी दिशा में गए, लेकिन आप और मलूक नागर जी दोनों टूट पड़े इस पर। उस समय आपको नहीं लगा कि हमें भी भाग जाना चाहिए?
आप समझे नहीं, ऐसा मरना तो एक दिन है सबको, मरना ये कोविड आया जब भी मरते मरते बचे थे हम लोग कोविड के अंदर। जब दोबारा जन्म हमारा हुआ तो मतलब हमारे लोगों के लिए तो करेंगे ना हम, उन तक कैसे पहुंचने देंगे बताओ मुझे? अगर इनके हाथ में गन होती तो भी हम पकड़ लेते हैं इनको।
हाँ जी, नहीं, वो कह रहे थे कि वो जाट है, मैं गुजर हूं, और हम डरते नहीं, हम बिल्कुल लड़ जाते हैं, और हम लड़ गए और हमने पकड़ लिया।
सही कह रहे हैं, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं जी।
नहीं, बहुत बहुत बढ़िया किया जी आपने, और ये ईश्वर की कृपा है कि आप लोग सुरक्षित हैं और कोई केमिकल गैस नहीं थी। लेकिन अब आपकी मांग क्या है? आप चाहते क्या है कि स्पीकर हो या गृह मंत्री हो या प्रधानमंत्री हो, क्या कार्रवाई हो?
सिक्योरिटी का जिनके पास जिम्मा था उनको सस्पेंड किया जाए, इनको कड़ी सजा मिले, इनके पीछे कौन सा गिरोह है उसकी जांच एजेंसियां करे, और प्रधानमंत्री जी जवाब दे इस मामले के अंदर, खुद आके हाउस के अंदर, और आश्वस्त करे दूसरे सांसदों को, देश को, कि दोबारा ऐसी घटना नहीं होगी। और अब ये मैं कह रहा हूँ रद्द करो ये बार, इस तरह लोगों को बुला रहे हो, चाहे जैसे जिसकी अच्छी चलती है लोकसभा के अंदर वो तो 50 आदमी ले आता है, वो जिसकी नहीं चलती है वो 2 आदमी नहीं ला पाता। ये तो मजाक बन गई, बाड़ा बना दिया। ये लोकसभा बाड़ा हो गया एक तरीके से, कि चाहे जिसको घुसा दो अंदर। 100 आदमी, एक आदमी 100 आदमी लेके आ रहा है।
आप मेरे साथ जुड़े हनुमान बेनीवाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वन ऑफ द मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हु एक्चुअली लेफ्ट फॉरवर्ड एंड caught hold of that intruder, along with Maluk Nagar and of course several others, as you can see in those images on your television screen. We'll be tracking the story very, very closely. A huge breach in Parliament security. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards from Best English News Channel India Today TV to Best Hindi News Channel Aaj Tak, and the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti Exemplary Leadership.
ये गर्व का मौका है कि मेरे नारी शक्ति के समर्थन और संकल्प को इस मंच ने और ताकत दी है। लंबे वक्त से बहुत से लोग ये बताते रहे कि एक आदमी की सफलता के पीछे एक औरत का हाथ होता है। अब वक्त बदला है। हर सफलता खुद हासिल करने के लिए हम सब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की नींव आत्मनिर्भर नारी शक्ति ही बनेगी। एक नई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इस सम्मान के साथ मुझे मिली है। मैं इसे अपनी पूरी कमिटमेंट से निभाऊंगी।
Most trusted, most awarded, India Today, India's maximum channel.
How do you remember what you recollect and what have you written in this book actually?
I have read in his diaries that for some time there seemed to be some tension and some sparks flying. But after everything, everything became normal. And one thing I learned, that these people, they knew how to manage conflict or how to manage disagreement. I think that is the most important thing.
In 2004, when he was on the verge of being a prime minister, but he mentioned you that they won't make him prime minister. What was that context?
That particular context was, in 2004, after Sonia Gandhi renounced her claim. So in the media, there was a lot of speculation about who is going to be the prime minister, and both my father's and Dr. Manmohan Singh's names were in the circulation. He wrote in his diary that Dr. Manmohan Singh is contesting from South Delhi. In all probability, he will win and it will be very good. He is a likely Congress prime ministerial candidate. So even in 1989 also, he perceived a situation that in case of a Congress win, Dr. Manmohan Singh is going to be the prime minister. So in 2004, it could not have come as a major disappointment to him. And he also told journalist Shumon Chatterjee that he did not have any expectation from Sonia Gandhi to make him the prime minister. And when there is no expectation, there is no disappointment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The big launches from Google to the festive sales here in India, and all your tech queries answered and a lot more on your favorite technology show. I'm your host Ayush Alamadi and this is Tech Today. Well, if Techtember was dominated by the iPhone 15 announcement, Techtober is all about stock Android from the house of Google. The new Pixels are here on Tech Today. It's time to unbox them and let you know how AI is going to be a key feature in the new Pixel lineup. There you go, the flagship phone which is all set to give some tough competition to the iPhone 15 Pro Max and the Samsung S23 Ultra, the Pixel 8 Pro. If you're a fan of stock Android and you've joined the AI revolution, this might be a worthy companion. And its younger brother, the Pixel 8. Now, both of these come with Google's new Tensor, which is a G3 chip. But with that G3 processor come a bunch of pros and cons. The pros, of course, are that you have not seen better AI tech-loaded devices in the market. This device is genuinely going to make a lot of people stand up and take notice. The cons are that, you know how they say two siblings are the, well, two eyes of the parent? That's not necessarily the case. A lot of the features that are available here won't be available here. They're calling it some sort of a paywall, although both devices will come with an unprecedented 7 years of software updates. Let's start off with the big boy, which happens to be the Google Pixel 8 Pro.
India Today.
Welcome back. We now have more details about the two intruders who breached security at Parliament and entered the Parliament. They've been identified and we'll get you the first images of Sagar Sharma. Sagar Sharma is 27 years old. The other intruder is Manoranjan from Mysuru. Manoranjan Gowda is 34 years old. That's the information we've been able to gather. We have more details. One of the two is an engineering student, studied at the Vivekanand College, Mysuru University. That's the information, at least that's the preliminary information we've been able to gather. Both the intruders say they were operating on their own. Their father, Manoranjan's father, of course, says that his son was extremely disciplined, was into social welfare and social service. He traveled extensively between Delhi and Mumbai, and he does not know, the father does not know whether the son fell in wrong company. Now, India Today spoke to Manoranjan's father, and he very strongly backed his son's good behavior so far, said that his son believed in doing good for the society. Listen.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ.
And more details are coming in about the other group, the breach that is outside the Parliament. Neelam, more details of Neelam are also now emerging. Neelam apparently hails from Jind in Haryana. Neelam was said to be preparing, at least that's what she's told the police in initial investigation, that she was preparing for civil services examination. On the 25th of November, Neelam left her PG hostel. She was in postgraduate hostel. She in June, then she left for home, saying that she was going to prepare for her civil services examination. And India Today has also tracked down Neelam's family. I want to bring in Arvind Ojha for more on this. Arvind, नीलम के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि वो सिविल सर्विसेज की तैयारी कर रही थी. सिविल सर्विसेज की तैयारी के बीचों बीच ये प्रोटेस्ट कैसा, क्या जानकारी मिल पाई है?
देखिए, मैं सबसे पहले बताऊं कि देखिए नीलम के बारे में, लेकिन अभी हमारे पास की जानकारी है वो हम अपने दर्शकों को जरूर बताना चाहते हैं. और वो बड़ी जानकारी इंडिया टुडे पर एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी वो ये है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कुल 6 लोग शामिल थे. अभी तक सिर्फ 4 लोगों का नाम सामने आया था, तो अंदर डिटेन्ड हुए थे, जबकि 2 बाहर डिटेन्ड हुए थे. लेकिन अब जो एजेंसीज हैं उनके जरिए इंडिया टुडे को जानकारी मिली है कि इसमें कुछ 6 लोग शामिल थे, जिसमें 5 लोग दिल्ली के बाहर से आए थे. और ये सभी गुरुग्राम में एक शख्स है ललित झा, उसके घर पर रुके थे और वहां से फिर ये निकलते. जरा मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, ये पार्लियामेंट पुलिस स्टेशन है जहां पर उनसे पूछताछ चल रही है. लेकिन जो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है वो ये है कि कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी प्लानिंग इसके पीछे समझ में आ रही है एजेंसीज को. जो अभी इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसके मुताबिक कुल 6 लोग जो ये पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और बाहर जो है पूरा हंगामा हुआ, इसकी प्लानिंग में कुछ 6 लोग शामिल थे, जिसमें अब तक 5 लोग आइडेंटिफाई हो चुके हैं. 4 तो डिटेन है. एक शख्स जिसके घर पर ये लोग रुके थे वो गुरुग्राम में उसका घर था, वहां पर रुके थे, जबकि 6वां शख्स कौन है इसकी पहचान नहीं हो पाई है. तो ये एक बड़ी जानकारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के जरिए इंडिया टुडे को जानकारी मिली है. अब इनके पीछे ये 6 लोग हैं, इनके पीछे कौन है ये ट्रैक करने की एजेंसी कोशिश कर रही है. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जिस तरीके से इनके पास मोबाइल फोन रिकवर नहीं हुआ है, ये भी एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी की तरफ इशारा करता है कि अगर मोबाइल फोन चोरी करते तो लोकेशन ट्रैक हो सकती थी. इनका फुटप्रिंट कहाँ था इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी अभी एजेंसीज को नहीं मिली. देखिए, स्पेशल सेल की जो टीम है एक एक करके वो बाहर.
ये बड़ी बात है अरविंद, इस खबर पर नजर बनाए रखिए. ताजा जानकारी के लिए फिर आपके पास लौटूंगा. बट बिग इंफॉर्मेशन. There were at least 6 people involved in this conspiracy. 5 have been identified. 5 are from outside Delhi. and they stayed at the home of one Lalit Jha in Gurgaon. We'll be getting you much more on the story, but more reactions coming in from Neelam's family in Jind in Haryana. Let's listen in.
वो हिसार में स्टडी करती है, वो किसी पार्टी वगैरह से कोई जुड़ी हुई नहीं है अभी तक। तो हमें जब जहाँ तक पता है कि कोई पार्टी वगैरह कोई लफड़ा नहीं है।
फिर उसने आज संसद में ऐसा क्यों किया?
वो पता नहीं सर, वो तो उससे मिलने के बाद ही पता चलेगा क्या बात है क्या नहीं।
तो आपकी कैसे पता लगा?
वो तो मैंने बड़े भाई का फोन आया था, तो उसने टीवी पे देखा होगा।
तो कल घर से कहाँ गई थी?
हिसार गई थी।
तो अभी आपसे उसका कोई संपर्क नहीं हुआ? आज की
नहीं, आज सुबह फोन आया था मेरी माँ को दवाई लेने के लिए, नरवाना दवाई दिलाने के लिए, उनका फोन आया था।
नीलम के बारे में आपको जानकारी मिली है कुछ? कहाँ पे है? अच्छा,
हमने इसमें भाई ने देखी है टेलीविजन में।
क्या बताया फिर भाई ने?
भाई ने बोली माँ नीलम इसमें आ रही
टेलीविजन में। अच्छा, और कुछ नहीं बताया?
कुछ नहीं।
तो नीलम में वहाँ हिसार में क्या करती है?
पता है।
कितने समय से?
पूछती 5-6 महीने हो गए।
आज भी आपकी बात हुई थी नीलम से?
हाँ, डॉक्टर कहते थे दो ही।
अच्छा, क्या नाम आपका?
मेरा नाम सरस्वती है जी।
ठीक।
So Neelam was preparing for her civil services and then was involved in civil unrest. We'll get you much more on this big story on the other side of a quick break with India Today's Shivarur. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
माननीय सांसद जो थे तुरंत उन्होंने भी घेरा, उसको पकड़ा। तब तक उन्होंने जूता के अंदर से कुछ निकाल करके वो गैस जो होता है कलरफुल धुआं छोड़ने लगा। तो न्यूज बनने के लिए कोई दृष्टि आकर्षण करने के लिए उसे किए थे, देखने से लगा। बाकी दोनों को पकड़ के मार्शल ले गए बाहर।
देखिए 0 आवर चल रहा था, हम लोग अपनी बात रख रहे थे। अचानक गैलरी के अंदर से 2 आदमी कूद आए। कूदने के बाद उन्होंने अपने जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, जिससे पूरी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर गैस फैलना शुरू हो गई। हमें शुबा ये है कि क्या ये कोई टॉक्सिक गैस तो नहीं है, कोई नुकसान तो आगे सांसदों को नहीं होगा, खुदा करे ना हो। लेकिन जितना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स हुआ है आज, जूते में तो कोई छोटा बम भी ला सकता था।
क्या वो विजिटर्स गैलरी में बैठे?
विजिटर गैलरी में से कूदे थे। हाँ। तो अगर इस तरह से लैप्स होंगे तो पार्लियामेंट क्या हमारी सेफ है?
हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ही कास्ट सेंसस को अपोज कर रहे हैं, वो भी कर रहे हैं और इन्हों भी कर रहे हैं।
A remark by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Parliament has ended up exposing the divide within his party over the Karnataka caste survey report. Kharge made the comment on Monday when poked by BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi over when the pending report will be made public. Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar had recently signed a letter to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah by a Vokalika organization demanding a fresh caste survey. Reacting to Kharge's statement, Shivakumar denied opposing caste census. The Congress, embarrassed by the episode, rushed to control damage. The BJP is citing the confusion in the Congress to claim the ruling party is not serious about the caste census exercise. Caste census and reservation are a political hot potato in Karnataka. Dominant caste groups like Lingayats and Vokaligas are worried that a caste census could hurt their jobs and education prospects. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a dream debut for Bhajan Lal Sharma. The first time MLA from Sanganer constituency will be the new Rajasthan Chief Minister. The decision was announced at a meeting of BJP MLAs supervised by party's central observers led by Rajnath Singh and in the presence of former CM Vasundhara Raje Scindia. Sharma, who originally hails from Bharatpur, was fielded from the BJP bastion of Sanganer by dropping a sitting MLA. The 56-year-old Brahmin leader has served as the party's state unit general secretary in the past. Jaipur royal family member Diya Kumari and MLA from Dudu seat, Premchand Bairwa, will be deputy CMs. Bhajanlal Sharma's anointment as CM sparked celebrations in his family. By appointing a Brahmin as CM, a Rajput and scheduled caste leader as deputy CMs, the BJP has attempted a unique social engineering. Brahmins constitute only 7% of population, Rajputs 9% and SCs 18%. The BJP's choice of 3 fresh faces as CMs for Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh can be called a generational shift, even if not in terms of age. The change of guard marks the exit of heavyweights Vasundhara Raje, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Raman Singh, all of whom were given reins during the Vajpayee Advani era. The BJP has begun a new innings in the Hindi heartland. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 12 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 15 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 16 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Big breach on Parliament attack anniversary. New Parliament intruded by 2. National alarm over intrusion. Total VVIP failure. Top focus on 5 Live.
Let's make absolutely no mistake, viewer. What has happened inside India's new parliament is one of India's biggest ever security breaches. I'm standing now in a simulated portion of where that infiltration actually took place. Now, in this new parliament building, like where I'm standing, the visitors gallery is just 10 to 12 feet high. Unlike the old parliament building where it was 24 feet high and therefore jumping was out of the question, just 10 to 12 feet high means person had access. And that's precisely what happened, as you can see in what has been captured on camera. That man literally jumping out of the visitors gallery and then simply jumping from table to table. So this is the situation where things actually went completely out of control and then was subdued very, very quickly. I'm joined right now by BJP Member of Parliament Rajendra Agarwal, who was in the chair in the Lok Sabha during this breach. राजेंद्र जी, आपका स्वागत है। ये जो घटना हुआ है लोकसभा में, ये बहुत ही चिंताजनक है, बहुत ही ट्रबलिंग है। क्या आप बता सकते हैं राजेंद्र जी डिटेल में कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ? आप चेयर में थे जब ये हुआ था सर?
सर वो उन्होंने लगाया दोनों।
देखिए 0 आवर चल रहा था जी, आपको जानकारी है ही ये भी। और तभी देखा कि पहले एक जो नौजवान था वो उतरा रेलिंग को पकड़ करके, हमको तो लगा कि शायद कोई गिर गया है। फिर दूसरा व्यक्ति उतरा तो ध्यान में आया कि ये लोग जो है इसमें हाउस के अंदर कूद रहे हैं। तो एक थोड़ा सा अव्यवस्था सी वहां पर हुई। हमने तुरंत हाउस को एडजस्ट किया और उसके बाद सभी सांसदों ने उनको पकड़ा, सुरक्षा कर्मी भी एक्टिव हुए, उन्होंने भी पकड़ लिया। तो 1 मिनट के अंदर अंदर ये सारा काम हो गया। इन द मीन टाइम उसने एक लड़के ने अपने जूते में से कुछ निकाला, वो जो गैस जो वहां पर थी कलर्ड गैस, वो उसमें से निकाल करके उसने हाउस के अंदर फैलाई। इतना घटनाक्रम ही हुआ और इसी दौरान सांसदों की मदद से और सुरक्षा कर्मियों की मदद से उनको काबू में कर लिया गया और सुरक्षा कर्मी दोनों को ले गए बाहर।
राजेंद्र जी, पब्लिक के मन में ये सवाल, पहला सवाल ये है कि ये कैसे हो सकता था? ये नया पार्लियामेंट है, इसमें जो सिक्योरिटी और इंटेलिजेंस का व्यवस्था है बहुत मैक्सिमम लेवल पे है। आज पार्लियामेंट का अटैक का एनिवर्सरी भी है, तो ऐसे कैसे हो सकता था राजेंद्र जी?
नहीं देखिए, कहीं ना कहीं चूक तो हुई है, मेजर चूक हुई है, उसकी समीक्षा की जा रही है। माननीय स्पीकर महोदय के द्वारा भी की जा रही है। वो सब दलों के नेताओं से भी परामर्श कर रहे हैं। सुरक्षा से संबंधित जो अधिकारी हैं उनको भी इसकी समीक्षा करने के लिए कहा गया है। जो सीआरपीएफ के डीजी हैं या दिल्ली के पुलिस कमिश्नर हैं या अन्य अधिकारी हैं, वो भी इसकी समीक्षा कर रहे हैं, एक्सपर्ट समीक्षा कर रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर के चूक तो हुई है। अब चूक कैसे हुई, 3 जगह पर चेकिंग होती है, जो विजिटर होता है तो उसको देखेंगे और उसका पुख्ता इंतजाम किया जाएगा कि भविष्य में ऐसी घटना ना हो, क्योंकि संसद की दर्शक दीर्घा तक इस प्रकार से कोई पहुंच जाए और हाउस के अंदर कूद करके कुछ भी घटना को अंजाम दे सकते हैं, तो ये गंभीर बात है।
राजेंद्र जी, पार्लियामेंट को लेकर एक काफी अहम इंटेलिजेंस इंटरेस्ट भी था, क्योंकि आज जैसे मैंने बताया कि 2001 वाला संसद पर जो हमला हुआ था उसका एनिवर्सरी था। कुछ ही दिन पहले जो खालिस्तानी आतंकवादी हैं गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू, उन्होंने भी एक वार्निंग सामने किया था कि वो पार्लियामेंट पर हमला करेंगे। तो ये सब अगर हम मिलाकर देखेंगे तो एक अवेयरनेस लेवल, इंटेलिजेंस लेवल काफी मैक्सिमम लेवल पे होना चाहिए था। इस नजरिए से आप क्या कहेंगे? जब ये हुआ था बिल्कुल आपके सामने, क्या आपके मन में ये पॉसिबिलिटी था कि ये एक आतंकवादी हमला हो सकता है?
नहीं, ऐसा लगा तो नहीं। हालांकि आप जो कह रहे हैं वो बात तो थी ही कि पुन्नू ने इस बात की धमकी दी थी और आज एनिवर्सरी भी उसकी थी और निश्चित रूप से इसकी सावधानी बरती गई होगी। परंतु मैं इसी बात को बार बार कहना चाहूंगा कि कहीं ना कहीं चूक तो हुई है और चूक वो गंभीर है। देखिए, जांच भी होती है परंतु बहुत बार विश्वास भी होता है। कई बार कुछ लापरवाही किसी अधिकारी के द्वारा हो गई होगी, लेकिन यदि लापरवाही अधिकारी के स्तर पर हुई है या लापरवाही सिस्टम के अंदर है, दोनों बातों की समीक्षा होगी। अब जैसे वो जूते के अंदर छिपा करके लाया था, शायद जूते की तलाशी अभी नहीं ली होगी। जूते के अंदर जो उसने पाउडर रखा हुआ था उनको सेंसर शायद नहीं पकड़ पाता होगा। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स उसके बारे में बताएंगे। लेकिन मैं इस बात को जो मैं कह रहा हूं, सभी इस गंभीर चूक की से सहमत है कि चूक बहुत गंभीर थी और इसका पुख्ता इंतजाम होना चाहिए कि ऐसी चूक भविष्य में कभी भी ना हो।
आखिरी सवाल राजेंद्र जी, आप सहमत हैं कि ये एक छोटी चूक नहीं है? बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अगर इस आदमी के पास कलर स्मोक नहीं था या एक बम था या एक आईईडी था या कुछ और पॉइजन गैस का कैनिस्टर था, तो ये एक बहुत ही डिफरेंट सिचुएशन हो जाता। फिर तो ये छोटा मामला नहीं है।
हाँ, मैंने वही बात में, हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल छोटा मामला बिल्कुल नहीं है। परंतु मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस प्रकार की घातक चीजें जब फ्रिस्किंग होती है या जो चेकिंग होती है उसमें पकड़ ली जाती हैं। अब ये क्यों नहीं पकड़ में आया? तो ये मैं फिर कह रहा हूं कि ये कर्मचारी या सुरक्षा कर्मी के स्तर की भी चूक भी हो सकती है और सिस्टम की चूक भी हो सकती है, तो इसको दुरुस्त किया जाएगा, उसकी समीक्षा होगी, एक्सपर्ट से इसके विषय में उनकी राय ली जाएगी और निश्चित रूप से एक जो ये घटना घटी है ऐसी कभी भी भविष्य में न हो, क्योंकि संसद में किसी का पहुंचना, अंदर पहुंचना, ये बहुत गंभीर बात है। इस बात को सभी समझते हैं। स्पीकर महोदय ने भी इस बात को लोकसभा के अंदर कहा और इसलिए उन्होंने सभी दलों के जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनकी बैठक बुलाई है। सब इस बात से सहमत हैं कि ये गंभीर चूक हुई है, इसका कोई न कोई समाधान, स्थायी समाधान निकाला जाना चाहिए।
राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू Rajendra Agarwal ji. He was the BJP member of parliament who was in the chair in the Lok Sabha during 0 hour when this infiltration actually happened. Now I want to break some fresh information that's coming in at this point of time, because this is a constantly developing story in motion. Exclusive details of the parliamentary breach probe that's coming forward. 6 people, not 4, not 2, but 6 people are believed to be together involved in what happened today in India's parliament. 2 conspirators are currently absconding. Their identities are not yet known. All 6 are apparently from outside Delhi. They don't belong to Delhi. They're all from outside Delhi. All of the accused were residing in Gurugram, which is in Haryana, just on the outskirts of Delhi. 5 out of the 6 people have been identified. The 6th person has not been identified. 4 people have been apprehended. 2 are still absconding. So that's the information. 6 people in total, 5 identified, 4 apprehended, 2 still absconding, 1 person not yet identified. So that is where things are at right now. That number could change. There could be more people involved as well. We don't know that just yet. We'll have to wait for more information. Milan Sharma joining me from outside Parliament. Also, Amit Bhardwaj, our reporters who were first on site to get us the first pictures of the commotion that finally, became this big security breach story outside India's Parliament, are live with me. Milan, quickly coming to you first. The probe now suggesting 6 people are involved, 2 people still absconding. Is that the latest we have right now, Milan?
Well, yes, Shiv. According to our sources in the Delhi police, they were clear that this is a pre-planned, mediated conspiracy by which, firstly, initially there was an attack that happened outside the parliament and then it happened inside the parliament. Well, outside the parliament, there have been, other protests and skirmishes that do take place. But when, their accomplice entered inside and jumped from the viewers' gallery into the visitors' gallery into the well of Lok Sabha, that is when all hell broke loose. And of course, it's a big question on the security agencies as well. That is being probed right now. The police is saying that there were 6 people, not 4, but 6 people were involved. 4 have been identified. 1 person is from Haryana, 1 person is from Maharashtra, Anmol, and a woman called her name I'm not remembering right now, but there was a woman and a male and 2 male who are inside the parliament, Sagar and Manoranjan, and all these 4 were inside and outside. There were 6 involved. They stayed at a Gurugram residence of a person who has also been identified, and the 6th person is still absconding at the moment. 2 the police have not found, but we are standing outside the Parliament Street police station at the moment, Shiv, and of course the 2, the one from Haryana and one from Maharashtra, they are both inside right now, and the police is carrying on their investigation. IB agencies have been involved, special cell is being involved, and of course a lot of questions are being raised on the parliamentary security. We've seen enough visuals and videos from inside the parliament when it happened, when the parliamentarians themselves have caught this man from the hair and have beaten him up inside the parliament for creating this kind of ruckus, but we still are not able to see the security agencies around. So big lapse there inside the new parliamentary building, and of course the police is currently carrying on their other investigations. As you earlier mentioned also, Pannu had released a video saying that there could be some kind of attack, and why were agencies not on alert? Why did they not take the intelligence input seriously? That is a very big question there, Shiv, that needs to be raised today.
Okay, no clarity on that just yet. One of the many questions that we're asking at this time as part of our coverage. Amit, 6 people we have some, some surface level information about them. There was some sloganeering about Tanashahi, etc., that they were shouting, appearing to be some kind of political protest. But do we know who these people are in terms of whether they belong to any organization? Were they just friends? It couldn't have just been 6 people who decided one day to do something like this.
Absolutely right, Shiv. It couldn't be possible that 6 different individuals from different part of the country coming together on a same day, same time with similar kind of modus operandi and end up becoming infiltrators, causing a major security lapse in the Parliament of India. In fact, Shiv, I was the only reporter on the ground at this very spot when this entire security lapse unfolded around 12:33 in the noon. And at this spot, Shiv, this stress that you are looking at is where Anmol Shinde was standing. The other spot, I'll request Abhishek, if possible, to show you. This is the second spot where Neelam was standing, and around 12:33 in the noon, what happened, I was standing right inside this Transport Bhavan Park. Neelam was the one who started to sloganeer. Sloganeering was started by Neelam, who is from Hisar, Haryana, and she was raising slogans such as Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Jai Bhim, or Tanasahi Nahi Chalegi. So these 3 slogans continuously was being raised by Neelam as she burst those color crackers, and after that, when Delhi police personnel rushed to overpower her, that's when Anmol Shinde also burst the firecracker, which had yellow fumes coming out of it. And soon, as the Delhi police was escorting them away, detaining them, I asked Neelam very specifically, to ascertain her identity, why she was doing this, and whether she belonged to any organization. She did mention her name as Neelam, which has been now confirmed by Delhi police as well. I asked her about the motive, to which she kept on saying that our rights are being curbed by the parliament, there are attacks on farmers, so there was no specific reason being given out by her. And Neelam said that she does not belong to any specific organization, but the manner and fashion in which this entire episode or entire act on infiltration and security lapse has unfolded inside the parliament and outside the parliament, it clearly looks like a coordinated effort, which Delhi police is also saying that 6 people were actually behind this entire conspiracy and plan and execution which has happened today in the parliament. So 2 individuals, Neelam as well as Anmol Shinde, one from Haryana, one from Maharashtra, they executed the plan outside the parliament, and 2 of them were inside the parliament, inside the Lok Sabha. Shiv.
Okay, Amit and Milan, we're going to come back to you in just a moment because this is a story where the information is coming in very, very rapidly, and we're going to be asking all the big questions that nobody else is asking. But let me just take it once again from the top. 6 people involved in this conspiracy. 2 people managed to infiltrate India's brand new parliament today, a building with upgraded security mechanisms, a building with modernized access control systems, a building that is one of India's most protected establishments, a building in which a parliament session was in progress, a building that today observed the anniversary of the 2001 attacks on Parliament House, a building that has cost nearly 1,000 crore rupees of public money to build, a building that Indian citizens bankrolled so our elected representatives could have a parliament house befitting a new India. A building that houses parliament sessions that cost the Indian public 2.5 lakh rupees every minute. This is the building that was violated and infiltrated and intruded today, viewer. All the public expense, all the emotion tied to India's home of democracy was violated today thanks to a failure that I will not describe in any other way but a monumental collapse of intelligence and security. There are those who will dwell on the fact that nothing happened and that the intruders were subdued swiftly, but how does that matter? It takes seconds to trigger a bomb. Imagine a bomb going off in Parliament Central Hall with all of our MPs and the Lok Sabha Speaker and others present. But the swiftness of the response means little in the shadow of the fact that these 2 intruders managed to get inside Parliament. That color canister could very well have been a bomb. In a country described always with a laugh as Bhagwan Bharose, can any incident describe the veracity of this phrase better than what happened today in Parliament? It's not like Parliament doesn't have security. Of course not. It has multiple layers of security. It has full body frisking. It has bag checking. It has X-ray machines. It has metal detectors. It has multiple agencies as part of the umbrella Parliamentary Security Agency. It has snipers on the roof. It has special operatives on site. It enjoys the gaze of dedicated cells in our intelligence agencies. And yet, two people with smoke canisters in their shoes managed to not only procure visitor passes, that too from a sitting BJP MP, according to the evidence recovered from the accused, but managed to deceive all of these aforementioned layers of security and intelligence to gain upfront access to the Hall of the People, where most of India's Lok Sabha MPs were sitting for the winter session. There is nothing small about today's incident. It is a coming together of India's worst lapses at a time when its security should be at maximum levels. All the relevant agencies, the Home Ministry, all of them have kicked into action now to find out where security failed, but the mirror must be turned on them as well, because let me be clear, this is system failure. Don't let anyone, not an MP, not a Neta, not anyone say that this was a small lapse, or that this is an individual lapse, or this was individual negligence, because any security system, remember viewer, is only as strong as its weakest link. Let me say that again. Any security system is only as strong as its weakest link. Think about that for a moment. And let's be clear. Central Hall of Parliament today could have been a site of bloody carnage. The fact that it wasn't is not thanks to our system. And it's only the latest wake-up call in a history of wake-up calls in this country. Clearly, we haven't fully woken up yet. So you've got two incidents of security breach, one inside and one outside Parliament on the 22nd anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack. We bring you these top developments, the very latest that's happening in this story in motion, to tell you what has happened. First, the big pictures that tell you the story. A video here of the intruders being intercepted and beaten up by MPs, not security, but MPs, that has surfaced. Parliament members were seen thrashing, punching and dragging the intruders so that they couldn't escape. It's thanks to these brave MPs from multiple parties that the intruders were subdued and apprehended. The two intruders were detained after they jumped into the Lok Sabha chamber from the viewers' gallery. While the winter session of Parliament, the 0 hour, was underway, they've been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. India Today has accessed first images of both the intruders. There is still no clarity as to what organization or outfit they belong to. We don't know that yet. We will tell you when we know. Well, moments before the actual infiltration, a man and a woman identified as Amol Shinde and Neelam were detained protesting outside Parliament building, carrying cans that emitted yellowish smoke. Details of Neelam have also been accessed. She hailed from Haryana and was preparing for the Haryana Civil Services. Meanwhile, a forensic science laboratory team is on site collecting samples after this major security breach in Parliament. The area has been marked. The investigation is speeding up at this time. Very, very importantly and crucially, and reported first, mind you, on India Today, one of the intruders was carrying a visitor pass apparently issued by BJP MP from Mysuru, Karnataka, Pratap Simha. He has not spoken out just yet, but on India Today, we ask why he hasn't spoken out and whether he will be questioned as well. Following the security breach, issuing of a visitor pass in Parliament have been suspended for the moment. And in case you missed any aspect of what happened, and remember it was India Today that broke the story first. India Today's Amit Bharadwaj was the first and only reporter on site when this became a huge national story. Take a look at what he sent us.
vaulting from table to table after leaping down from the visitor gallery, shouting slogans and releasing colored gas. A security scare inside the Lok Sabha on the 22nd anniversary of the terror attack on the old Parliament building. The breach occurred in the Parliament building inaugurated just 7 months ago. The intruders, armed with smoke canisters, made their way to the visitor gallery. They were subdued by MPs and on-duty staff. One identified as Sagar Sharma, who possessed a visitor pass issued in the name of the BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Simha. The other, a 35-year-old Mysuru engineer, Manoranjan D. India Today traced down Manoranjan's family.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ.
Wednesday's security lapse drew several criticism from the lawmakers.
हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं। हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते वो पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर।
On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But two people jumped into the well with canister smoke.
देखिए, जब ना पासवर्ड के लिए कोई रूल है, ना पास के लिए कोई रूल है, पासवर्ड पे एमपी एक्सपेल हो गए, अब पास पे कहीं एमपी एक्सपेल ना हो जाए, मुझे इसकी फिक्र है।
The two intruders taken into custody and being questioned by multiple security agencies. But questions arise about the loopholes that allowed such an intrusion into the parliament. Bureau Report, India Today.
Just a short while before dramatic scenes played out outside Parliament, India's Prime Minister and all its senior leaders were there paying homage on the 22nd anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack. Shortly thereafter, just 30 minutes after noon, at about 12:33, is when the hangama began. We've shown you what happened inside the Lok Sabha Central Hall. Here's what happened just before that, right outside. Two incidents that took place around the same time Wednesday have exposed the new Parliament House's security. While two people lobbed colour canisters inside the Lok Sabha, two others protested outside, setting off similar colour bombs and shouting slogans.
संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर इस वक्त नारेबाजी, दो लोग हैं, एक महिला है और एक पुरुष। ये अचानक से आते हैं संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर और कलर वाले जो पटाखे होते हैं उनको फोड़ने के बाद अचानक से नारेबाजी शुरू करते हैं।
जो हम पे ये अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, हम अपनी हकों की जो बात करते हैं, लाठी चार्ज करके हमको अंदर डाला जाता है, किया जाता है, तो हमारे पास कोई माध्यम नहीं था।
डायरेक्ट वजह है, कोई वजह है, किसी संगठन से हैं आप?
नहीं, हम किसी संगठन से नहीं है, आम जनता है, स्टूडेंट है, हम छोटे भी।
The man and woman were detained by the police outside the Transport Bhavan near Parliament.
आप देखिए कि जो कलर स्मोक है उसका इस्तेमाल जिसका किया गया था, ये कलर स्मोक है और इसका इस्तेमाल करने के बाद आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर काफी धुआं हो गया था। कई कलर के यहाँ पर धुएं का इस्तेमाल किया गया और आप तस्वीरों में देखिए सईद कि जो ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन के बाहर लोग मौजूद थे, दो लोग, एक महिला जिसका नाम नीलम था जो कि महाराष्ट्र से आई थी और जो दूसरा व्यक्ति था, वो व्यक्ति जो है उसने इस कलर स्मोक का इस्तेमाल किया और स्मोक का इस्तेमाल करने के बाद यहां पर पूरी तरीके से अफरा तफरी मच गई।
The two accused have been identified as 42-year-old Neelam from Hisar in Haryana and 25-year-old Amol Shinde from Latur in Maharashtra. The shocking security breach comes on the anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack. and only a few days after Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu had issued a threat to attack India's parliament. The incidents today took place a few hours after members of parliament had paid their homage to security personnel who had sacrificed their lives on that fateful day in 2001. With Amit Bhardwaj and Jitendra Bahadur at Parliament in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. Neelam is one of the persons who was apprehended outside Parliament shouting those slogans. She's one of the accused who carried canisters releasing that unidentified yellow color smoke, causing a major security breach inside Parliament today. We've spoken to members of her family in Haryana. Listen.
के बारे में आपको जानकारी मिली है कुछ? कहाँ पे है? अच्छा,
हमने इसमें भाई ने देखी है टेलीविजन में।
क्या बताया फिर भाई ने?
भाई ने बोली माँ नीलम इसमें आ रही
टेलीविजन में। अच्छा, और कुछ नहीं बताया?
कुछ नहीं।
तो नीलम में वहाँ हिसार में क्या करती है?
पता है।
कितने समय से?
पूछती 5 महीने हो गए।
आज भी आपकी बात हुई थी नीलम से?
हाँ, डॉक्टर कहते थे दो ही।
अच्छा, क्या नाम आपका?
मेरा नाम सरस्वती है।
ठीक।
वो हिसार में स्टडी करती है, वो किसी पार्टी वगैरह से कोई जुड़ी हुई नहीं है अभी तक। तो हमें जब जहाँ तक पता है कि कोई पार्टी वगैरह कोई लफड़ा नहीं है।
फिर उसने आज संसद में ऐसा क्यों किया?
वो पता नहीं सर, वो तो उससे मिलने के बाद ही पता चलेगा क्या बात है क्या नहीं।
तो आपकी कैसे पता लगा?
वो तो मैंने बड़े भाई का फोन आया था तो उसने टीवी पे देखा होगा।
तो कल घर से कहाँ गई थी?
हिसार गई थी।
तो अभी आपसे उसका कोई संपर्क नहीं हुआ? आज की
नहीं, आज सुबह फोन आया था मेरी माँ को दवाई लेने के लिए, नरवाना दवाई दिलाने के लिए उनका फोन आया था।
One of those who managed to get inside Parliament, identified as Sagar, belongs to Lucknow. Sagar Sharma is what his name is. He had that visitor pass that had apparently been issued by BJP MP from Karnataka, Pratap Simha. We don't know what that connection is yet because Pratap Simha has not spoken out yet. Samarth Srivastav, my colleague, is outside Sagar Sharma's home, his family home in Lucknow. Samarth, what are Sagar Sharma's family saying, his family members? What are they saying?
Well, exactly, Shiv, that's such a shocking incident when an attackers jumped in the Lok Sabha chamber. And I have been joined by the mother of Sagar Sharma. I'll try to speak to her. Madam, बताइए क्या आपके बेटे दिल्ली गए, आपको पता चला जो अटैक हुआ है पार्लियामेंट में, आपके बेटे उसमें इन्वॉल्व, आपको इसके बारे में कुछ पता था?
नहीं, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता।
कुछ नहीं पता आपको इसके बारे में?
हम तो खुद ही ये सब देख के बहुत झक्के हो रहे हैं क्योंकि ऐसा मेरा बेटा है ही नहीं, इसलिए ये सब देख के तो हमारी खुद ही तबीयत सी खराब हो रही कि ऐसा वो कभी कर ही नहीं सकता है कुछ।
क्या बोलकर गया था सागर?
बोल के गया था कि काम से जा रहा हूँ दोस्तों के साथ, यही बोला था और हमें ऐसा कुछ पता ही नहीं था जो हमें जानकारी हो।
करता क्या है सागर वैसे?
ई रिक्शा चलाता है।
दिल्ली में चलाता है?
दिल्ली में नहीं, यहीं चलाता।
और यहाँ पर आपसे क्या बोल के गया था? दोस्तों के साथ जा?
हाँ, वापस आ जाऊंगा 2 दिन बाद, यही बोला।
कितने दिन पहले गया था?
अभी 2 दिन पहले तो गया।
बस दोस्तों के साथ जा रहा हूँ।
हाँ, बस ये
प्रदर्शन की बात।
हाँ, यही बताया था मुझे।
धरना करने जा?
हाँ, यही बोला था
दल से
के साथ। अब ये नहीं बताया, ये तो वही जाने। हाँ, अब कभी उसने गलत किया नहीं है इसलिए हमने ज्यादा पूछा जाची भी नहीं की।
यहाँ किसी दल के साथ इन्वॉल्व रहा है?
कभी नहीं।
आप लोग का घर कैसे चलता है?
घर वही कारपेंटर है हमारे यहाँ, वही लकड़ी काम करते हैं, उसी से चलता है।
ये आपका घर है किराए का?
किराए का है ये।
आप क्या कहेंगी, क्या मतलब, क्योंकि उनको तो पकड़ लिया गया है इतना बड़ा, उसमें उन्होंने आज क्योंकि बरसी भी थी उसकी अटैक की पार्लियामेंट वाले, और उसमें आपके बेटे ही अंदर गए और जिस तरह से।
अब क्या करें, हमारी किस्मत ही खराब है लगता है। क्या
आपको उम्मीद थी कि आपके
बेटा है मेरा?
एक ही बेटा है। आपको उम्मीद थी किस तरह का कुछ आपके बेटे करेंगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल उम्मीद नहीं थी हमको कि ऐसा करेगा।
सरकार से क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम यही कहना चाहेंगे कि मेरा बेटा बहुत अच्छा है, ऐसा कुछ कर नहीं सकता है।
उनके तो वीडियो सागर शर्मा के साफ साफ दिख रहे हैं जिस तरह से उसने अटैक किया है।
हमने तो अभी कुछ देखा भी नहीं है, आप ही लोगों को देखा है सिर्फ, उसको तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं है अभी।
So Shiv, you can clearly see that the mother is quite worried, and I also want my cameraman Neeraj to show the visuals of this particular residence. This is the Alamnagar locality, and you can see the police team have also arrived at this particular place, and they are also questioning the family and also taking things into consideration whether the house belongs to the family or it is on rent. And I'll try to move across this particular house to show you the visuals out here. Apart from this police team, you can clearly see that this is a poor family. The husband of this particular lady is a carpenter, while Sagar runs e-rickshaw in Lucknow, and these are the visuals from the home. If I'll try to move across inside, and you can clearly see this one-story house. One bedroom is out there. There's one kitchen and one almirah out there, and there's nothing much. And there you can see a lot of utensils out here placed. You can clearly see the simplicity of this particular, though the mother is unaware about this particular thing, and as she clearly told India Today that his son went along with his friends in Delhi and said that he'll return in just 2 days. And clearly you can clearly see the locality. A lot of people out here. I'll try to speak to some of them as well, whether they knew about him. आप सागर के बारे में जानती थी? सागर
नहीं, मेरे किराए पे रहता है मेरे घर में।
अच्छा, आप ही घर में किराए पे रहते?
जी सर।
अच्छा,
तो ऐसा तो हमको तो कभी नहीं लगा, हमें पता नहीं चला, अभी आप आए तो पता चला है, ऐसी बात है।
कैसा था, मतलब बातचीत करता?
अच्छा बच्चा है, जैसे हम लोग रहते नॉर्मली वो भी ऐसे रहता था।
आपको पता चला संसद में अटैक किया है?
हाँ, अभी आपके द्वारा पता चला, ऐसे पहले हमको कभी नहीं पता चला।
कब से किराए पे रह रहे हैं लोग?
ये काफी समय से 6-7 साल हो रहे रह रहे हैं।
6-7 साल हो रहे?
हाँ।
क्या उम्र होगी सागर?
सागर की 20-21-22 होगी।
You can clearly see that locality out here, Shiv, and I also try to ask the cameraman to show you the visuals of this particular place where the talks are on that what actually happened in this particular narrow lane of Lucknow, which engulfed the sparks from the parliament when visuals came, the shocking visuals came the same day when in 2001 that incident happened. A lot of people from this locality. आप लोग जानते थे सागर को? नहीं जानते थे? आप लोग भी नहीं जानते थे? नहीं। You can clearly see the locality out here. All the members of this particular lane have arrived outside the residence of Sagar Sharma, which are in a way telling the entire story. What actually happened, though mother of Sagar Sharma is unaware about any such attack, because that particular Sagar told his mother that he's going along with his friends in Delhi for some work and he'll return back in just 2 days. But he did not return and currently is under the custody of police. Back to you.
Okay, so bewildered families, unable to have, unable to figure how something like this could have happened. I'm sure the police will be reaching there as well. In fact, not they already have, to question the families, to find out about the antecedents of these people. 6 disparate, young citizens, it looks like, who've got together to do this. Where they come from in terms of ideology, what they were planning to do, what they were trying to do, are all unanswered questions. But the most important question that is being asked right now, I feel, is who is going to be accountable for this? Is it going to be the Home Ministry? Is it going to be the Delhi Police? Is it parliamentary security? Where, at which level are heads going to roll for something that cannot be simply brushed away? In fact, there are protests taking place. That's the breaking news coming in right now. Outside BJP MP Pratap Simha's office in Mysuru, which is his Lok Sabha constituency. Remember, it was in BJP MP Pratap Simha's name that a visitor pass was issued to Sagar Sharma, the intruder in today's parliament infiltration incident. The BJP MP is said to have issued that visitor pass, but there is no clarity on whether he knows Sagar Sharma, who issued the pass, whether it was from his office. Is this real? That connection is elusive at this point of time. But a big glare on Pratap Simha, especially since he hasn't spoken out so far and clarified. Parliament breach politics, as you can see, is escalating. The Trinamool has demanded BJP MP Pratap Simha's expulsion from Parliament. These are images of that protest taking place in Mysuru. That is where Pratap Simha is the Lok Sabha MP from the BJP. This party, remember, is doing 2 things right now. A, putting the glare on the government, rightly so, on where this lapse has taken place. They're also protesting, as you can see, outside BJP MP Pratap Simha's office. Interestingly, as part of a social media strategy, they're also trying to depict Rahul Gandhi as having been fearless in the face of this attack by putting out pictures of Rahul Gandhi when where that smoke was visible inside the central hall. So the Congress party leaping on to this issue full frontal at many different levels. Well, speaking of that politics, an issue of national security, but of course trust our politicians to bicker and not display any form of unity whatsoever, even in the minutes following this huge security breach. The Congress is now demanding a statement from the Home Minister, which is a reasonable demand. The Congress will also be protesting against BJP MP Pratap Simha. Those are pictures that we just showed you. One of the intruders, Sagar Sharma, was carrying a visitor pass, like I said. That's the visitor pass issued by BJP MP Pratap Simha. He's the Lok Sabha MP from Mysuru, where those protests are taking place. The Trinamool has demanded his expulsion from Parliament, saying the attack could have been facilitated by the BJP leader. The Trinamool is also calling for a full investigation and a statement from the Home Minister.
The fact that these people were apparently sponsored by a sitting MP of the ruling party, I don't want to take any names until the details are publicly known. Secondly, that these fellows smuggled in these smoke pistols, which shows a very serious security lapse. Thirdly, that not only did they fire the pistols, they leapt into the floor, they shouted some slogans which are not audible to some of us. The new building does not seem to be configured very well when it comes to security by comparison with the arrangements in the old building.
कई दिनों से ये चर्चा में आई कि कोई आतंकवादी संगठन सदन में हमला करेगी और वो भी 13 दिसंबर को। ये जानकारी भी सरकार के पास थे और सबको जानकारी में रही, क्योंकि मीडिया वालों ने बार बार ये सारे मुद्दा उठाए थे। फिर भी इस तरीके की चूक क्यों हुई, ये सबका सवाल है।
What we discover is that passes have been issued by the BJP MP Pratap Simha. He has issued passes to 2 individuals who created chaos today in Parliament. It was dangerous. So our straight question is that you have expelled Mahua Moitra, national security compromised. What is Lok Sabha going to do, because national security has been compromised? Today there was a tremendous lapse because of these 2 people. So BJP MP who issued the pass has done a very irresponsible job and he needs to be expelled from Parliament.
We've got more news breaks coming up on this developing story right after this very short break. It's India Today's #1 story. We broke it. We're staying with it and asking the big questions. Right after this break, our coverage continues.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards. From Best English News Channel, India Today TV.
Popular English News Channel, the award goes to India Today.
To Best Hindi News Channel, Aaj Tak.
Popular Hindi News Channel, and the award goes to Aaj Tak.
And Best Documentary OTT from Best Talk Show.
Best Chat Show, Rajdeep Sardesai.
To Best Male Anchor.
The award goes to Rahul Kanwal, News Track.
And the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti, Exemplary Leadership.
It gives me the greatest possible pleasure that Aaj Tak and India Today have once again been judged India's most popular channels at the ITA Awards. As someone who lives and breathes these channels, this honor is a real affirmation. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on us, and the pressure is yours. We always want to be bigger, better, faster, and more for you, our viewer.
Once again, the gold standard wins. Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But two people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand, which emitted a yellow smoke.
Any slogans were raised?
I do not know what they were raising in the melee. I didn't follow what they were saying, but they had canisters in their hand, which was emitting yellow smoke.
What were they discussing, sir?
It was zero hour. People were standing up and saying whatever they wanted.
They came rushing to the
They jumped from the well into the house and then rushing towards the chair.
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। बहुत ही टाइट सिक्योरिटी के बाद भी इस तरह की घटना हो जाए तो ये दुखद है, क्योंकि ये तो और कुछ भी बहुत हो सकता था। पहले ऐसा होता था कि ऊपर गैलरी में भी हर रो में सिविल ड्रेस में सिक्योरिटी के लोग रहते थे। अगर कोई हिलने की कोशिश करता तो वहीं पकड़ लेता। अब कोई अपॉइंटमेंट ही नहीं हो रहा है नए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अर्जुन टीडे जी हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहां पे। सर, क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ, थोड़ा समझाइए। और जो लोग थे, दो लोग वहां पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था। लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जम किया, जम करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था। जब पकड़ते पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको। उसके बाद में
जो प्रदर्शनकारी था, जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं। लेकिन राइट साइड में, जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद मैं 2 नंबर पे था।
हाँ, 2 नंबर
है ना, 2 नंबर पे था, तो पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था। उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी, वहां से उसने जम किया था। ये जम करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो कुछ ऐसे। तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जम किया वहाँ। फिर दो लोग थे, जम करने वाले 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद, ये जब कूदा पानी हंगामा शुरू हुआ?
सब डरा होना चाहिए, तो हो गया था। सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ।
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया।
फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब यह केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदा फानी हुई वहां पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते? आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए। फिर बाकी लोगों को सुबह एक एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बार निकलो। फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And we're breaking the very latest in the Parliament security breach investigation and story developments. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has written a letter to the Special Secretary of the Home Ministry. An FIR has been lodged on today's incident at the Sansad Marg police station, that's the Parliament Street police station. Entry arrangements will be made from different gates of the new Parliament. The security system will be reviewed as well. A full body scanner will be installed at the entry gate. It's absolutely incredible. It's incredible to see that all of this action is being taken now after it's simply too late. Himanshu Mishra is live with me. Himanshu, Om Birla ने एक लेटर लिखा है स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी को, फुल बॉडी स्कैनर इंस्टॉल किया गया है पार्लियामेंट के एंट्रेंस में, और क्या जानकारी है इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर हिमांशु अभी?
देखिए शिव, बिल्कुल ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग के अंदर स्पीकर ने कहा ये बहुत ही गंभीर मामला है और इसको लेकर जो है पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है। स्पीकर ने स्पेशल होम सेक्रेटरी को लेटर लिखा है कि जो भी हुआ है उसको लेकर और सुरक्षा कुछ और ज्यादा चाक चौबंद करने के लिए, साथ ही साथ पार्लियामेंट सिक्योरिटी का रिव्यू होगा। और कई विपक्षी सांसदों ने ये मांग की कि फुल बॉडी स्कैनर जो है वो लगाया जाना चाहिए एंट्री पॉइंट्स पे, और अलग अलग जो एंट्रीज हैं, चाहे वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की तो वैसे भी एंट्री अलग है, और साथ ही वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की जो एंट्री गेट है उनके अलावा भी जो है अगर विजिटर्स जो हैं वो आ रहे हैं तो उनकी एक ही गेट से एंट्री हो, जिससे वो जिस गेट से एंट्री करें उसी से बाहर जाएं, और समय सीमा जो है उसी के दौरान उनको पार्लियामेंट में अगर एंट्री करने का मौका मिलता है तो वो मिलना चाहिए। और अभी फिलहाल जो जानकारी है, अभी जितनी विजिटर के लिए एंट्री है वो बैन कर दी गई है। साथ ही साथ एक्स एमपी और जो एमपीज के पीए पीएस हैं उनका भी जो है एंट्री पार्लियामेंट में अभी बैन रहेगी मेन प्रीमिसेस में।
Himanshu, thank you very much for getting us those details. It's a story in motion, like I said, but installing a full-body scanner outside Parliament now sounds like a bit of a joke. It may be, relevant to what the follow-up action needs to be, but a bit of a joke if you ask me, given that this has happened after two people have managed to infiltrate. Why wasn't there a full-body scanner there in the first place? For God's sake, this is Parliament, a place that has been attacked in the past before. We've lost 16, personnel there during an attack 22 years ago. Today is the anniversary. You've got a terrorist sitting in the United States who's threatened to bring down Parliament, and you don't have a full-body scanner. It sounds like a monumental intelligence and security failure at possibly every level of this country. We'll keep tracking that, but Union Minister Anurag Thakur has just addressed the security breach at Parliament while speaking at the Agenda Aaj Tak platform. He was speaking to my colleague Sudhir Chaudhary. Listen in.
आज 13 दिसंबर है और आज ही के दिन आप जानते हैं कि संसद भवन पर हमला हुआ था, और ठीक आज ही एक बार फिर से एक ब्रीच ऑफ सिक्योरिटी हुआ है और दो लोग संसद भवन में पहुंच गए और उन्होंने वहां पर, आप जानते ही हैं कि पूरे सिक्योरिटी का जो घेरा है उसे तोड़ दिया। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्या हुआ है, थोड़ा हमारे देश के लोगों को बताइए।
देखिए, विस्तृत जानकारी तो जब रिपोर्ट आएगी तभी हो पाएगा, लेकिन दर्शक दीर्घा से कूदना और हाउस के अंदर भागना ये उचित नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच भी है, चिंता का विषय भी है, और स्पीकर महोदय ने हाउस में आकर कहा कि जिन लोगों ने किया उन्होंने दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, उनके जो दो साथी थे उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया है और जांच चल रही है। जांच पूरी होने से पहले मेरा कुछ कहना बिल्कुल उचित नहीं होगा, क्योंकि ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ देने के चक्कर में फेक न्यूज़ नहीं चलनी चाहिए।
And the other side of this break, we're continuing with our non-stop coverage of India's biggest security breach in recent memory. Akshita Nandagopal will be joined by the MPs who witnessed what happened, as also those who actually took part in subduing the infiltrators. Live and exclusive on the other side, right here on India Today.
सदन के अंदर उतर गए और हाथ में कुछ थी उसे भारी भड़कम मतलब गैस निकलते थे और थोड़ा मतलब सदन के अंदर हमारे सारे एमपी जितने साथी हैं वो पकड़ लिए दोनों को, कोई सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं, सारे एमपी उनको पकड़ लिए। तो उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी फोर्स भी उनको बाहर निकल गए थे, निकाले। लेकिन देखने की बात यह है कि आज सुबह हम सब मिलकर हमारी ये सदन की जो हमला हुई थी 2001 साल में, उन शहीदों को आज हम याद किए, पुष्पार्पण किए और आज ही नया सदन में इस तरीके की हमला हुई। हमला मतलब जो भी हो, लेकिन ये तो मुझे लगता है कि चूक तो है कहीं ना कहीं।
मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या देश के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। बहुत धन्यवाद। उनसे मिलूँ आपसे प्रणाम करूँ। पीएम साहब को धन्यवाद दें। किसको
Sabarimala is one of the major pilgrim centers in India, and lakhs of pilgrims are coming from various parts of the world, even from the South Asia. There are large number of pilgrims are coming from the neighboring states and neighboring countries. But unfortunately, this time, the Chief Minister and the ministers are not in Trivandrum. They are in a tour for a political campaign for the continuous 44 days.
Sabarimala, one of the national pilgrim centers in the country, whereby lakhs and lakhs of pilgrims are every year visiting and worshipping that place. But this year, this season, it is quite unfortunate to say that no arrangement has been made by the state government. Such a precarious situation is prevailing there, and 18 to 20 hours and one girl aged about 8 years have died, standing in the queue and died. But still the state government is not taking any proactive action so as to protect the safety and security of the pilgrims.
He is the man of the moment in Madhya Pradesh.
At 58, he is to become the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Trudging a lifelong journey from Ujjain to Bhopal, Dr. Mohan Yadav is the rising star of saffron politics in the heart of India that brought an end to Mamaji's Raj of 18 long years.
मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को एक बड़ी जवाबदारी दी। मैं जवाबदारी की इस बड़े काम को बता सकता हूं कि केवल ये भाजपा ही है जो सामान्य से छोटे से कार्यकर्ताओं को भी इतनी बड़ी जवाबदारी देती है। ये मैं एक बार फिर हृदय से माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित जी, माननीय नड्डा जी, माननीय वीडी जी का आभार मानता हूं, माननीय शिवराज सिंह जी का आभार मानता हूं, जिन्होंने मुझे बहुत बड़ी जवाबदारी दी।
Dr. Mohan Yadav has been an ABVP leader and RSS office bearer before he became part of Madhya Pradesh government with Shivraj Singh Chauhan as Chief Minister. At the turn of the century, Dr. Mohan Yadav gradually became a regular feature in different capacities in Madhya Pradesh BJP, rising from local politics till he got his first ticket to contest from Ujjain South in 2013. Till date, he remains the undefeated MLA from his constituency.
महाकाल बाबा ने बहुत खुशी का दिन दिखाया है। ये बहुत अच्छा लगा मुख्यमंत्री बनने से।
देश के विकास में उनका अच्छा योगदान रहेगा।
बहुत अच्छा योगदान रहेगा उनका और काम के लिए बैठे हैं, काम करेंगे, जनता की सेवा कर रहे हैं, करते रहेंगे।
In the last Shivraj Singh Chauhan cabinet, Dr. Mohan Yadav was the higher education minister. He is also one of the wealthiest candidates in MP to get elected in the current assembly. Bureau Report, India Today.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards. From Best English News Channel, India Today TV.
Popular English News Channel, the award goes to India Today.
To Best Hindi News Channel, Aaj Tak.
Popular Hindi News Channel, and the award goes to Aaj Tak.
And Best Documentary OTT from Best Talk Show.
Best Chat Show, Rajdeep Sardesai.
To Best Male Anchor.
The award goes to Rahul Kanwal, News Track.
And the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti, exemplary leadership.
It gives me the greatest possible pleasure that Aaj Tak and India Today have once again been judged India's most popular channels at the ITA Awards. As someone who lives and breathes these channels, this honor is a real affirmation. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on us, and the pressure is yours. We always want to be bigger, better, faster, and more for you, our viewer.
Once again, the gold standard wins. Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
Presented by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत. Mutual funds distributor करें शुरू. LIC हर पल आपके साथ. The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron range.
Jumped from the visitor gallery, jumped from bench to bench, hit smoke can in their shoes, tackled by MPs and detained. On day of Parliament attack anniversary, unacceptable security breach in Parliament. Who is answerable for Parliament breach? Our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Horrific incident that's been reported today in Parliament with two men entering the Parliament building, entering Lok Sabha, jumping down from the visitors gallery and then jumping bench from bench, almost making it to the well of the House. They were attacked, beaten up by members of Parliament inside. We're going to be taking you through the entire sequence of what happened. Also, we'll be joined by members of Parliament who were in Lok Sabha when this incident took place to take us through what happened and how they managed to nab these men and hand them over to the guards. Make no mistake, the fact that this has happened on the anniversary of the Parliament attacks rings alarm bells across, that there were serious lapses to the security that must be questioned as well. We'll be focusing on that and much more on this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. A look at the headlines first. India Today accesses first images of the two intruders inside Lok Sabha. One accused identified as 27-year-old Sagar Sharma. Second accused is 34-year-old Manoranjan from Mysuru. Two protesters who set off smoke canisters outside Parliament, identified as Amol and Neelam. All four breach accused detained. Sources say that all of them knew each other. Congress protest against BJP MP Pratap Simha in Mysuru after it comes to light that the visitors pass for intruders was given by this MP. TMC demands Simha's expulsion from Parliament. Other stories that we're tracking this evening. Mohan Yadav and Vishnu Deosai officially take charge as Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh chief ministers. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's show of strength in Hindi heartland. An 11-year-old girl dies after a long wait in Kerala Sabrimala temple queue. BJP protests against poor crowd management. Chief Minister Vijayan placed down the crisis. The situation is under control and there's nothing unusual happening. And in a big breakthrough in the Mahadev betting scam, Ravi Uppal, who's the app promoter and key accused, nabbed in Dubai. Enforcement watchdog begins deportation process. And let's begin with breaking news that's coming in right now. Protests that have broken out outside BJP MP Pratap Simha's office in Mysuru. Congress workers staging this particular protest. This after the BJP MP came to light as the one who had issued the visitor's pass to the accused intruder, to Sagar. That visitor pass is also with us here on India Today, in which it's come to light that the Mysuru BJP MP gave the nod for him to be in the visitors' gallery. The opposition has cried conspiracy over this, even demanding Pratap Simha's expulsion. Now, because of this, Congress also staged this massive protest in Mysuru outside his office. Anaga Keshav is joining us live with more details on this. Anaga, there's a lot of politics playing out in Karnataka as well. Many demands for action against Pratap Simha. We know that some of the accused are also from Karnataka, from Mysuru. But has there been any statement that's come in from Pratap Simha yet or from his office?
Akshita, as of now, we do not have any official statement that has come. But for now, what we have heard from Pratap Simha's office is that, yes, we did issue the pass to Manoranjan and Sagar and people who were there in the parliament. Yes, it was Pratap Simha's office. But for now, we are yet to get out the details between the kind of relationship he had with Pratap Simha. All those things. In fact, even we spoke to the family just a while back. We still do not know what was the kind of equation. How was he introduced to Pratap Simha, or how did he get to Pratap Simha's office in order to get that pass? All those links and connections are yet to be established. But as of now, with my conversation with Manoranjan's father, that we just had, in fact, I was inside his room just a while back taking a look at his, at the kind of books that he read. I spoke to his father and his mother. The father says that he is completely ashamed of the kind of heinous crime that his son has committed. In fact, they come from a farmer background, and even they wanted his son Manoranjan to pursue agricultural line, and they've advised him several times over the years, but he wanted to pursue engineering engineering, and post that he even worked in a lot of private companies. After that, he, according to his father, he used to be a voracious reader, and even the father showed us the kind of books that he read. According to the father, Manoranjan was completely influenced by the kind of books that he read. He says that I used to advise him to not sit and read these kind of books, instead read something more, a bit more healthier. But Manoranjan was hell bent upon reading, reading the kind of books only that he wanted to, and that has led him to do this kind of act. Is the father's version. I just had a word with him. This was what the father is saying, and even he said one more thing, Akshita. The father said, no matter what, I know he is my son. Yes, I do love him, but a crime is a crime. If there's anybody who has committed a mistake, then they have to be punished. But I couldn't talk more because even their mental health was not really in the proper place, and they were not exposed to so much media at once. But for now, what we could gather is that the family says that he is completely influenced by the books that he read, the kind of company that he was in. In fact, when I spoke to some of the residents over here, they told us that this man Manoranjan was kind of a recluse. He wasn't too social. He used to be on his own. He used to be just in his bedroom, just to himself, him and his books, not a lot of friends. That was the kind of nature that Manoranjan had.
Okay, so Anaga reporting there from Mysuru. It's being said that Manoranjan and the other accused said that they're going for a dharna and left their residences. The family in absolute shock, saying they had absolutely no idea that they'd gone to Delhi to commit this kind of a crime, to commit this kind of an attack. Thanks very much, Anaga, for joining us with all of those details. Remember that there have been 2 incidents of the security breach. One that happened inside Parliament, which was in the Lok Sabha, when you had 2 men jump over the visitor gallery when the proceedings were underway. When members of Parliament were there, they jumped from bench to bench, yelling slogans, and then took off their shoe, which had these smoke cans inside. Now, initially, of course, there was a suspicion that it could be tear gas, it could be something a lot more harmful, but it turned out that this was just yellow smoke. 2 incidents that were reported. Let's run you through, in fact, all the top developments on that. This is a video of the intruders being beaten up by MPs. Parliament members were seen thrashing, punching and dragging the intruders, so they couldn't escape. Two intruders have been detained after they jumped into the Lok Sabha chamber. This was while the session was underway. They've been identified as Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan. We've also got images now on your screens of both the intruders. Now, moments before what happened inside Parliament, you had a man and a woman identified as Amol Shinde and Neelam being detained for protesting outside the Parliament building. And it was a similar modus operandi in the sense that they were carrying smoke cans too that emitted a yellowish smoke, similar to what we saw in the Lok Sabha. Neelam, in fact, one of the accused, hails from Haryana and was preparing for the Haryana Civil Services. The forensics team was also at the spot collecting samples after the security breach. The area has been marked. Investigation is underway. Now, the intruder was carrying a visitor pass that was issued by BJP MP Pratap Simha. Issuing of visitor passes in Parliament following the security breach has now been banned. Even former MPs' passes have been removed. So it's come to light here on India Today that 6 people were actually involved in this Parliament breach. There were 2 inside who jumped, of course, from the visitors' gallery and then tried to head towards the well of the House before they were detained. 2 outside Parliament, again, who were detained when they were yelling slogans and used these smoke cans. But there are 2 others, one of whom has been identified. The 6th person is yet to be identified. But 2 of them are currently absconding and the investigation is underway. Arvind Oja gets us the latest on the probe by the Delhi police.
अभी तक जो सुबह से घटनाक्रम चल रहा था, 2 लोग अंदर हिरासत में लिए जाते हैं, 2 लोग बाहर हिरासत में लिए जाते हैं, तो अब तक ये माना जा रहा था कि 4 लोग हैं, लेकिन आज तक को एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है। उस टीम ने जानकारी दी है जिस टीम ने इन लोगों से पूछताछ की है, और उसके मुताबिक इस पूरी घटनाक्रम में, इस पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी में अब तक 6 लोगों के नाम सामने आए हैं, यानी 6 लोग शामिल थे, जिसमें 5 लोग दिल्ली के बाहर से आते हैं। वो गुरुग्राम में एक शख्स है ललित झा नाम का, जिसका नाम सामने आ रहा है, उसके घर पर रुकते हैं। 13 दिसंबर को वो सुबह गुरुग्राम से निकलते हैं और उसके बाद संसद भवन के बाहर आते हैं, जिसमें 2 लोग बाहर हंगामा करते हैं, 2 लोग अंदर दाखिल हो जाते हैं। 6 लोगों की बात सामने आई है, 4 लोग हिरासत में लिए जा चुके हैं। एक शख्स ललित झा का नाम सामने आ रहा है, उसकी पहचान हो चुकी है, लेकिन 6वां शख्स कौन है उसकी पहचान नहीं हो पाई है। तो ये बड़ी जानकारी सूत्रों के हवाले से हमें मिली है।
So what exactly happened in the Lok Sabha this morning? Now, proceedings were on. You had a BJP MP who was standing up and speaking, went from the visitors gallery, and we've tried to kind of enact what happened for you. You can see behind me the visitors gallery in the Lok Sabha. It's usually at a much higher elevation from which you can directly see the proceedings as well. Passes are required to get up there, and these can be in fact former MPs, they can be anyone as long as they have a pass from a member of parliament, and it is from that spot that you can witness the proceedings. The visitors gallery is about 10 to 12 feet or maybe even more than that. This is approximately based on what we've seen and witnessed in parliament. So these 2 intruders actually jumped that height. They jumped 10 to 12 feet, and then you see what played out. Essentially where they ran, bolted for it, jumping from one bench to another to make their way towards the well of the house. But by then it stopped. By then all the MPs had gathered and they stopped this man from getting any closer to the well of the house. Security officials detained him in a matter of seconds. But it is still hugely concerning that this person managed to get to the visitors gallery, jump down, had a smoke can in his shoe, which he removes also, as you can see in that footage. I want to give you first details of everything we know so far about this particular security breach. Look at this report.
Vaulting from table to table after leaping down from the visitor gallery, shouting slogans and releasing colored gas. A security scare inside the Lok Sabha on the 22nd anniversary of the terror attack on the old Parliament building. The breach occurred in the Parliament building inaugurated just 7 months ago. The intruders, armed with smoke canisters, made their way to the visitor gallery. They were subdued by MPs and on-duty staff. One identified as Sagar Sharma, who possessed a visitor pass issued in the name of the BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Simha. The other, a 35-year-old Mysuru engineer, Manoranjan D. India Today traced down Manoranjan's family.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ.
Wednesday security lapse drew several criticism from the lawmakers.
हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं। हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते वो पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर।
Okay. On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But 2 people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand which emitted a yellow smoke.
देखिए, जब ना पासवर्ड के लिए कोई रूल है ना पास के लिए कोई रूल है, पासवर्ड पे एमपी एक्सपेल हो गए, अब पास पे कहीं एमपी एक्सपेल ना हो जाए, मुझे इसकी फिक्र है।
The 2 intruders taken into custody and being questioned by multiple security agencies. But questions arise about the loopholes that allowed such an intrusion into the parliament. Bureau Report, India Today.
Absolutely shocking incident, and the more you watch that video, the more you realize how brazen that security breach actually was, that these 2 men managed to jump down from a visitor's gallery and run all the way through. It means that your basic security checks quite simply aren't being done. Let me take this across to Milind Sharma for more details. Milind, since this incident has been reported, since this video has come to light, there's been, of course, a slew of action that's been taken so far. Can you sum up for us all the steps that have been taken right now? And then I'll bring in Amit also on this broadcast.
Well, Akshita, of course, it's a very worrying incident that has happened inside the new Parliament building. And to say that there was a lot of security personnel present before the incident actually took place, because as we all know, this is the 22nd anniversary of the Parliament attack. And certainly the security personnel was there, the intelligence inputs was there, that there could be some kind of miscreant activity that could take place. Once it happened outside the Parliament, the similar modus operandi was carried out inside the Parliament. So for now, at least, visitor gallery passes have been suspended by the Speaker of Lok Sabha, as well as the security in and around the Parliament area has been heightened. We know that Neelam as well as Amol, the two people who orchestrated this incident outside the Parliament, have been detained and arrested by the Delhi police, and they have been kept in the Parliament Street police station where I am standing now. The other two accused, Sagar Sharma and Manoranjan, have been kept inside the Parliament security area because that comes under the jurisdiction of the Parliament security. And
so
for
they've
now,
not been questioned together, Milind. The claims are that all four of them know each other. Have they been questioned together?
Exactly. So now the Delhi police is questioning the two kept here, and that same team of Delhi police as well as the special cell of Delhi police along with the IB are questioning them all. So in the questioning, one of the main details that have been revealed is that they were planning this. It was a pre-planned attempt. Also the fact that all four have been given entry on an MP pass who belongs to the BJP, and his name is Pratap Simha, has also given a clarification in the Lok Sabha to the Speaker about how they actually got in. Of course, that coloured canister was hidden in one of the shoes of one of the accused, and how the security agencies couldn't check or detect that there was some kind of element that they were taking inside the Parliament.
Absolutely bizarre,
is also being made part of the investigation.
The reasoning given for that is that there are full body checks done, but frisking per se isn't done beyond. Like your shoes aren't checked. Nobody's asked to remove their shoes, and footwear isn't checked, which is done in some airports as well, but not apparently in our Parliament. Amit Bharadwaj is also live with us. Amit, we played out that report in the morning. You were there when that incident took place outside Parliament. You've seen the footage now of what happened inside Lok Sabha. And when you compare to what you saw, what you witnessed outside, was it a similar modus operandi? Because both of them had these smoke cans, both of them unleashed it. Apparently, they raised some slogans as well.
Akshita, you know, we were the first to break that news that this kind of security lapse has happened right outside the Parliament, and it was around 12:30 to 12:33 when Neelam Kaur and Anmol Shinde, these were two individuals who suddenly started to raise slogans, Bharat Mata ki Jai, Jai Bhim, and Tana Shahi Nahi Chalegi, along with bursting color crackers right outside the Parliament reception gate from where the parliamentarians enter the premises. And I was standing right in this Transport Bhavan Park, and so I rushed to the spot. I did speak to these individuals, to which Neelam had first responded with her name. She had also told that she does not belong to any specific organization, and said that her people's rights are being curbed, and that is why they are protesting. But after a couple of minutes, what we realized is that similar kind of security lapse has happened inside the Parliament, inside the Lok Sabha. Intruders have managed to jump on the floor of the House and have raised similar kind of slogans, have used similar kind of color canisters or color crackers. So it was very clear from that moment on, Akshita, that both incidences are related, and now Delhi police have also given a clear indication that it's a clear conspiracy by 6 people. 4 of them
have been already nabbed. They've confirmed that 6 people are involved right now. I want to also bring in Gaurav Sawant on this. Gaurav, it's extremely concerning, and I'd call it pure luck, honestly, that these people only had smoke cans with them. They could have been armed with a lot more, and they made it right into the Lok Sabha. They were there between the benches, between the members of Parliament, and nothing, honestly, can justify this kind of a security breach.
You know, I spoke to several members of parliament immediately after this incident took place, and all of them who were there in Lok Sabha, the ones we spoke to, said this was a massive security breach. They could have been killed, they could have died had it been a poisonous gas, had it been some kind of poison gas instead of just this chemical from this canister. And even when this, foul-smelling fumes came out, Maluk Nagar, for example, of the Bahujan Samaj Party, and some others, they said it was dangerous, it was risky, and a huge breach in Parliament security. And why not? In 2001, when Pakistani terrorists had attacked the temple of our democracy, massive changes were made, you know, from barricades to stickers, different kind of stickers, to additional security, to a major revamp in security. But just look at all of it. Even though there was a specific intelligence alert, even though this was the anniversary, the 22nd anniversary of that attack on the Temple of Democracy, everyone was caught napping when these miscreants jumped into the well of the house.
Yeah,
they could have been terrorists, and it could have been worse.
Yes. The reality is that this was at a time of heightened security, and so there will be questions asked of the security apparatus right now. Milind, Amit and Gaurav, thank you very much for joining us. Also joining us here on India Today, we decided to get your voices from those who witnessed this firsthand. And joining us here is Mr. Maluk Nagar, who is a BSP MP who was there in the Lok Sabha, and he was even seen tackling that person when he jumped into the Lok Sabha. Maluk ji, आप थे लोक सभा में जब ये दो आदमी अंदर घुस गए. आप पहले हमको बताइए कि आपने क्या देखा, कि क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ उस समय लोक सभा में.
नहीं, दो इकट्ठा नहीं था ये. जैसे ही 0 आवर खत्म होने को था और करीब 5 या 6 मिनट रह रही थी, तो धड़ाम जैसी बहुत आवाज आई, जैसे कोई गिरा. तो हमने पीछे मुड़ के देखा, भाई किसी ने कोई धकेल दिया या पैर रिपट गया या गिर गया. तो देखा तो एक आदमी ऊपर से जंप कर रहा है. तो जिसने जंप करा वो तो नीचे गिर गया. इतने ही में एक पहला खड़ा होता है, और जिधर एमपीओ की जो बेंचेस होती हैं बैठने की जगह, और जिधर ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर, ऑनरेबल सारे मिनिस्टर्स और ऑनरेबल स्पीकर बैठते हैं, उधर को भागा और पहला जंप लिया, दूसरा जंप लिया. तो उधर एकदम सब हक्के पक्के थे भाई क्या हुआ. तो जब वो भागा उधर को और वो दूसरा कूदा, तो ये क्लियर हो गया 13 तारीख के जो घटना पहले घटी है उसी तरह की घटना है. पहले वो संसद के बाहर रोक लिए गए थे, आज ये संसद के अंदर आ गए और अब जान बचनी मुश्किल है. अफरा तफरी सी मची, जो सारे गेट पार्लियामेंट के खुले हुए थे सब बाहर को ज्यादातर भाग लिए. तो उधर से हनुमान बेनीवाल और उधर से मैं भागा उसे पकड़ने के लिए, और 3-4 एमपी फिर और भागे हमारी तरफ को. तो उसे पकड़ा, और जैसे ही उसके नजदीक गए तो उसने जूता निकाला, और जूता निकाल के कुछ करा उसने. तो जैसे ही उसको दबोचा, पर वो इतनी देर में उसे कर चुका था, शायद वो कुछ खोल चुका था. वो उसको हम गैस बॉम्ब के हैं या कलर बॉम्ब के हैं, जो भी है, और उससे पूरे पार्लियामेंट में वो पूरा कलर नीले रंग का और पीले रंग का मिक्स होकर के और बहुत बदबूदार उस तरह का फैला. पर उसकी थोड़ा बहुत उस समय एकदम इंस्टिंक्ट था कि किसी भी वजह से ये था कि इस पे वेपन होगा, सबको ना मार दे, तो इसे दबोच लो. दबोचा और उसकी जैसे ही पिटाई शुरू की, फिर तो और 12, 14, 15, 20 एमपी और आ गए और सब पीटने लगे. तो आज की घटना तो बड़ी, उस समय का तो बड़ी डरावनी थी. और जब वो गैस निकला, जब वो कलर निकले, तो लग रहा कहीं आंखें ना चली जाएं, कहीं दम घुट के मर ना जाएं. तो बहुत ही डरावना समय था उस समय का. और पूरा का पूरा सिक्योरिटी फेलियर. और एमपी जिसने पास बनाया उसने भी आइडेंटिटी करके उनको नहीं भेजा. वहां भी
ये आप बोल रहे थे
जब मेन गेट पे अंदर गए,
जब ये आदमी आ रहा था, आप उनको रोकने के लिए कोशिश की, तो आपको क्या डर नहीं लगा? क्योंकि ये जो धुआं आ रहा था वो कुछ भी हो सकता था. अभी तो पता चला कि वो सिर्फ कलर था, लेकिन उस समय तो पता नहीं था कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ.
देखिए, सच बात तो ये है कि अब हम अगर बन के दिखाएं तो ठीक नहीं है. उस समय डर भी था और एक बड़ा डर भी था. तो 2 डरों का टकराव हो रहे थे और बड़ा डर जीता. और बड़ा डर ये था कि ये तो सब भाग रहे हैं, अगर इसमें वेपन हुआ और इसने निकाल के वेपन और पीछे से सबको ठोक दिया तो सब मारे जाएंगे. इससे अच्छा ये जल्दी करके इसको वेपन निकालने की मौका ना दें और उसे दबोच लें. तो बेसिकली डर में ही वो एक्शन था. और डर में ही वो कहीं ना कहीं पिटाई थी। अगर उसको हम अब दूसरी तरफ लेके अपना तारीफ करें तो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। और वो घटना थी, ऊपर वाला साथ था, बढ़िया तरीके से पकड़ा गया। अगर मान लो वो स्पीकर की, ऑनरेबल स्पीकर की चेयर पे पहुंच जाता या जिधर प्राइम मिनिस्टर पहुंचते हैं वहां पहुंच जाता और इस गैस बम को वहां जाके छोड़ता तो परिस्थिति और भी बहुत ज्यादा खराब हो सकती थी वहां, क्योंकि वहां सिक्योरिटी के लोग तो होते ही नहीं अंदर, केवल वो होते हैं जो मार्शल होते हैं, तो वहां तो कोई पकड़ने वाला था ही नहीं, वो कहीं भी कुछ भी कर सकता था। क्योंकि ये तो अकल्पनीय है कि कोई व्यक्ति वहां तक पहुंच जाए या वहां तक घुस जाए, ये तो सोच भी नहीं सकते थे। तो बहुत डर था, एक डर से, वो एक ऐड देखते हैं डर से आगे, वो डर से आगे वाला था जो जाके पकड़ लिया या उसकी पिटाई करी।
नहीं, वी टोटली सैल्यूट योर ब्रेवरी। लेकिन मालूक जी, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, अगर आपने और हनुमान बेनीवाल जी ने ऐसे उनको पकड़ नहीं लिया तो फिर क्या वो वेल ऑफ द हाउस तक पहुंच जाता? क्या मार्शल्स नहीं थे वहां पे? क्या कुछ सिक्योरिटी नहीं था?
100% पहुंच जाता है, क्योंकि वहां सिक्योरिटी के लोग होते ही नहीं है, मार्शल होते हैं केवल, और वो भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का काम ज्यादा करते हैं और जो स्पीकर के साथ खड़े होते हैं बुलवाने का। और जब अगर कोई एमपी कुछ कर रहा हो तो उनको बुलाया जाता है, तो वहां तो बिल्कुल सब एक जैसे हो जाते हैं। वहां तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी और जो दूसरे मिनिस्टर्स हैं सब एक ही जैसी सिचुएशन में, एक ही जैसी हैसियत में बैठते हैं। सिक्योरिटी और सब चीजों को देखें तो एक ही जैसी चीजें रहती हैं वहां पे।
मेरे को ये भी समझ नहीं आ रहा है मालूक जी, जैसे मतलब लोकसभा में अगर आप देखोगे विजिटर्स गैलरी एटलीस्ट इट्स 10 फीट हाई, तो वो 10 फीट से कूद के फिर ऐसे भाग के जा रहे थे, तो एटलीस्ट 10-20 सेकंड के लिए ऐसे ही जा रहे थे भगा के।
नहीं 10 फीट नहीं है, ज्यादा है, 10
उससे ज्यादा है,
10 फीट से ज्यादा है।
और इनको कुछ नहीं हुआ, ऐसे जंप मार के फिर आगे
20 के आसपास। नहीं, दूसरे को शायद हुआ, क्योंकि पहला तो जंप मार के आ रहा था, दूसरे वाला तो वहीं पकड़ा, शायद वो उठ नहीं पाया, फ्रैक्चर हुआ क्या हुआ, वो सिक्योरिटी वालों ने बाद में वहीं पकड़ा। क्योंकि एक्शन में तो एक ही आया, पिटाई तो एक ही की हुई, दूसरा तो वहां तक पहुंच नहीं पाया, तो जहां कूदा शायद वो वहीं का वहीं रह गया। क्योंकि जब सब पूरा एपिसोड होने के बाद जब उसे ले जाने की थी तो सिक्योरिटी वाले ले गए, तो एक को तो वहां ले गए जहां 55-60 एमपी बैठते हैं, वहां ले जाकर के उसकी पिटाई कर रहे थे, और दूसरा तो वहीं गेट पे, बिल्कुल पार्लियामेंट का जहाँ गेट होता वहीं पकड़ के उसकी वहीं पिटाई कर रहे थे। तो इससे लगता है कि शायद वो चलने की स्थिति में भी नहीं था और उसके फ्रैक्चर हो गया। जो इसका दर्शक दीर्घा है, पहली वाली जो लोकसभा थी उसमें क्या था कि जैसे पिक्चर हॉल में बालकनी होती है तो उसमें बालकनी थी और उसके वो काफी आगे तक 7-8 रो आगे तक आ जाती थी, तो उसमें कूदता अगर कोई तो एमपी के बीच में कूदेगा एमपीओं के। इस नई पार्लियामेंट में क्या है, जहां एमपी बैठते हैं उसके बीच में 5-6 फीट की जगह है, और 5-6 फीट की जगह के बाद में दीवार है, और दीवार के बाद ऊपर जाकर के वो दीवार के अंदर पिछली तरफ को बालकनी बनाई है। यानी कि जहां वो कूदेगा तो एमपीओं के बीच में नहीं कूदेगा, एक खाली जगह पे कूदेगा, और खाली जगह पे कूद करके जब वो आगे की तरफ भागना शुरू किया, जिधर ऑनरेबल Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister बैठते हैं।
So according to Maluk Nagar ji, he would have reached right up to the well of the house. Thank you Maluk ji for joining us here on India Today. VSP MP who ran towards this man and stopped him from going any further. I'd like to also bring in on this broadcast Karthi Chidambaram, Congress MP. Karthi, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. Good evening. I just want to put out the picture of you standing there moments after that attack took place. You're seen standing as this yellow smoke around in the Lok Sabha, and it's unbelievable because that picture kind of, reinstates what's happened inside the Lok Sabha. You're seen standing there right next to Rahul Gandhi while there's plumes of smoke inside the Lok Sabha. Can you tell us what happened? You were in the house and suddenly these two men we were here were inside with these cans in their shoes.
I'm sure you've heard this from many people. I mean, the 0 hour was happening in the Lok Sabha. I was slated to speak, so I was going through my notes. I suddenly heard a thud to the left of me. I thought that somebody had fallen down from the visitors gallery, but then I saw that person get up and rush towards the speaker's chair. I also moved towards that person, but by the time I reached there, members in that area had restrained him. As he was being restrained, he pulled out a canister which gave out an yellow smoke like a substance came out of the yellow canister. As while this was happening, another person jumped down from the visitors gallery. He too had a canister with him, which gave out yellow fumes. In hindsight, these fumes could have been toxic, could have been anthrax, could have been sarin, and then the consequences would have been very, very tragic and fatal.
You know, I see a lot of you, including you, of course, Karthi, standing about there. But did you not feel a sense of fear when you saw that yellow smoke going about? That this could be something much worse, as you pointed out.
This is always happening in really quick time. I think when this was really unfolding, it didn't really occur to me that it could be see, my initial reaction was that it was an accident, that somebody fell down. But then I realized that somebody had actually deliberately jumped in and they were moving towards the speaker's chair. I, for my wildest of imagination, didn't think that anybody could actually bring in a substance which could, which would emanate smoke inside the House of the Parliament. At that moment, it didn't occur to me. But then in hindsight, it does occur to me that this could have been very, very fatal and tragic. But this only tells you that our security systems are not robust, and the efficacy of the entire security protocol has to be reviewed, because the visitors are scanned, are frisked before they're let in, and they're not even allowed to bring in a mobile phone. So I do not know how these two people managed to smuggle in a canister which could give out these fumes. And they say that it was plastic, which means these scanners are not able to detect plastic substances. If they're not able to detect plastic substances, we know from knowledge that there are plastic explosives. From the Unabomber example, where he had plastic explosives in his shoe. So this really questions the efficacy and the robustness of our security protocols. And the Lok Sabha Speaker is the custodian of the House, and he is responsible for the House, and the government agencies, the Delhi Police and the CRPF, are responsible for security. So it's really up to the Lok Sabha Speaker and the government of India to answer for this serious breach.
You know, the question of how did these people get through the security check? Apparently, they don't make you remove your shoes, which we do even at the airport. And yet in the parliament, they're not making you remove your shoes. And that's why these men managed to smuggle these smoke cans inside the Lok Sabha, which is something that, I can't wrap around my head.
They obviously had done. They had done a reconnaissance. They knew about this. That's why they're able to beat the system, which means that this is not some spontaneous act. This is a well-planned attack. I would term this as an attack. It's just that it did not have fatalities. And if they had much more serious substance in their canisters, it could have been very, very fatal. There were 100 members inside the House at that time. At least 100 members in the House at that time.
Essentially, that they weren't carrying something more lethal. But Karthi, I also want to ask you, because there's a lot of talk about how these intruders managed to get in. We know that the protocol is, of course, that they must have a pass. They had a visitor's pass that was sanctioned by a member of parliament. Is that easy to get? I just want to understand, from an MP's office, is it easy to get a visitor's pass? Can anyone reach out and get it?
You are focusing on the wrong issue here. This is the parliament of the people of India. The people of India have a right to visit this parliament. This parliament has been built with their money. So we must make the parliament accessible to the average citizen of this country. Yes, an MP signs off the pass, but the MP is not issuing the pass. He's only signing off a request for the pass. The pass is given by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. Yes, the MPs can exercise some diligence, but if people come, it is normal for MPs to oblige them by signing the request letter. So while I know it is a BJP MP who signed off this pass, I don't want to pinpoint at him, because I know this is common practice that MPs will oblige anybody who requests for a pass. After all, it's the House of the people and people must go there. So I agree that maybe in the future we should double check on the people who we are signing off the pass. But I would not attribute any motives to the MP, and unless an investigation proves otherwise. The real failure is in the frisking and in the scanning of the visitors into the parliament, and not in the MP making a request for the pass. Let's not focus on the wrong issues in this incident. The incident is about, and we should focus about the response time for the security team, the response time of the parliamentary staff, the screening, the scanning, and the frisking, and the marshals in the gallery area who are supposed to look and monitor the visitors who are sitting there.
I appreciate the fact that you're saying, I'm not going to politicize this and focus on the bigger issue here about security concerns, because there have been some who've been saying that it's because it's in the new parliament that there isn't adequate security.
The buck stops with the Lok Sabha secretariat. The buck stops with the Lok Sabha secretariat, for whose head is the speaker, and with the Delhi police and the CRPF, whose head is the Home Ministry. So these are the administrative heads of the agencies which are supposed to secure and to make sure Parliament is safe. I mean, the MP, yes, has made a request for a pass, but to blame the MP for this incident, I think would be erroneous on my part.
Okay. All right. Karthi Chidambaram, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. You've, of course, said that there must be answers given on this kind of a security lapse. And I think everyone here today across the country would agree with that view, that whichever way you stand politically, at the end of the day, this kind of a breach is quite simply unacceptable. At this given point in Lok Sabha, there were nearly 100 members of parliament seated. And among that, these two men managed to jump bench from bench, as you see on your screens there, and almost made it to the well of the House. If it weren't for these very MPs who decided to stop him, to pin him down and ensure that he was taken away, marshalled away essentially. The other person, the other accused, according to what the MPs tell us, fell down because this was a height of 10 feet plus that they jumped from the visitors gallery. So the other person got injured immediately. The first guy who jumped down, the intruder, managed to run all the way through but was stopped by a handful of MPs. As you see, they're truly, truly worrying image this, and one that hopefully will spark a slew of much needed introspection on the kind of security being provided in Parliament. I'm going to slip into a very, very short break here on India Today. We'll be right back, getting you more details on this big story and asking those questions of our security apparatus and what was done and how was something like this so brazenly committed in the temple of democracy.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards from Best English News Channel India Today TV to Best Hindi News Channel Aaj Tak, and the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti Exemplary Leadership.
ये गर्व का मौका है कि मेरे नारी शक्ति के समर्थन और संकल्प को इस मंच ने और ताकत दी है। लंबे वक्त से बहुत से लोग ये बताते रहे कि एक आदमी की सफलता के पीछे एक औरत का हाथ होता है। अब वक्त बदला है। हर सफलता खुद हासिल करने के लिए हम सब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की नींव आत्मनिर्भर नारी शक्ति ही बनेगी। एक नई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इस सम्मान के साथ मुझे मिली है। मैं इसे अपनी पूरी कमिटमेंट से निभाऊंगी।
Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
There's been a significant development during the winter session. The Rajya Sabha on Tuesday had passed the Chief Election Commissioner and Other Election Commissioners Bill 2023. This will guide the appointment of the CEC and other commissioners. Now, the bill was introduced originally on 10th August, but there were concerns that were raised. For example, on pay disparity, and that by former CECs that had raised this concern. Now, the union government introduced then an amendment. Now, the salary and perks of the Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners will be maintained at the level of a Supreme Court judge. Moving the CEC Bill 2023, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal said that the legislation has been brought in view of the Supreme Court judgment of March this year while hearing a PIL. But reacting to the bill and the introduction of it, it has become a huge political showdown. Senior Congress Member of Parliament Randeep Singh Surjewala said the proposed legislation completely violates the spirit of the Constitution that is enshrined in Article 14. Now, the bill is yet to be passed in the Lok Sabha. In March this year, the Supreme Court had given a judgment in which it had said Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners must be appointed on the advice of the panel comprising the Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and the Chief Justice of India. Has that been changed now? Now, here's why the opposition party netas are charging at this bill. So, what are some of the concerns possibly that will have to be taken into consideration and ensure Election Commission stays right on top with regard to its independence and freedom of practice? Now, is there a balance of power that also is being discussed here. Is it tilting towards a certain side? So that remains one of the big issues with regard to what the concerns have been expressed. Now, electoral governance alignment with farmers' intentions, for example. One, of course, the electoral governance in the sense that the Election Commission will take those decisions and then go ahead with regard to, for example, organizing elections and more. But also the misuse of power is there by selection committee. That is an allegation that has come in from the opposition as well, and we'll be tracking that big story too.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 417. In Mumbai, 121. In Kolkata, 223. In Bangalore, 78. In Chennai, 190. In Hyderabad, 86.
Welcome back. As we continue getting you all the updates on the serious, unprecedented security breach in Parliament, let's get you the details right now that we know of those men in the Parliament, the intruders inside Parliament. Two of them, one identified as Sagar Sharma and the other as Manoranjan. And here's the information we have so far about them. Sagar Sharma is 27 years old, while Manoranjan is 34 years old. He hails from Mysuru. And investigation is currently on. They have currently been detained by officials still in the Parliament complex, but they will be questioned by a Delhi police team soon. Now, remember that there were two incidents. Before what happened inside Parliament, outside Parliament, just moments before that, there was a similar attack that took place by two people, Amol Shinde and Neelam. The accused Neelam hails from Haryana's Jind and was preparing for the Haryana Civil Services. Now, all four of them, whether it's the incident that took place outside Parliament or the one that took place inside, the four accused knew each other. In fact, it isn't just a question of four people, but actually six of them. Two currently absconding, and officials are searching for them. They reportedly were all held and kept and were staying in Gurugram before this incident. So clearly, they had come together with the intention of carrying out this attack. That brings us to serious questions also that must be asked right now of how something like this could possibly even happen while the session is underway. And the first one obviously is that are we witnessing a massive intelligence and a security failure? Was a frisking, which is the most basic security measure, and a bag search not done? A full body frisk clearly wasn't done, and that's why they managed not just to enter the visitors gallery, but even carry a smoke can with them. Could Intruder have easily then carried a weapon too? Because the scanners didn't detect the smoke can because it was plastic and because it was kept in the shoe. The also other question is about whether the frontline Lok Sabha security is clearly neglecting their duty, not going that extra mile when the House is in session at a high security time when there were threats being levelled at the Parliament to go ahead and ensure every visitor is very carefully scanned. And has this now exposed the vulnerability of the new Parliament? The investigation is underway, but clearly there are questions being asked of the Parliament security apparatus. Will heads roll at the security service as well? What action will the Home Ministry take now? We're yet to hear really from the MHA, but let's see what happens, because the Speaker has said, I will ensure safety. So is this an individual's failure, or is it an agency that's failed and that's led to this kind of a serious security breach? These 8 questions we will wait for answers on. And the investigation will continue, but there will be a demand from us here on India Today to ensure there is 100% transparency. And we know exactly what led to this kind of a lapse. I'm slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with the latest on the all-party meet that the Lok Sabha Speaker also called on this.
Karan Johar and the fresh faces in Bollywood has become synonymous now. And this time, he's cooking up a storm with the new star kid, Jodi. Yes, that's right. Ibrahim Ali Khan and Khushi Kapoor will reportedly team up for Karan Johar's next project. As per reports, Shauna Gautam, who was Karan Johar's associate director on Last Outing Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani and previously assisted Rajkumar Hirani on Sanju, will direct the film. Although the title is still under wraps, the buzz is that this promising duo will grace the screens through OTT. Meanwhile, according to reports, it is going to be one of those romantic comedies that Hindi cinema is known for. Whereas on work front, Ibrahim Ali Khan assisted filmmaker Karan Johar on Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani and now is also set to make his acting debut with Sarzameen. The emotional thriller also features Kajol, Prithviraj Sukumar, Jatin Sarin and Tota Roy Chaudhary in significant roles. It's not unknown that filmmaker Karan Johar is known for giving faces, and in case you're unaware, the agency also welcomed the sensational actor Tripti Dimri, Bollywood's latest national crush, into its illustrious fold. So now the spotlight turns to the exciting duo, leaving fans on the edge, eager to discover if they will ignite the screen with the same brilliance or not. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
How do you remember what you recollect and what have you written in this book actually?
I have read in his diaries that for some time there seemed to be some tension and some sparks flying. But after everything, everything became normal. And one thing I learned, that these people, they knew how to manage conflict or how to manage disagreement. I think that is the most important thing.
In 2004, when he was on the verge of being a prime minister, but he mentioned you that they won't make him prime minister. What was that context?
That particular context was, in 2004, after Sonia Gandhi renounced her claim. So in the media, there was a lot of speculation about who is going to be the prime minister, and both my father's and Dr. Manmohan Singh's names were in the circulation. He wrote in his diary that Dr. Manmohan Singh is contesting from South Delhi. In all probability, he will win and it will be very good. He is a likely Congress prime ministerial candidate. So even in 1989 also, he perceived a situation that in case of a Congress win, Dr. Manmohan Singh is going to be the prime minister. So in 2004, it could not have come as a major disappointment to him. And he also told journalist Shumon Chatterjee that he did not have any expectation from Sonia Gandhi to make him the prime minister. And when there is no expectation, there is no disappointment.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 417. In Mumbai, 121. In Kolkata, 223. In Bengaluru, 78. In Chennai, 190. In Hyderabad, 86.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
as we report on the two security breaches that have been reported, one inside Parliament and one outside. Remember, the accused outside Parliament, Neelam, has been taken into custody, and farmer unions have now come out demanding Neelam's release. The United Kisan Morcha has actually defended accused Neelam, who you see on the right of your screens, moments after she let off a smoke can outside Parliament. Farmer leaders have claimed that Neelam was suffering from unemployment, so they're saying that she must be released immediately. Now, the allegation is that Neelam was even a part of the 2020 farmer protest. But this is the last kind of politics that we really need to see over this. On an issue of national security, when everyone must be coming together and demanding the interrogation, investigation against all of the four without any sort of bias, here you have farmer unions coming out and saying she must be released. Why? Because she was unemployed, and that's why she carried out something like this. The allegation is that she was even a part of the 2020 farm protests. We're going to continue tracking the latest on these reactions, as well as investigation and the interrogation of the accused in this kind of a parliament breach. We'll be getting you the latest on the other side of a very, very short break. Preeti Chaudhary joining you with more on this.
प्रियंका जी, राज्यसभा में 14.04 और लोकसभा में 14.95% के आसपास अभी रिप्रेजेंटेशन है वुमेन का। आप चारों की जर्नी से भी मैं समझूंगी कि महिलाओं को, आपको क्या लगता है 10 साल पहले जब आप पॉलिटिक्स में आई थी और आज में कुछ बदला है, नहीं बदला है? क्या वाकई पार्टियां आज ईमानदार दिखती हैं, या चूंकि महिला वोटर डिसाइड कर रही है इसीलिए खुश करने के लिए 24 के पहले ये बिल पास कर दिया गया?
तो मैं कहूँगी क्योंकि महिला वोटर अब काफ़ी भारी संख्या में आती हैं और अपना निर्णायक वोट डालती हैं, तो उससे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को समझ आने लगा है कि महिलाओं की भागीदारी होना ज़रूरी है। पहली बात ये, अगर आप मेरी जर्नी की बात करेंगे, 10 साल में जो भी जर्नी रही है एज़ कम्पेयर टू वॉट जो अब आएंगी महिलाएं, हो सकता है हमने थोड़ी ज़्यादा लड़ाई लड़ी हो, पर इस बात की खुशी है कि वो लड़ाई हमने लड़ ली, उसका जो फल होगा आने वाली पीढ़ियों को मिलेगा। तो मैं मानती हूँ कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा महिलाएं आएँ। ये हमने रिजर्वेशन किया है, पर रिजर्वेशन से पहले अगर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज भी, भले ही 2029 में कुछ लागू हो रहा है, आने वाले चुनाव में नोबडी स्टॉप्स एनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कि आप ये टिकट्स महिलाओं को दें। पर दुख इस बात का भी होता है, जब आपने कहा कि पावरफुल पोजीशन में, तो विजय राजे सिंधिया जी जो रही हैं वहाँ की मुख्यमंत्री राजस्थान की, उम्मीद थी कि एक महिला को भी ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाएगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से। वसुंधरा राजे जी, उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाएगी, पर वो कहीं ना कहीं उनको उससे वंचित रखा गया, तो उस बात का दुख भी है।
माननीय सांसद जो थे तुरंत उन्होंने भी घेरा, उसको पकड़ा, तब तक उन्होंने जूता के अंदर से कुछ निकाल करके वो गैस जो होता है कलरफुल धुआं छोड़ने लगा। तो न्यूज बनने के लिए, कोई दृष्टि आकर्षण करने के लिए उसे किए थे, देखने से लगा। बाकी दोनों को पकड़ के मार्शल ले गए बाहर।
देखिए, 0 आवर चल रहा था, हम लोग अपनी बात रख रहे थे। अचानक गैलरी के अंदर से 2 आदमी कूद आए। कूदने के बाद उन्होंने अपने जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली, जिससे पूरी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर गैस फैलना शुरू हो गई। हमें शुबा ये है कि क्या ये कोई टॉक्सिक गैस तो नहीं है, कोई नुकसान तो आगे सांसदों को नहीं होगा, खुदा करे ना हो। लेकिन जितना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स हुआ है आज, जूते में तो कोई छोटा बम भी ला सकता था।
क्या वो विजिटर्स गैलरी में बैठे?
विजिटर गैलरी में से कूदे थे। हाँ। तो अगर इस तरह से लैप्स होंगे तो पार्लियामेंट क्या हमारी सेफ है?
अर्जुन टिड़े जी हैं जो गैलरी में खड़े थे वहां पे। सर, क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ, थोड़ा समझाइए। और जो लोग थे, 2 लोग वहां पर प्रोटेस्टर थे, किस तरह की नारेबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक्चुअली नारेबाजी कौन सी कर रहे थे मुझे समझ भी नहीं आया, उसका आवाज तो नहीं समझ में आ रहा था। लेकिन वो लोग पहले एक लड़के ने जंप किया, जंप करने के बाद वो कोशिश कर रहा था कि सभापति की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो बहुत से एमपी लोगों ने, सांसद लोगों ने उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की, तो उसको आधे तक निकल गया था, जब पकड़ते पकड़ते आधे तक निकल गया, बाद में सांसद लोगों ने ही पकड़ा उसको। उसके बाद में
जो प्रदर्शनकारी था, जब इसे छलांग लगाने की कोशिश की तो किसी ने दर्शक दीर्घा से वहां पे रोकने की कोशिश की, ऐसा कोई अटेम्प्ट दिखा आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ दिखा नहीं, लेकिन राइट साइड में जो हमारे राइट साइड में गैलरी थी, शायद मैं 2 नंबर पे था।
हाँ, 2 नंबर,
है ना, 2 नंबर पे था, तो पब्लिक गैलरी 2 नंबर पे था। उसके बाजू में जो राइट साइड में जो गैलरी थी, वहां से उसने जम किया था। ये जम करने के बाद आधे तक निकल गया वो कुछ ऐसे, तो उसके बाद में दूसरे ने भी जम किया वहाँ। फिर दोनों ने 2 लोग थे, जम करने वाले 2 लोग थे उसमें।
क्या हालात बन गए इसके बाद, ये जब कूदा पानी हंगामा शुरू हुआ?
सब डरा होना चाहिए, तो हो गया था, सब डर रहे थे, सब लोगों के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ये सब। बाद में जो पीला धुआं हुआ, पूरा धुआं हो गया वहाँ।
और डर हुआ जब इस तरह का रंग आया, फ्यूम आया?
फ्यूम लगाने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये क्या है, मतलब यह केमिकल है या क्या, कुछ समझ भी नहीं आ रहा था ना।
जी जी। एक आखिरी सवाल सर, जब ये कूदाफानी हुई वहां पे और जब उनको पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने क्या एहतियात बरते, आप लोगों को क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया?
इंस्ट्रक्शन लोगों ने सिर्फ इतना दिया कि जहाँ बैठे हो वहीं बैठे रहो, जहाँ खड़े हो वहीं खड़े रहो, बाकी हिलना मत यहाँ से कोई भी। फिर सुरक्षा कर्मी आ गया, उनको दोनों को पकड़ा, दोनों को बाहर लेके गए। फिर बाकी लोगों को सुबह एक एक करके सब आप गैलरी से बाहर निकलो, फिर गैलरी खाली हो गया पूरा।
हमारे डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर ही कास्ट सेंसस को अपोज कर रहे हैं, वो भी कर रहे हैं और इन्हों भी कर रहे हैं।
A remark by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Parliament has ended up exposing the divide within his party over the Karnataka caste survey report. Kharge made the comment on Monday when poked by BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi over when the pending report will be made public. Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar had recently signed a letter to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah by a Vokalika organization demanding a fresh caste survey. Reacting to Kharge's statement, Shivakumar denied opposing caste census.
Evening viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 117. Mumbai is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Panji is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 137. Ahmedabad is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 147. Bhopal is at 23 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Jaipur is at 23 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 160. Delhi is at 20 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 280. Srinagar is at 8 degrees Celsius with AQI being 121. Lucknow is at 21 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 208. Patna is at 23 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 230. Kolkata is at 22 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 162. Hyderabad is at 25 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 108. Bangalore is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 100. Chennai is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 118. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-presented by Nexa Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University वडोदरा गुजरात. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं बनेगा भारत.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I am Preeti Chaudhary. An unforgivable security lapse where our parliament was concerned, bringing back memories of what happened in 2002 on the same date, 13th December. Our top focus, we're going to get you the latest on that. But first up, let me take you through the headlines. India Today accesses first images of the 2 intruders inside Lok Sabha. One accused identified as 27-year-old Sagar Sharma. Second accused is 34-year-old Manoranjan from Mysuru. 6 in all. 2 protesters who set off smoke canisters outside Parliament identified as Amol and Neelam. 6 accused planned Parliament breach, all detained. Politics speaks over Parliament breach. Congress demands Amit Shah's statement. TMC calls for BJP MP Pratap Simha's expulsion. BJP MP had issued visitors' passes to Intruder Sagar.
Mohan Yadav and Vishnudev Sai officially take charge as the Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh Chief Minister respectively. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP show of strength in the Hindi heartland. Eleven-year-old girl dies after long wait in Kerala's Sabrimala temple queue. BJP protests against poor crowd management. Chief Minister Vijayan claims situation under control. Big breakthrough in Mahadev betting scam. Ravi Uppal and app promoter and key accused nabbed in Dubai. Enforcement watchdog begins deportation process. All right, the latest news break coming in at the back of the massive Parliament security breach. Security norms have now been upgraded. A full Parliament security to be reviewed is what we've been given to understand. Full body scanners to be placed at entry points. Multiple entry gates now to be set up. Visitor passes for former MPs and MPs' PAs have now been cancelled. These are immediate protocol that is going to be followed, but what we have been given to understand that a full Parliament security review will now be conducted and many more changes will be in the offing. These are just the current immediate changes that have been put in place. I want to cut across to my colleague Milan Sharma, who's joining us live from Parliament Street Police Station. Milan, what can you get us get us up to speed with the latest changes that have been announced? Many asking in terms of body scanners. Were there no full body scanners in Parliament till now?
Well, Preeti, there are metal detectors and there is a layer of security that one has to pass through to enter to the main gate of the Parliament. And of course, we all know that without a pass that is sanctioned by the Member of Parliament, nobody can enter this particular building. And with the new Parliament in place and major levels of security apparatus in place already, there are questions that are being asked as to how these people could conceal a colored gas canister like that and take them along. And even while frisking is done by both women security personnel as well as male security personnel, now there's going to be a full-scale security review as to what went wrong inside. When we talk about the incident that happened outside, yes, there have been many attempts at protests or any sort of sloganeering that happens outside the Parliament. It is not unnatural, but something inside is a major security lapse to which, of course, the Parliament security as well as the police will have to answer. I'm at Parliamentary Street Police Station and the two accused who were, caught from outside, Neelam and Amol, have been taken into custody of the police over here and they are being interrogated. We have been told that, of course, the visitor gallery from where Sagar Sharma jumped onto the benches of the Lok Sabha there has been kept in the security area of the Parliament only, but the Intelligence Bureau officials as well as the Special Cell of Delhi Police along with the Delhi Police, Parliament Street, DCP, etc. are all into questioning and doing their investigations. We've also been told, Preeti, that there were 6 people. It was a pre-planned
Milan, would you take us through 6 people, pre-planned? Initial reports suggest that this was not, there's no terror angle to it, but clearly a massive breach of security. But are we getting any closer to understanding what led to these 6 people, to some of them outside, the others inside, to breach Parliament security? Do we have any reason in place as of now where these 6 people are concerned? Why did they do this?
Well, absolutely, Preeti, that's a very pertinent question because we're looking at their profiles right now. Neelam happens to be a farmer's daughter. She hails from Haryana. She's an educated class woman, and we're also looking at Amol Shinde, who's also, educated. There were 2 more people. Sagar Sharma, of course, from his profile, we found out that he belongs to Lucknow. He's 12th pass. But, the other, the 4th person, Manoranjan, he happens to be a
a computer engineer. So it's not like they are not educated and, there was a terror angle involved. That is something that the police sources have made very clear. There was sort of sloganeering that was heard from their side as well, Tanashahi nahi chalegi, etc. But, the main motive of all these people coming together and doing this on, actually the anniversary of the Parliament attack is very, very crucial to understand. What was the kind of message that they were trying to send from inside the Parliament is also a big question that the police is currently investigating. We did hear Neelam say that she doesn't belong to any organization, she doesn't belong to any political party as such. She said it on record, and that is what, begets the question that why did these 6 people, 2 of them who were staying in Gurugram in one of the apartments, and they all came from different states. One of them is from Haryana, as I mentioned, Neelam. Amol Shinde is from Maharashtra. One is from Mysuru. Sagar Sharma from Lucknow. So who are these people? Why did they come together and do this? This is all part of the investigation, and the motives behind their actions are being ascertained at the moment. Preeti, it's a very big question.
Just stay on with me. Milan, just stay on with me. I'm going to come right back. Also now, matter of investigation on who signed off on the parliamentary passes. Milan, a quick question there. A BJP MP, Mr. Sima, is the one who signed off, at least given to understand, on one of the parliament passes for those who were inside the visitors' gallery. But is he the same person who's a signatory on all 6?
Well, Preeti, this is also the part of investigation, because one of the passes that we have, access clearly show that the Mysuru BJP MP Pratap Simha's name has been written on the pass, and of course that was issued to Sagar, who was inside the parliament with the concealed, canister of, colored gas that he had carried along. It so happens that sometimes, these passes are also ascertained by the PA and the staff of, the member of parliament, and of course that clarification has already been given by the member of parliament in question to the speaker of Lok Sabha there in a clarification. That statement has already been given by him. We are yet to ascertain whether he was aware of the kind of motives of these people, because generally in a visitors gallery there are people who go to their respective MPs of the constituencies, and they do request that they want to witness, go inside and witness the parliamentary proceedings. Of course, it's all done in a orderly, protocoled fashion. But how were they allowed to take such things inside? We've also been told that there were no cell phones on these people. So how were they coordinating? 2 of them outside and immediately, 2 of them inside. These are all the questions that are currently part of the investigation right now.
Just stay on with me, Milan. I just want to bring in Gaurav Sawant as well into this conversation. Gaurav, bringing back memories of 2001, the same day, 13th December. It's come a full circle. This time, fortunately, not what we saw in 2001, but the sheer fact that the parliament remains equally vulnerable.
It's extremely disappointing, especially for those, who've seen what happened in 2001 and reported on it. So much money has been spent on strengthening parliament security. There's a new parliament building, but clearly that security culture found wanting once again. At a time when there was a heightened alert, there was a terror alert because it's the anniversary or the 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack, but also because a Khalistani terrorist sitting in the United States of America, Gurpatwan Singh Pannu, had issued a threat that the parliament would be targeted, while in fine print they may say, through ballot and not bullet. But the actions that we've seen on ground very clearly indicate, despite that threat, despite everything, an intelligence alert being issued, clearly no action or little action taken on ground, that such elements were able to breach parliament security and carry that canister and dump it on the floor of the house and lives of our members of parliament. And we spoke to several MPs who said that their lives were at stake. They thought that they were staring at a certain death at a time when these miscreants were pulling off that canister, and that foul smell and those fumes came out of that canister. So all of this indicates that parliament security, while big money may have been spent, while a lot of equipment may have been put in, all of that was found wanting because of lack of security culture on ground, especially at a time when you should actually be outthinking what miscreants could be doing at a time like this. So while the speaker in Lok Sabha has ordered an overall security review, the opposition is up in arms when it comes to a massive security breach in Parliament security, Preeti.
Gaurav, till now, we don't know what the motive of these 6 individuals are. While there was a Khalistani threat, but there is no link right now that has been established at all. Any indications coming in from your sources on what is it that brought, what looks like a motley crew together? Because it's not a terror threat that's been established, a massive security breach, but what led to it?
So one, it's hugely embarrassing for the government. Two, this is a very well coordinated attempt or effort that went into it. All the individuals coming together, all the individuals' information is that they stayed at a particular location in Gurugram, got all the equipment together, these canisters were put together, then split into 2 groups. One group did not even carry a mobile phone because they didn't want the mobile phone to give away their location or give away their movement. So this also indicates planning. The fact that both the canisters were very similar, the one that went off inside Parliament and outside Parliament. The 4 had met, the 4 knew each other. All of this, of course, very preliminary information just as yet. But there is also some information coming in that one of the protesters, and this is of course subject to verification, had participated in certain agitations in the past, was a part of some agitations that had taken place. There are some leaders of that agitation who are now demanding the release of this particular individual. All of that is subject to verification and subject to more details being put out in public domain. So was this just to embarrass the government? Was this just to show a breach in security? Or is there something much bigger? All of that, we will have more clarity in perhaps the hours and days ahead.
Well, you're right there, Gaurav. At least one thing is understood, that this was a coordinated security breach. There might not be any terror angle to it, but what led to this coordination, who was behind it, what is the reason? We're going to continue to cut across to Gaurav Sawant as well as Milan, my colleague, getting us the very latest. Meanwhile, I just want to take you through on what happened, viewers. A big security breach in Lok Sabha on the anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack. 2 accused, Sagar and Manoranjan, jumped into the well of the House and threw smoke canisters while proceedings were on.
Vaulting from table to table after leaping down from the visitor gallery, shouting slogans and releasing colored gas. A security scare inside the Lok Sabha on the 22nd anniversary of the terror attack on the old Parliament building. The breach occurred in the Parliament building inaugurated just 7 months ago. The intruders, armed with smoke canisters, made their way to the visitor gallery. They were subdued by MPs and on-duty staff. One identified as Sagar Sharma, who possessed a visitor pass issued in the name of the BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Simha. The other, a 35-year-old Mysuru engineer, Manoranjan D. India Today traced down Manoranjan's family.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಸತ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ.
Wednesday's security lapse drew several criticism from the lawmakers.
हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था, वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं. हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते वो पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर.
Okay. On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But 2 people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand which emitted a yellow smoke.
देखिए, जब ना पासवर्ड के लिए कोई रूल है, ना पास के लिए कोई रूल है. पासवर्ड पे एमपी एक्सपेल हो गए, अब पास पे कहीं एमपी एक्सपेल ना हो जाए, मुझे इसकी फिक्र है.
The two intruders taken into custody and being questioned by multiple security agencies. But questions arise about the loopholes that allowed such an intrusion into the parliament. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, meanwhile, Parliament breach politics is peaking. Understandably, the opposition is now going to come together to corner the centre on what has been an unforgivable compromise of parliamentary security. India allies all are meeting tomorrow in Parliament at 10 a.m. The Congress and the India Alliance partners, the TMC, the Aam Aadmi Party, the DMK and JDU, RJD, all of these parties, NCP, coming together demanding a statement from the Home Minister Amit Shah. Trinamool Congress has demanded BJP MP Pratap Simha's expulsion. There has been a tweet by the TMC handle suggesting if Mahua Moitra can be expelled from Parliament at the back of breaching Parliament security, this is much bigger. Pratap Simha needs to be expelled at the earliest. On the other hand, there is a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow in the party president of the Congress, Mr. Kharge's room in Parliament to decide a strategy on how to take on a government and press further for a statement on what went wrong today. Meanwhile, we showed you what happened inside Parliament. Now let's tell you what's happened outside Parliament. The Lok Sabha witnessed shocking scenes. All of this on the anniversary of 2001 Parliament attack. While two people lobbed colour canisters inside the House, two others protested outside, setting off similar colour bombs. Take a look.
Two incidents that took place around the same time Wednesday have exposed the new Parliament House's security. While two people lobbed colour canisters inside the Lok Sabha, two others protested outside, setting off similar colour bombs and shouting slogans.
संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर इस वक्त नारेबाजी, दो लोग हैं, एक महिला है और एक पुरुष। ये अचानक से आते हैं संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर और कलर वाले जो पटाखे होते हैं उनको फोड़ने के बाद अचानक से नारेबाजी शुरू करते हैं।
जो हम पे ये अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, हम अपनी हकों की जो बात करते हैं, लाठीचार्ज करके हमको अंदर डाला किया जाता है, तो हमारे पास कोई माध्यम नहीं था।
डायरेक्ट वजह है, कोई वजह है, किसी संगठन से हैं आप?
नहीं, हम किसी संगठन से नहीं है, आम जनता है, स्टूडेंट है, हम छोटे भी।
The man and woman were detained by the police outside the Transport Bhavan near Parliament.
आप देखिए कि जो कलर स्मोक है उसका इस्तेमाल जिसका किया गया था, ये कलर स्मोक है और इसका इस्तेमाल करने के बाद आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर काफी धुआं हो गया था। कई कलर के यहाँ पर धुएं का इस्तेमाल किया गया और आप तस्वीरों में देखिए सईद कि जो ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन के बाहर लोग मौजूद थे, दो लोग, एक महिला जिसका नाम नीलम था जो कि महाराष्ट्र से आई थी और जो दूसरा व्यक्ति था, वो व्यक्ति जो है उसने इस कलर स्मोक का इस्तेमाल किया और स्मोक का इस्तेमाल करने के बाद यहां पर पूरी तरीके से अफरा तफरी मच गई।
The two accused have been identified as 42-year-old Neelam from Hisar in Haryana and 25-year-old Amol Shinde from Latur in Maharashtra. The shocking security breach comes on the anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack and only a few days after Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu had issued a threat to attack India's parliament. The incidents today took place a few hours after members of parliament had paid their homage to security personnel who had sacrificed their lives on that fateful day in 2001. With Amit Bhardwaj and Jitendra Bahadur at Parliament in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we're going to continue to put the spotlight on this massive, unforgivable security breach in Parliament. On the other side and to the point, do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards. From Best English News Channel, India Today TV.
Popular English News Channel, the award goes to India Today.
To Best Hindi News Channel, Aaj Tak.
Popular Hindi News Channel, and the award goes to Aaj Tak.
And Best Documentary OTT from Best Talk Show.
Best Chat Show, Rajdeep Sardesai.
To Best Male Anchor.
The award goes to Rahul Kanwal, News Track.
And the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti, exemplary leadership.
It gives me the greatest possible pleasure that Aaj Tak and India Today have once again been judged India's most popular channels at the ITA Awards. As someone who lives and breathes these channels, this honor is a real affirmation. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on us, and the pressure is yours. We always want to be bigger, better, faster, and more for you, our viewer.
Once again, the gold standard wins. Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
We used to joke that during Corona, all of us became doctors. We learned so much about medicines. Now with the space missions, all of India, it's as if everybody is interested in the smallest detail that's going on. Does that put a pressure on you with a mission like Aditya L1, which is so difficult, even if we talk about international missions? Yani, I'll also translate my question. क्या इससे आदित्य L1 जैसे मिशन के साथ आपके ऊपर दबाव पड़ता है ज्यादा, क्योंकि दुनिया भर में ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारनामा होगा?
Yeah. It's no pressure at all, but always it gives us more responsibility. That nation is looking at us at every detail, so we should be more responsible and give more to the nation. And we are very happy that we could inculcate some scientific temperament in the younger generation watching the space missions. So that way we are happy with it gives us energy to do more and more missions and more laurels to the country.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अचानक दो व्यक्ति अपने गैलरी से कूद पड़े। कूदे मतलब पहले वो आगे वाले पिलर को लटकते रहे, लटकने के बाद में कूद पड़े, एक के पीछे दूसरा भी कूदा। कूदने के बाद में दोनों ने बेंच के ऊपर से कूदना स्टार्ट कर दिया। एक बीच में आ गया, फिर तो उसने जूते उतारे। तब तक वो सोच रहा था किधर भागो, तो चारों तरफ से सांसद आ गए, जब पकड़ लिया उसको, दूसरे को भी पकड़ लिया, पीछे को भी। उसके बाद में अचानक गैस आना स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसके जूते में था, कहीं था मालूम नहीं था। येलो कलर का गैस है, थोड़ा सा बर्निंग हो रहा है नाक में उसके। तो वहां हम थे, तो बाद में पुलिस पकड़ लिया।
On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But two people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand, which emitted a yellow smoke.
Any slogans were raised? I do not know what they were raising in the melee. I didn't follow what they were saying, but they had canisters in their hand which was emitting yellow smoke.
What were they discussing, sir?
It was zero hour. People were standing up and saying whatever they wanted. They came rushing to the. They jumped from the well into the house and then rushing towards the chair.
पब्लिक गैलरी से दो लोग कूद गए और एकदम से धुआं जो है वो उठने लगा, अफरा तफरी मच गई, लेकिन उन दोनों लोगों को पकड़ लिया गया है। अभी फिलहाल जो पता चला है कोई एक का नाम जिसका मैंने पास देखा सिक्योरिटी ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, कोई सागर करके है और वो हमारे जो मैसूर के सांसद है माननीय प्रताप सिम्हा जी, उनके गेस्ट के रूप में हुआ है।
जहाँ मेरी सीट है उसके ऊपर गैलरी की तरफ से पहले एक कूदा, फिर दूसरा कूदा, और जो अंदर चलने की जगह होती है उसके बजाय 20 सीटों को ऊपर कर कूद के आ रहे थे। तो हम 7-8 MP उसकी तरफ भागे और जब उसको लगा कि घेर लिए तो एक ने उसमें से एक जूता निकाला और जूते में से कोई चीज निकाली और जैसे ही निकाल के उसने कोई चीज खोली तो धुआं निकलना शुरू हुआ। फिर हम लोगों ने पकड़ के उसकी पिटाई भी की, फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले भी आ गए, फिर उठा कर रख के लेके गए हैं। कुछ तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह का कुछ वो बोल रहा था।
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड। टाटा सफारी, reclaim your life.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I am Preeti Chaudhary. What we saw today was a massive security breach. It happens on the anniversary of 13th December 2001 on what went down 22 years ago on an attack on the parliament. The visuals that you see are unforgivable and also point to larger questions on the loopholes in the new parliament building and how our parliament continues to be vulnerable 22 years on. We've gone through and told you exactly what happened today. Now let's get to those 6 people who were responsible for this security breach. Till now, what has been ruled out is a terror angle. What has been attributed is a massive security breach. But the fact is, 6 of them did come together in a coordinated fashion inside and outside Parliament to engineer this. One of them, Sagar, the intruder, who set off smoke canisters in the well of the House, was given a Parliament pass by BJP MP Pratap Simha. While the Congress is now demanding a statement from the Home Minister, the TMC has called for has said that this is an insider job, demanding Pratap Simha's expulsion as MP.
India's new parliament intruded by 2 men. The country's biggest security breach on the anniversary of the 2001 parliament attack. This issue of national security has predictably been hijacked by political point scoring. The India Alliance Party staged a walkout in Rajya Sabha. The Congress is now demanding a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah.
कई दिनों से ये चर्चा में आई कि कोई आतंकवादी संगठन सदन में हमला करेगी और वो भी 13 दिसंबर को। यह जानकारी भी सरकार के पास थे और सबको जानकारी में रही, क्योंकि मीडिया वालों ने बार बार ये सारे मुद्दा उठाए थे। फिर भी इस तरीके की चूक क्यों हुई, ये सबका सवाल है।
Congress party workers protested outside the residence of BJP MP Pratap Simha's residence in Mysuru. One of the intruders, Sagar Sharma, was carrying a visitor pass issued by the BJP MP.
वहां वो गए नहीं, उन्होंने बाकायदे बम फेंका, धुआं उड़ाया, पाउडर फेंका, जिससे भी धुआं निकला। तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल तो ये है कि राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है। वहां पर इस सरकार अगर संसद की हिफाजत नहीं कर सकती तो इस सरकार से देश की हिफाजत की उम्मीद क्या करें। हमें तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि आज जैसे पुलवामा का रिहर्सल कर रहे थे।
The TMC has called the Lok Sabha security breach an insider job, accusing the BJP of facilitating the attack. The party is also demanding the expulsion of MP Pratap Simha.
Our straight question is that you have expelled Mahua Moitra, national security compromised. What is Lok Sabha going to do, because national security has been compromised? Today there was a tremendous lapse because of these two people. So BJP MP who issued the pass has done a very irresponsible job and he needs to be expelled from parliament.
In the run-up to 2024, expect the parliament security breach to become a raging political issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's cut across right now to my colleague Milan, who's joining us with the very latest right now. Milan, will you take us through on the latest information that is trickling in? There is no terror angle till now, a massive, unforgivable security lapse, but the 6 of them did coordinate this inside, outside Parliament. Do we have any indication on what was the reason behind it? Who are these people? Why did they engineer this?
Well, Preeti, initially we had information about 2 of those people who orchestrated the activity outside and 2 inside, as we saw those visuals of them jumping into the well of Lok Sabha. Now the police sources have said that there are 6 of them involved, one of whom in whose house these people who came from various states were staying, and the other one also, the police is currently questioning the 5th and the 6th people as well, and the 6 of them who are involved actually have not really told the police whether they actually belong to a particular organization. Of course, the Delhi police sources have said that there seems to be no terror angle involved, in the sense that this was not a terrorism attack activity, but of course it's a massive security breach. They came in through a security pass that was issued to them through a BJP MP Pratap Simha, who's also being questioned and who's also put his statement forward to the Lok Sabha Speaker. But when you talk about the motive or the intention, now what my sources have said from the IB is that in their interrogation they have mentioned something like, we are tired of unemployment, we don't see any action being taken on the Manipur issue, we are upset about the way the country is functioning right now. So the police sources say these are some vague statements that are being put forward as motive from one of the accused who was questioned there. So Amol Shinde and Neelam, who hail from Maharashtra and Haryana respectively, have been placed into detention of the police at the Parliament Street police station where I am currently, and the other 2 are placed in detention of the Lok Sabha security as well as the police personnel. Now their questioning will go on for today because of course with the terror threat that was issued by Pannu, there seems to be no link to that as well, and therefore their motive is very unclear and vague is what the police sources are telling us right now. And that is why it's pertinent to understand, was this an optical exercise? Yes.
You know, even if it's an exercise in optics, what it has exposed are massive loopholes where the new parliament building is concerned. Already right now, the opposition flooding in terms of commentary on how they have been raising issues of security loopholes where the new parliament building comes into question. There have been some immediate reaction to that, which has been taken, immediate action, but a full review, I believe, is going to take place.
Yes, Preeti, certainly. The parliament security has been put up for review because, of course, the way that the canister of that, colored bomb was taken inside and, it was opened and the entire, Lok Sabha new parliament building, that area was full of smoke. It was concealed in the shoe of one of the accused. So what were the, how were the metal detectors working? Can such things be detected by these, security apparatus, and whether shoes are checked for the people who enter the parliament premises? Because every layer there is a security mechanism in place, and frisking is done, checking of bags is also done. So how was it possible for them to enter with something like this inside the parliament premises is one of the big questions that is being raised, of course. And also this being, the 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack that happened in 2001. There was enough security in place. Questions also being raised on the intelligence inputs that were received by the police. Were they being taken seriously? And why was pertinent security not inside
Milan,
the parliament?
Thank you for joining us. We are getting in some news break that is just filtering in right now, where the man in question, the BJP MP who signed on the passes of at least one of the 6 intruders, if not all, the BJP MP Pratap Simha, who issued the pass to intruders, has now given a clarification to the Speaker Om Birla. That's the news that we are breaking right now. Sources have told us Pratap Simha met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla in his chambers and briefed him about the accused. He's told the Lok Sabha Speaker that the accused in question, his father belongs to his constituency and was requesting for a visitor's pass to visit the new parliament building. That's the news break that's coming in. He said he was constantly in touch with his PA and his office so that he can visit parliament. He further informed the Lok Sabha Speaker that he had no additional information apart from this. That's the latest information that is coming in. Pratap Simha, who signed in on one of the intruders' parliament passes, the reason why he was in the visitors' gallery. Pratap Simha has told the Speaker that his father comes from the same constituency as him and was requesting for a visitor's pass, and therefore he relented. The opposition, on the other hand, viewers, is also going to come together tomorrow 10 a.m. to take on the government to issue a statement on this massive security lapse. Joining me is Lok Sabha MP Jyoti Mani from the Congress on the phone line. Jyoti Mani, you were today in Parliament and you saw whatever happened unfold. Can you take us through on what was your eyewitness account to it?
It was really shocking. Suddenly, when the 0 hour was on, suddenly some 2 guys jumped from the visitors gallery straight into the Lok Sabha, and they're just trying to reach to the well where speaker is there. So in between, MPs and Marshal trying to catch hold of them. I mean, indeed, actually, they were successful in it. By the time they used some kind of canister, I think there was yellow smoke everywhere. It was a little bit suffocating for a while. Then once we come out, it got settled. If it is a normal gas, it's fine. If it's a poison one, or instead of this canister, they would have a weapon or a small pistol. We couldn't even imagine what would have been happened. There are not only MPs, there are 2-3 galleries also were full of people and parliament staff. We couldn't even imagine what would have happened. This is very, very serious security breach. Somebody has to take the responsibility. In my view, Prime Minister has to take the responsibility and resign. This is not a simple issue to let it go and move on.
Jyoti Mani, tomorrow 10 a.m., India Alliance parties are meeting at Mr. Kharge's office. There's going to be a strategy that is going to be discussed. Are you expecting a statement, or are you going to push for a statement from the Home Minister? What is going to be the opposition's plan of action tomorrow?
Definitely, we will not let this issue go up. This is a very serious security issue of not only Parliament in the nation. And also there is, I'd like to point out one more issue. You think about the old Parliament, stark difference between old Parliament and new Parliament. Old Parliament, nobody can jump like this from the visitors gallery. And also, there are 3 different lobbies. Only first lobby has an access to media and peers of MPs and few visitors who can have the access to first lobby. From first lobby, the visitors go to straight visitor gallery. Then second lobby and third lobby has only access by the MPs and the Parliament staff. And also there is enough space. Something happened, really a security breach. We all have enough space to come out very easily. And see about the new Parliament, there is no such lobbies. You first get into the security gate. There is a small hall. Every day there are 100 people sitting and talking. There is another small narrow security point. Then you go to Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. This is not the way a Parliament building can build. You are unnecessarily wasting 1,000 crore rupees, and it's only for luxurious things. It's not looking like a Parliament. You want to do something, you should do better than what you already have.
So Jyotimani, you're saying that the new Parliament building has loopholes, security loopholes that need to be plugged at the earliest. The other question I want to ask you, Jyotimani, while you were in Parliament today, did you see the presence of enough security officials? Because at least the visuals that we saw were of MPs trying to overpower the intruders.
Because there is nobody else, because we never know who are these guys, what they have. They have only smoke. What else? We can't simply let the guys do whatever they want. Also, we can't run out of the Parliament, right? Something has happened, we have to face. My colleague Guldeep Ahuja and Arvind Savanji and I think Hanuman Baniwal, all 3 of them actually went and catch hold of them. Otherwise, there is nobody else. Because that's really shocking to us. I don't think there is any panic button in the Parliament, whether we can press. We do not have any security detail when we get into the new Parliament. MPs were left alone to handle the situation on our own. That's even more shocking.
All right, Jyotimani, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there, Congress MP Lok Sabha. Jyotimani speaking with us on what really went down and what the plan of action for the India Alliance partners is tomorrow. 10 a.m. There's a meeting that is going to take place in Mr. Kharge's room in Parliament, and then a decisive plan on how to put the government on the mat on this massive security breach. A statement from the Home Minister is going to be demanded by the opposition tomorrow. Let's cut across right now to another MP, but this time from the Rajya Sabha, Raghav Chadda, Aam Aadmi Party MP, joins us. Mr. Chadda, appreciate you joining us. You were in Rajya Sabha, not in Lok Sabha, because this incident happened in Lok Sabha. Having said that, all of you we've seen have come out and actually said that this is not an incident, this was an accident, and now the government needs to be accountable for what has happened.
Look, first of all, this is not just a mere breach in security. This is an attack at the very heart of democracy. It is an attack at an institution that we call as the temple of our democracy, that is the Indian Parliament. Few very important questions, come to my mind, which are as follows. First, how did an intruder, under the guise of a visitor, carry such gas cans or spray cans up till the visitor gallery? As we all know, that in order to reach the visitor gallery, you have to go through 3 different layers of security checks. And not even a mobile phone or a simple pen is permitted to be carried up till the visitor gallery. So how did he manage to carry this? Point number 1. Point number 2, who was the member of parliament who facilitated the visitor pass for the alleged intruder? Because to gain access to the visitors gallery, you require a sitting MP's signature on your visitor pass. Who was this member of parliament? Question number 3, what is the role of this member of parliament? Was he also complicit in this whole breach? Was he part of the larger conspiracy? Was he in the know? And what action is being taken against the MP and against the intruder? These are certain questions that come to one's mind because, quite frankly, the Indian Parliament is by far one of the most secure places in the country. It was the anniversary of the 2001 terrorist attack. and we all paid our frolent tributes and Shraddhanjalis to the Jawans who laid their life in service of the nation earlier in the morning. Number two, there were high-level intelligence inputs of this being a 2001 attack anniversary, and certain terrorist groups from outside had also announced that they will try and target the Indian Parliament during the winter session. So therefore, there must have been beefed up security inside and outside the Parliament at that point in time. So despite that, ordinary people are able to breach the Parliament security is something that is a matter of grave concern. If the Indian Parliament is not secure, then what can be secure, or what part of India can be secured?
Mr. Chadha, you speak of the MP who signed in on the visitors' passes of at least one of the intruders. His name is Pratap Simha, you know that. He has now spoken with the Speaker of the House, and he has made it very clear that, the father of one of the intruders is from his constituency. In good faith, he signed in on a visitor's pass. That could happen to anyone. Mr. Chadha, it could even happen to you, where in good faith, where someone who has no criminal antecedents, you sign in on their visitor's pass. But having said that, what the BJP is also saying that this is an issue of national security, and maybe the opposition should come together instead of politicizing it.
Well, there is no doubt in my mind that this is a national security issue, and all of us stand shoulder to shoulder with the government. In fact, once the intruder jumped into the chamber, members of the opposition got hold of him, apprehended him, and stopped him from going towards the Honorable Speaker's chair. So therefore, all of us are together in this, and paramount importance is being given to India's national security. However, one certainly wishes and hopes and prays that the role of every person in this conspiracy is investigated. What are we saying? We are saying that he came to the visitors gallery, the alleged intruder, on the signature of a member of parliament from a particular party. His role needs to be examined and investigated. Our personal belief or assessment is that had this been a member of parliament from the opposition, he would have been booked, he would have been taken into police custody, he would have been perhaps even charged with, sections of the NSA Act, perhaps he would have been expelled. But I'm not demanding any of this. I'm saying at least investigate the role. At least question him. At least try and figure out, was he part of the conspiracy before issuing clean chits to MPs merely because they are associated with the ruling party.
Mr. Chadha, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I believe there is a meeting of the India Alliance. I'm sure you're also going to be attending it. What is going to be the plan of action? What is it that you ask of the government at the back of today? Is it a statement that you want from the Home Minister? How are you tackling this issue?
Look, even today in Rajya Sabha, I was present, when the House resumed post-lunch. That is right after the unfortunate incident that happened in the Lok Sabha. All members of the non-treasury benches, that is the opposition, got together and requested the government to issue a response. In fact, the Minister of State for Home Affairs was sitting in the Rajya Sabha at that point in time. He was right across us, and we requested him to at least issue a statement to let us know what has happened, who is behind it, who was the member of parliament whose signatures were there on the visitor's pass, what was the intention behind the attack, these are certain very important questions that beg an answer. So we requested the MOS Home. Unfortunately, he chose not to answer, and ultimately the opposition decided to walk out. So I'm very sure that this is something that will be discussed in tomorrow morning's 10 a.m. meeting. I'll too be present, and we'll certainly, urge the government to take all political parties in confidence. And this is a matter of India's parliament security. It is not a matter of one party or other or scoring political brownie points. All of us need to come together and resolve this issue. And, in conclusion, let me say this, that accountability needs to be fixed. Who is responsible for parliament security? How did this lapse happen? Under whose nose is all this happening? Who all are part of this conspiracy? Why did that MP sign that visitor pass? What was the intention of this group of people who breached the security? These are important questions that need to be answered.
Mr. Chadha, appreciate you joining us. Thank you. There tomorrow 10 a.m. is where the India Alliance meeting is going to take place in Mr. Kharge's room, and then a decisive action plan is going to be earmarked on how the opposition is going to corner the government on this security breach. But having said that, viewers, what happened today was stunning. Especially the irony of it, it comes exactly on the same date 22 years ago in 2001, 13th December, where the parliament attack had taken place. Today, what we saw wasn't a mirror image of what happened then, but the sheer fact of an image which goes on to suggest that our parliament, our temple of democracy, is as vulnerable as it was then. Thank you for joining us. Up next is Rahul Kamal.
We used to joke that during Corona, all of us became doctors. We learned so much about medicines. Now with the space missions, all of India, it's as if everybody is interested in the smallest detail that's going on. Does that put a pressure on you with a mission like Aditya L1, which is so difficult, even if we talk about international missions? Yani, I'll also translate my question. क्या इससे आदित्य L1 जैसे मिशन के साथ आपके ऊपर दबाव पड़ता है ज्यादा, क्योंकि दुनिया भर में ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारनामा होगा?
Yeah. It's no pressure at all, but always it gives us more responsibility. That nation is looking at us at every detail, so we should be more responsible and give more to the nation. And we are very happy that we could inculcate some scientific temperament in the younger generation watching the space missions. So that way we are happy with it gives us energy to do more and more missions and more laurels to the country.
कर सदन के अंदर उतर गए और हाथ में कुछ थी, उसे भारी भड़कम मतलब गैस निकलते थे और थोड़ा मतलब सदन के अंदर हमारे सारे एमपी जितने साथी हैं वो पकड़ लिए दोनों को, कोई सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं, सारे एमपी उनको पकड़ लिए। तो उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी फोर्स भी उनको बाहर निकल गए थे, निकाले। लेकिन देखने की बात यह है कि आज सुबह हम सब मिलकर हमारी ये सदन की जो हमला हुई थी 2001 साल में, उन शहीदों को आज हम याद किए, पुष्पार्पण किए और आज ही नया सदन में इस तरीके की हमला हुई। हमला मतलब जो भी हो, लेकिन ये तो मुझे लगता है कि चूक तो है कहीं ना कहीं।
Sabarimala is one of the major pilgrim centers in India. And lakhs of pilgrims are coming from various parts of the world, even from the South Asia. There are large number of pilgrims are coming from the neighboring states and neighboring countries. But unfortunately, this time, the Chief Minister and the ministers are not in Trivandrum. They are in a tour for a political campaign for the continuous 44 days.
Sabarimala, one of the national pilgrim centers in the country, whereby lakhs and lakhs of pilgrims are every year visiting and worshipping that place. But this year, this season, it is quite unfortunate to say that no arrangement has been made by the state government. Such a precarious situation is prevailing there, and 18 to 20 hours and one girl aged about 8 years have died, standing in the queue and died. But still the state government is not taking any proactive action so as to protect the safety and security of the pilgrims.
डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या देश के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। बहुत धन्यवाद। उनसे मिलूँ आपसे प्रणाम करूँ। पीएम साहब को धन्यवाद दूँ।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 23 and minimum 12 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 26 and minimum 15 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 16 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, fashion for your furniture.
Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से. Co-presented by
New Kia Sonet, the wild reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
Good evening. There's been a massive security breach in Parliament, inside the Lok Sabha. On the 22nd anniversary of the deadliest attack on the Temple of Indian Democracy, two men sprayed coloured gas in Lok Sabha, jumping down from the visitors' gallery. Two more were detained outside, spraying the same coloured canister. Police say now, apparently there are two more involved in this security breach, and that is our top focus story.
India's biggest security breach. New parliament intruded by two men. This was seconds from disaster. What if the two intruders carried a bomb? What if they carried firearms? New parliament, old negligence. Whose head should roll for this? That's our top focus on the news track.
Delhi police now say, in all, prima facie, it appears that 6 people were involved in this security breach. 4 have been taken into custody. There are 2 more still to be arrested, 1 yet to be identified. But the question that's being asked, why were the agencies asleep at the wheel? And what if the intruders either had an improvised explosive device, or what if they had poison gas? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you much more on this big story. But first, as always, the headlines on India Today. A full security review to be carried out in the new parliament building after today's security breach. Only members of parliament to be allowed entry from the main gate. Glass shield to be put in the visitors gallery. Six people were part of the parliament breach conspiracy. 5 identified. BJP MP Pratap Simha, who issued the visitors pass, clarifies to the speaker, says the father of one of the accused is from his constituency and had asked for a pass. Politics escalates over parliament security breach. Congress demands a statement from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Trinamool Congress calls for BJP MP Pratap Simha's expulsion. Mohan Yadav and Vishnu Deo Sai officially take charge as Chief Ministers of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh respectively. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads the Bharatiya Janata Party's massive show of strength in the Hindi heartland. An 11-year-old girl dies after a long wait in Kerala's Sabrimala temple queue. BJP protests the poor crowd management. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan claims the situation is under control. It is India's biggest security breach at the temple of democracy. In the country's parliament, there were true intruders who jumped from the visitors' gallery into the well of the house in Lok Sabha and then set off smoke canisters. They jumped from bench to bench till they were overpowered by some members of parliament. But the question remains, how could they walk into parliament, into the visitors' gallery, where you cannot even take a pen with smoke canisters?
Vaulting from table to table after leaping down from the visitor gallery, shouting slogans and releasing colored gas. A security scare inside the Lok Sabha on the 22nd anniversary of the terror attack on the old Parliament building. The breach occurred in the Parliament building inaugurated just 7 months ago. The intruders, armed with smoke canisters, made their way to the visitor gallery. They were subdued by MPs and on-duty staff. One identified as Sagar Sharma, who possessed a visitor pass issued in the name of the BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Simha. The other, a 35-year-old Mysuru engineer, Manoranjan D. India Today traced down Manoranjan's family.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಸತ್ಯ ಒಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ
Wednesday's security lapse drew several criticism from the lawmakers.
हम जो सावधानी जो बरतना चाहिए था वो सावधानी हम नहीं बरतते हैं। हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट की सिक्योरिटी है सर, अपने जो सिक्योरिटी जो निहत्ते उस पुराने सदन को बचाने में सफल हुई थी, वो निहत्ते हमारे लोग आज कमी दिखाई दे रहे हैं सर।
Okay. On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But two people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand which emitted a yellow smoke.
देखिए, जब ना पासवर्ड के लिए कोई रूल है ना पास के लिए कोई रूल है, पासवर्ड पे एमपी एक्सपेल हो गए, अब पास पे कहीं एमपी एक्सपेल ना हो जाए, मुझे इसकी फिक्र है।
The two intruders taken into custody and being questioned by multiple security agencies. But questions arise about the loopholes that allowed such an intrusion into the parliament. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Delhi police now believe that there was a wider conspiracy. It wasn't just these two individuals who took a visitor's pass, went into the visitor's gallery and then jumped into the Lok Sabha. There were two outside. Minutes before the breach inside, a 25-year-old man and a 42-year-old woman, they set off similar yellow smoke canisters outside the Transport Bhavan entrance near the parliament. The two have been identified as Neelam Azad and Amol. Now, Neelam is from Haryana. She's from Jind. She's 42 years old. Amol is from Maharashtra. The Farmers Union have now demanded that Neelam be released immediately.
Two incidents that took place around the same time Wednesday have exposed the new Parliament House's security. While two people lobbed colour canisters inside the Lok Sabha, two others protested outside, setting off similar colour bombs and shouting slogans.
संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर इस वक्त नारेबाजी, दो लोग हैं, एक महिला है और एक पुरुष। ये अचानक से आते हैं संसद भवन के ठीक बाहर और कलर वाले जो पटाखे होते हैं उनको फोड़ने के बाद अचानक से नारेबाजी शुरू करते हैं।
जो हम पे ये अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, हम अपनी हकों की जो बात करते हैं, लाठी चार्ज करके हमको अंदर डाला किया जाता है, तो हमारे पास कोई माध्यम नहीं था।
डायरेक्ट वजह है, कोई वजह है किसी संगठन से हैं आप?
नहीं, हम किसी संगठन से नहीं है, आम जनता है, स्टूडेंट है हम, छोटे भी।
The man and woman were detained by the police outside the Transport Bhavan near Parliament.
आप देखिए कि जो कलर स्मोक है उसका इस्तेमाल जिसका किया गया था, ये कलर स्मोक है और इसका इस्तेमाल करने के बाद आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर काफी धुआं हो गया था। कई कलर के यहाँ पर धुएं का इस्तेमाल किया गया और आप तस्वीरों में देखिए सईद कि जो ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन के बाहर लोग मौजूद थे, दो लोग, एक महिला जिसका नाम नीलम था जो कि महाराष्ट्र से आई थी और जो दूसरा व्यक्ति था, वो व्यक्ति जो है उसने इस कलर स्मोक का इस्तेमाल किया और स्मोक का इस्तेमाल करने के बाद यहां पर पूरी तरीके से अफरा तफरी मच गई।
The two accused have been identified as 42-year-old Neelam from Hisar in Haryana and 25-year-old Amol Shinde from Latur in Maharashtra. The shocking security breach comes on the anniversary of the 2001 Parliament attack and only a few days after Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu had issued a threat to attack India's parliament. The incidents today took place a few hours after members of parliament had paid their homage to security personnel who had sacrificed their lives on that fateful day in 2001. With Amit Bhardwaj and Jitendra Bahadur at Parliament in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And the BJP has now come out all guns blazing. The BJP has claimed one of the four parliament attackers is an active Congress/Indi alliance supporter. The BJP's IT cell chief Amit Malviya put out a post on social media platform X saying Neelam is an Andolan Jeevi who has been seen at several protests. The question is, who sent them? Why did they pick someone from Mysuru to obtain a parliament pass from a BJP MP? Ajmal Kasab also wore a kalava or a sacred thread to mislead people. it is a similar ploy. Remember, the opposition will stop at nothing, not even defiling the parliament, the highest institution of our democracy. Unquote. I quickly want to bring in our guests and reporters, and we're tracking the story very closely. Joining me on the broadcast is Yashovardhan Azad, former Special Director at the Intelligence Bureau. Vikram Singh is former Director General of the Uttar Pradesh Police, a major counter-terror and security expert. Also with me is Tehseen Poonawala and Sangeet Ragi, both giving us a perspective on this story. But I want to begin by asking you, Tehseen Poonawala, you just saw what the BJP has put out, saying that the protester Neelam was an Andolan Jeevi seen at several protests, and the opposition will stop at nothing, including defiling the parliament, sir.
Gaurav, at the onset, today is a very important day in our history, so I want to offer my tributes to our brave policemen who were martyred on 13 December. At the same time, a gratitude to Azad ji and Vikram ji. They've served our police force. And I'm happy that no one was injured today. So that is something that we have positive from. I have a lot of respect for you, Gaurav, a lot of respect for you as a journalist. And surely you don't expect me to reply to something said on Twitter. This is a very serious matter. This is perhaps the biggest terrorist breach in our country in recent times. It is akin to 26/11 happening exactly at that spot on 26/11. It is exactly like 9/11 happening today, or 9/11 happening again at the same spot. So we expect a communication from the Honorable Home Minister, not some tweet from the BJP IT cell. Let's be very clear on that. And the Honorable Home Minister has not spoken. Now, Gaurav, let me ask you some questions. And again, I know that you follow security, or somebody I follow on security issues. Forget who these people are for a minute. Let's keep that aside. How did they get into our parliament? You know, Gaurav, I know, and the experts know. There are 3 layers of security. How did they breach it? The third layer is frisking. How can we get away saying, oh, they had plastic canisters so they weren't detected? Whose responsibility? Has there been any check done that is this anthrax or not anthrax or any other poisonous gas? Because that takes time to devolve. If it's some biological weapon, we have no clue of it. I heard a Congress MP whose bite went very viral, who caught one of the people jumping. The honorable speaker told him, no, don't wash your hands so we can see what it is. Shouldn't we have had protocols in place? When we saw visuals of all our MPs, they were sitting, chatting, some catching things. We had no plan on how to escape.
Sangeet Ragi, major lapses. Sir, we keep this as a conversation. I completely appreciate the point you're raising. Danish Ali also joins us. Sangeet Ragi, major lapses. The opposition says we need a statement from the Home Minister of the country, not something that comes from the BJP IT cell, sir.
I think that it would be ridiculous to say that the Home Minister is responsible for all this. At the moment such things happen, you target your gun towards the Prime Minister, and I think that it's a serious lapse on the part of security. Number one, nobody will deny it. But important point is that ever since I have come to know that on other channels also I made this point. This is a left liberal gang, a cynical design. It's a great big conspiracy to defame this government. And they have picked up the date, specifically the 13th December 22 years ago, the parliament was attacked. And this time, just to create, a news,
all the more reason for security forces to have busted them. If it's the left liberal cabal, as you put it, all the more reason to have caught them at the gate and had them arrested. Now, I have 2 security experts, and I'll go to both those security experts. But Kunwar Danish Ali, Member of Parliament, an eyewitness who was there, joins me on the broadcast. Let me just get an eyewitness perspective on what happened. Kunwar Danish Ali, you raised a very pertinent point. You said no protocols in this parliament, whether for a pass or a password. What are your apprehensions, sir?
See, Gaurav, one thing, this new parliament building was built in a hush-hush manner. No protocols, no security experts or the facilities there for the members or the staff or the media people. There are a lot of I don't want to go into that detail. But
what happened today is a serious breach of security. Nobody can deny it. You can, somebody can blame somebody, this is not the issue. Who is responsible for the security of this country? Who is responsible for the security of the elected representatives like parliamentarians? If the Parliament of India is not secured in the hands of the present regime, then what else is secured? That's the basic point. How these people have entered. Whether they have a genuine cause to raise unemployment, this, that, farmers, that is a different debate. We can debate it at a different time. But today, if that person, Sagar Sharma, whom I caught with security people there and took out his pass, if he would have brought some poisonous gas, I would not have been sitting here and debating with you today.
True.
I don't want to go in that sharing password or giving pass to somebody can lead to the expulsion of a parliamentarian. I don't want that Mr. Pratap Simha should be expelled from the Lok Sabha as Ms. Mahua Moitra was expelled. No. Sharing a password or sharing a pass, giving a pass.
No, sir, you raise a very pertinent point. You raise a very pertinent point, and let me take this to Yashowardhan Azad.
In place.
Mr. Azad, you were former director of India's intelligence bureaus, former special director. Tell me this, sir. How could something like this happen in your view when there was specific intelligence alert, there was an intelligence input, and yet this happened? Clearly somebody is sleeping at the wheel, sir.
3 points, Gaurav. First is on this momentous occasion where we commemorate and sort of pay our obeisance to the lives of those security men who died in that attack. There should have been utmost caution. There is no doubt about that. That's number one. Number two, in all these failures, we should be able to pinpoint the exact point where the failure occurred and who's the one responsible. And that is, in Parliament, you have various layers of security.
Yes.
But for individuals and guests who go inside, there are 3 layers. First is, of course, the DFMD, which checks for the metals, door frame. Then you have the handheld metal detectors, which checks your body. And then if you have any doubt, you're physically frisked. The problem occurred, there was a plastic which was embedded in the shoes, and therefore none of the metal detectors checked. And the unprofessional attitude of those people who did not realize is the importance of this occasion. They should have checked the gate, they should have checked the limb, they should have checked everything, and then they would have been able to trace this. Now, what is the fault? The fault is that in the routinized check, we don't have watchers. In the routinized check, I don't know whether that equipment of backscatter technology, which recognizes and identifies these plastic things, are there or not. Therefore, it is a real failure. The question is not whether these people jumped and whether they were of political kind or whatever, because no damage occurred in any case. The question is that if suppose the Prime Minister was present, the SG would have been forced to fire, because in their protocol, if you have a man jumping around and putting smoke bombs, they have and you can imagine the kind of calamity we would have faced. Therefore, it is important to find out where this happened, why it happened, and the last point about the MPs. It is in the rules, Gaurav, that if an MP issues or asks for passes, then he has to say, and Mr. Ali will back me up, that he's my friend or he's my relative or that I know him, and that the responsibility for that behavior is also cast on him. But what is actually happening is that anybody who comes from the constituency says, "Bhai, humko to andar jana hai, sir. हाँ, isko andar bhej do." So that is true.
This chalta hai attitude. You're absolutely right, sir. Dr. Vikram Singh, this, as Mr. Yashowardhan Azad very rightly pointed out, 22nd anniversary of the attack on the Temple of Indian Democracy, the fact that there was a Khalistani terror threat, the fact that people like Gurpatwant Singh Pannu were threatening to target the parliament, and yet it happened. It just goes on to show that we don't take threats seriously, sir.
Gauravji, absolutely right. Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, who's eating out of the hands of Americans in New York, gave a threat that he would attack the parliament either on 13th of December or somewhere close by. Such inputs, such pinpointed information and inputs, we did not take them seriously. And what happened was absolutely an unmitigated disaster. I had expected a lot more, as my illustrious colleague, Mr. Yashovardhan Azadji has mentioned, that yes, we were lullabied into complacency because we thought that this input would be another input which just need to be swept underneath the carpet. But what has happened is not a wake-up call. The act has already been done, and I feel that the attack has been successful. I repeat, the attack is successful. It's a different matter that the IED was not there, grenade was there. To Mr. Yashovardhan's very logical observation that you don't have watchers. Watcher is one person, Danjali Sahab, जो कहते हैं चेहरा पढ़ने की सलाहियत, चेहरा पढ़ लेता है कि आप शातिर दिमाग के हैं या शरीफ ज़ादे हैं. That was totally missing. Otherwise, this was again avoidable. Now, 4-foot soldiers gained entry. Gauravji, a loud question to all the esteemed panelists. But who is the company commander? Yes. Who has benefited from this episode? The company commander is yet to be identified. And do a bit of reverse engineering. Go back to the company commander. The foot soldiers will squeal once they are subjected to the lie detector test. The nation needs to know who is the perpetrator. This is one incident which cannot be relegated to politics, and politics has better be kept out of it because it's too serious a matter affecting the nation.
Absolutely. Lives of our members of parliament, our honorable lawmakers cutting across party lines were at stake. Danish Ali ji, I want to understand from you, what is the security that you have seen earlier and now? Is there a difference in the two parliament buildings, and is there lack of security in the new building, sir?
Gaurav, if you remember, the first day when we entered this new building and women's reservation bill was to be introduced, loads of buses with the guests came and they were sitting in the gallery and they were chanting slogans, Modi, 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 Modi. Honorable Prime Minister was sitting there. When somebody pointed out, he himself, when we objected that what's this happening in the new building, it never happens that in the parliament, in the chamber of Lok Sabha, parties slogans and slogan shouting was being done from the galleries. Then Honorable Prime Minister himself asked his cabinet colleague, what is this happening? He was embarrassed basically. So this type of thing was going on in this new parliament building.
Sir, but politics apart, on the specific issue of security, do they have less number of metal detectors? Do they have less number of security personnel? Is there adequate screening not happening for guests who come in? Is there no protocol for who will be given a pass? Anybody can come from Amroha and, for example, from your constituency. Anybody can come and say, I'm from Amroha, and he can come and sit in the gallery, sir?
What is happening is this new parliament building has not been built in a manner taking the experts' advice. One from the single gate, one gate, all the MPs has to go, all the visitors, staff, everybody, if you see there, hundreds of people are being gathered daily at the visitors passes for the journalists has been revoked since this COVID period. No senior journalist can enter parliament, even old buildings, central hall passes were revoked. But loads of buses, workers were coming and being shown the parliament. So this, and that had become a routine. Because what has happened today, and incidentally or coincidentally, 22 years ago, the parliament was attacked. But today also, the same day, as the security expert has already said, that they have fulfilled their target. If they have entered the chamber, if it would be having a biological weapon, if you would be having a poisonous gas, I would not have been sitting here and talking to you.
Sangeet Ragi, respond to this point.
What would have taken place?
Sangeet Ragi, respond to this place. If instead of just that harmless color gas in that canister, had it been some kind of poison gas, had it been forces inimical to the country, we would have lost honorable members of parliament today, sir.
Yes, nobody can deny that this is a serious breach of security, and a serious inquiry needs to be done, and those who are responsible for their hits must roll down. This is first, but at the same time, the timing is very important. The timing, and I don't think that some free individuals just got the pass and they did the job what they have done today. I think that there is a larger conspiracy, and the larger conspiracy has been hatched by the left liberal gang in this country. They wanted to, number two thing, there can be three possibilities. One, the resounding victory that the BJP
Pass
has
is
registered,
being
they wanted to
issued by
marginalize,
an
number one.
RSS
Number two,
MP, BJP
please
MP.
hold on, sir. Hold on,
And
hold
you are
on.
taking what
Hold on,
is
sir.
this?
Hold your horses. I'm just trying to finish myself. Secondly,
Pratap
the
Simha ji
timing
is a member of parliament
the
who wrote book
timing
about
is
Prime Minister
such
Modi.
that they want to create a kind of a
He comes from the RSS.
throughout and want to create a kind of a political issue out of it.
Okay.
You just
Sir, but it's more serious than a political issue. It's a national security issue.
No, the nation is not
a-
secured in your hands.
Okay,
you
When
Danish Ali,
BJP
just give me
was
a
in
moment.
power in 2001, that
Okay,
day the
Danish Ali has a
parliament
question
was
for
attacked.
Sangeet Raju.
Today
Okay,
also
Danish Ali,
the
go
parliament
ahead,
is
sir.
attacked.
Go ahead, Danish Ali, go
Mahua
ahead.
Mohitra case is entirely different. I think that
Who
the
was there
politicians
who was
do
there in
give
the
such
power in
kind of a
power in
visitor sign, the
2001?
visitor card.
It was Mr. Vajpayee's government.
There is a
Today, who is in
breach,
power?
security breach.
When BJP is in
denying
power,
this part.
even the
But it is
parliament
lapse on part of the
is not
security
secured.
agency. Those who are responsible.
Yashowardhan Azad wants to come in
they should be
before I come to you, Tehseen. Give me a moment. Let me bring in Mr. Yashowardhan Azad quickly. Go on, sir. Mr. Yashowardhan Azad, you wanted to make a point, sir.
Yes, Gaurav, again, I want to get back to that particular point of failure. We should focus on exactly who is responsible and how he's responsible. There is a clear division between the security. The outer layer is by the central police forces, whereas inside the overall in charge is the Parliament Duty Group. In the Parliament Duty Group are plainclothes personnel, and they are manning these, door frame metal detectors. So the fault which has occurred, we have to check for many things, and the MP should be really concerned whether they have the backscatter technology or not, whether they are having a mix of the youngsters, whether they're having only deputationists who are old from the Delhi police. There are so many things which need to be looked into. And I think that is why it should be referred to a joint parliamentary committee so that all of them, because security concerns all. And that is why at this point it is important that it should be referred to the joint parliamentary committee.
Okay, you say there should be a JPC. Should this be investigated in two parts? Tehseen Poonawala, before I bring in Dr. Vikram Singh. One, the breach at Parliament. Two, the wider plot. Is this a ragtag bunch of Andolan Jivis as BJP alleges, or is there a bigger sinister plot where there is a orchestrated, targeted plan? And here, a plan that fortunately no lives were lost, but exposed chinks in Parliament's armour. Tehseen.
I again want to begin very humbly by asking you, Gaurav, how do you know nobody's been injured? Chemicals and biological weapons take time to take effect. We had zero protocol. And Gaurav, you know this more than anyone. You've covered live wars. It's not like a biological weapon should explode today. And I'm asking you a very hypothetical question. Instead of the BJP MP, had it been my friend Danish Ali Saab, from whose office the parts would have happened, would then Amit Malviya tweet the same thing? Look, it does not matter. None of these issues matter. You have to take it as a very serious terrorist attack. And that's where this investigation must begin from. Maybe the Honorable MP did not know those people personally. That's fine. Who in his office knew? How did the communication happen? Shouldn't we go into every link, every chain, every minute detail, trace it? Was it only a coincidence? Something was happening inside Parliament, something was happening outside Parliament. Gaurav, many debates I do from outside Parliament. Sometimes with you know the layer of security. What were they doing? And look, these are two experts here. They can look at somebody, they can look at the people's walk and they know what is happening and what's not happening. That's what these people are trained for. If Vikram sir sees somebody, he will know from the look whether this guy is a thief, he's hiding something. How could you not detect somebody walking with canisters? I'm astounded. Can that even be possible today in Parliament? on the anniversary when Pannu had said on this particular day he will attack us?
Or is there something even more sinister, Dr. Vikram Singh, that the canisters were provided later to these individuals? The canisters came somewhere else. We've seen that in 2611, the 10 Pakistani terrorists came with X amount of ammunition, and they had X amount of ammunition that was already stocked up for them, according to police investigations initially.
Gauravji, this is the first time I'm hearing to a distinct possibility that has absolutely likelihood that can happen. And to say that there are horrible fault lines in the security apparatus, I'm in agreement with that. But with this possibility that this could have been planted inside and then taken records to and then used inside the Parliament House to overawe. But to the larger plot, as you mentioned, to communicate on social media right across the country from Haryana right up to Mysuru, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, and to get diverse kind of people for a calibrated and a coordinated attack on the Parliament. I would say a successful attack on the Parliament, well, that needs to be investigated, and an experts committee needs to investigate, and all the professional agencies need to inquire and investigate both and suggest what needs to be upgraded and how the fault lines can be addressed. That is the solution that we should be looking for. Long-term solutions, short-term solutions, and the security is absolutely non-negotiable. Infallible security, fail-proof and foolproof.
Okay. Mr. Ragi, should there actually be a JPC so that so the members of parliament from different political parties are all on board? This wasn't an attack on the ruling dispensation or the opposition. It was an attack on the temple of our democracy, on our MPs, sir.
I think that this should have been this should be treated as an attack on on the temple of democracy. But unfortunately, the opposition benches haven't reflected the way they should have reflected. Otherwise, they would not have attributed it to the government. There's nobody is denying the way I was about to finish the one point. That the body language, I have seen because I have spent 35 years of my life in the university circle. So I can tell you the body language of the demonstrator, particularly the girl who was coming out of the, who was snapped by the security forces. The way she was, sloganeering, indulged in the sloganeering. It smacks of that. I have been repeating it again, left liberal gang.
Well, the left liberal gang should have been stopped at the gates. The enemy needs to be stopped and neutralized, be that as it may. I do not know who this individual is or what her background is, but a clear investigation and a transparent investigation is required. To all my guests, many thanks for joining me. I've run out of time on this part of the show. A quick break. Lots more coming up on the other side of these messages. Stay with us.
Today Group sweeps the ITA 2023 awards from Best English News Channel India Today TV to Best Hindi News Channel Aaj Tak, and the ultimate ITA Scroll of Honor for Nari Shakti Exemplary Leadership.
ये गर्व का मौका है कि मेरे नारी शक्ति के समर्थन और संकल्प को इस मंच ने और ताकत दी है। लंबे वक्त से बहुत से लोग ये बताते रहे कि एक आदमी की सफलता के पीछे एक औरत का हाथ होता है। अब वक्त बदला है। हर सफलता खुद हासिल करने के लिए हम सब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की नींव आत्मनिर्भर नारी शक्ति ही बनेगी। एक नई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इस सम्मान के साथ मुझे मिली है। मैं इसे अपनी पूरी कमिटमेंट से निभाऊंगी।
Most trusted, most awarded. India Today, India's maximum channel.
There's been a significant development during the winter session. The Rajya Sabha on Tuesday had passed the Chief Election Commissioner and Other Election Commissioners Bill 2023. This will guide the appointment of the CEC and other commissioners. Now, the bill was introduced originally on 10th August, but there were concerns that were raised. For example, on pay disparity, and that by former CECs that had raised this concern. Now, the Union government introduced then an amendment. Now the salary and perks of the Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners will be maintained at the level of a Supreme Court judge. Moving the CEC Bill 2023, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal said that the legislation has been brought in view of the Supreme Court judgment of March this year while hearing a PIL. But reacting to the bill and the introduction of it, it has become a huge political showdown. Senior Congress Member of Parliament Randeep Singh Surjewala said the proposed legislation completely violates the spirit of the Constitution that is enshrined in Article 14. Now, the bill is yet to be passed in the Lok Sabha. In March this year, the Supreme Court had given a judgment in which it had said Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners must be appointed on the advice of the panel comprising the Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and the Chief Justice of India. Has that been changed now? Now here's why the opposition party netas are charging at this bill. So what are some of the concerns possibly that will have to be taken into consideration and ensure Election Commission stays right on top with regard to its independence and freedom of practice? Now, is there a balance of power that also is being discussed here? Is it tilting towards a certain side? So that remains one of the big issues with regard to what the concerns have been expressed. Now, electoral governance alignment with farmers' intentions, for example. One, of course, the electoral governance in the sense that the Election Commission will take those decisions and then go ahead with regard to, for example, organizing elections and more. But also the misuse of power is there by selection committee. That is an allegation that has come in from the opposition as well, and we'll be tracking that big story too.
Welcome back. The Parliament security breach should be a major national security issue, getting all members of Parliament, all political parties on the same page. But trust our netas to use even this to score political points. Parties of the opposition Indie alliance have called the breach an insider job. The Trinamool Congress has alleged that the BJP should explain whether a BJP leader may have facilitated this attack. Danish Ali raised another point. He said if a member of parliament could be expelled for a password, will a member of parliament be expelled for a pass?
India's new parliament intruded by two men. The country's biggest security breach on the anniversary of the 2001 parliament attack. This issue of national security has predictably been hijacked by political point scoring. The India Alliance party staged a walkout in Rajya Sabha. The Congress is now demanding a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah.
कई दिनों से ये चर्चा में आई कि कोई आतंकवादी संगठन सदन में हमला करेगी और वो भी 13 दिसंबर को। यह जानकारी भी सरकार के पास थे और सबको जानकारी में रही क्योंकि मीडिया वालों ने बार बार ये सारे मुद्दा उठाई थी। फिर भी इस तरह की चूक क्यों हुई, ये सबका सवाल है।
Congress party workers protested outside the residence of BJP MP Pratap Simha's residence in Mysuru. One of the intruders, Sagar Sharma, was carrying a visitor pass issued by the BJP MP.
वहां वो गए नहीं, उन्होंने बाकायदे बम फेंका, धुआं उड़ाया, पाउडर फेंका, जिससे भी धुआं निकला। तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल तो ये है कि राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है। वहां पर इस सरकार अगर संसद की हिफाजत नहीं कर सकती तो इस सरकार से देश की हिफाजत की उम्मीद क्या करें। हमें तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि आज जैसे पुलवामा का रिहर्सल कर रहे थे।
The TMC has called the Lok Sabha security breach an insider job, accusing the BJP of facilitating the attack. The party is also demanding the expulsion of MP Pratap Simha.
Our straight question is that you have expelled Mahua Moitra, national security compromised. What is Lok Sabha going to do because national security has been compromised?
Will 2024 elections be jeet ki hat-trick for the BJP? Let's quickly cut across to Agenda Aaj Tak. Rahul Kanwal in conversation with the BJP president, JP Nadda.
जवाब आपने सेमीफाइनल के साथ ही दे दिया।
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ हर चुनाव अलग होता है, इसलिए मैं किसी को सेमीफाइनल नहीं मानता, मैं किसी को फाइनल नहीं मानता। जो चुनाव होता है उसको उसी तरीके से लड़ा जाता है। लेकिन हाँ, निश्चित रूप से ये 3 प्रदेशों के चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत ने ये तय कर दिया है कि 2024 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अच्छी मेजॉरिटी के साथ फिर से सरकार में आ रही है। ये बात स्पष्ट हुआ।
ये तस्वीरें आपके पीछे बड़ी स्क्रीन पर चल रही हैं, जिसमें 2 मुख्यमंत्रियों का शपथ ग्रहण है, तीसरा भी पवेलियन में इंतजार कर रहा है अपनी बारी के लिए। और यहाँ पर बैठे सभी दर्शक